football modifier. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176 today. 039 S update description. Please add monthly tickets. Brothers, the situation is very bad. You have also seen it. The aunt behind opened a separate chapter. In less than 3 hours, she chased Xiaodao by more than 30 votes. The slightly consolidated lead is about to be chased back by the opponent. How can Xiaodao and the brothers feel? We fought together to win the position and created the miracle together. Can we be humiliated by others? We can never agree to it. Brothers, Xiaodao will fight hard, just like yesterday, and keep exploding. I will post as many codes as I can and never hide anything. In fact, Xiaodao has never hidden anything. Yesterday, in order to explode, 2 meals were delayed for 3 or 4 hours. In the end, my eyes were tired from staring at the computer screen. I prepared eye drops today and fought to the end. Brothers, I still say that if you are chasing old books, please give the monthly ticket for August to Xiaodao. This is a ticket worth 1,000 gold. In less than 6 days, we will create a miracle. Xiaodao will hold on with you. No matter how hard or tired we are, we must hold on. The swords and guns are bright, the bullets are loaded, and the position is ours. No one can take it away. Brothers, let Xiaodao write the code, and I'll leave the monthly tickets to you. I know you have spent a lot of money on Xiaodao, and Xiaodao is very grateful. Now is the last moment. Go, go, go. Smash, smash. Let the battle begin magnificently. The final victory is us, the swordsman. Chapter 177. Lion Po is old. Can he still eat? Ancelotti should now consider making adjustments to the forward line. Although Gilardino wasted a lot of opportunities, the Italian center played an obvious role in the front court, while the other forward Filippo Inzaghi was completely disappeared on the field. The 33-year-old fox in the penalty area could not move his legs for a long time. Ancelotti relied too much on old players. The French genius Gourcuff could not play at all after joining AC Milan. Opportunity. This is not a good sign for the Rossoneri. As the team's starting forward, Inzaghi didn't even have a shot. Such embarrassing statistics have to make people miss the previous Super Pippo, who was omnipotent in the opponent's penalty area. Time makes people grow old. This game may just be an elegy for a hero in his twilight years. Commentators from all over the world went into the microphone to give advice to Milan coach Ancelotti, but the topic was all pointed at the Rossoneri's starting forward Filippo Inzaghi. The performance of the Fox in the penalty area on the court was simply impossible to describe. Fox is associated with him. As a forward, Inzaghi neither broke through nor shot in the whole game. He made 38 passes and made 15 mistakes. If the commentators were more sharp-tongued, they would have compared Inzaghi to him. He has become an old fox who has lost his teeth. Lion Po is old. Can he still make a living? As the situation on the field changed, Ancelotti, who was lagging behind, had not yet made adjustments, but Madmanley, who was in the lead, took the lead in making adjustments in the forward line. Argentine smoker Gonzalo Higuain was replaced, and Mexican youngster Carlos Vela was replaced. In the midfield, Golden Wolf Guti, whose physical fitness was obviously exhausted, took a rest, and with the help of Ito Yun's acupuncture technique finally, Croatian midfielder Modric, who came back early before the game, got a chance to play. Since moving to Real Madrid like a dream at the beginning of this season, his transfer partner Joel Luca quickly became the team's starting central defender and played almost all of Real Madrid's games, but he himself has always been wandering between the main force and the substitute. As long as Real Madrid vice-captain Guti is not injured, he will never be in the starting position. Faced with such a situation, Modric was envious and worked hard, but he never felt resentful or dissatisfied. Because gratitude is the most basic conduct as a person. It was Crazy Lee who brought him from the Croatian league to Spain, the world famous football center, and turned him from a rookie who had never seen the world into a real professional player. For this man who is similar to himself, Modric only has the only thought in his heart: gratitude. Moreover, the Croatian Shota knew very well that even the few opportunities he had to play were deliberately created by Madmanly. Just like today, replacing the team's captain with 20 minutes left in the game is not any head coach would have the guts to make such a decision. Seize every opportunity, not only for yourself, but also for your mentor. In contrast, Guti had no dissatisfaction when he came off the field. The Golden Wolf, who has resurrected this season, has handed over the best results in his career. His double victory over Chelsea in 2 rounds is his classic. These are the opportunities and honors given to him by the boss. People's minds are so strange. In the past, Guti would have dropped his football boots after being replaced at halftime, but today he is all smiles. This is because the boss is protecting himself, who is physically weak. Amid the overwhelming applause from the Madrid fans, Guti applauded in the stands, then hugged Modric, who was waiting to replace him, and then hugged Litangbiam. After the substitutions are completed, the game continues. The situation is becoming increasingly unfavorable for AC Milan. New players Carlos Vela and Modric are both in top physical condition. One is good at breakthroughs and the other is good at passing. Both are determined to serve Madmanly. The hammer turned the Rossoneri's defensive system into a mess. Sideline. Ancelotti finally couldn't sit still and made a substitution decision. When the fourth official raised the substitution electronic board, everyone in the stadium exclaimed, because what Fatian replaced was not the invisible man Inzaghi, but the team's top center Albert Gilardino, who performed well! Exclamation mark. Brazilian forward Oliveira is on, Gilardino is on the ground. Replacing one striker with another, Ancelotti finally did not replace defensive players again, to hold on to the end. This performance finally made the boos in the Bernabeu stands disappear. But everyone who knows football knows that Oliveira is a super parallel import. The reason why AC Milan introduced the Brazilian was completely fooled by Ronaldinho's agent. Although Oliveira was in, he scored a goal in his first game on behalf of Milan, but Milan fans who had high hopes for him soon discovered that this guy was completely unlucky. The 2006-07 season had ended, and the Brazilian forward's total personal goals had not yet exceeded digits. Within 10 minutes, after coming on the field, Oliveira's true qualities as a parallel import remained unchanged. Although his fancy dribbling made Joe Lucas' balls hurt a bit, his final kick made people doubt the Brazilian. Did you drop your contact lens into the grass when you kissed the turf before taking the field? Why didn't Ancelotti send a parallel striker here? The answer will soon be revealed. In the 80th minute of the match, the dying Rossoneri played the last 2 words of the defensive counter-attack tactics for the first time in the second half. Carlos Vela was intercepted by Nesta during the breakthrough, and the long-footed clearance of the former world's #1 central defender accidentally fell to Kaká's feet near the penalty arc in the penalty area. Facing Modric's pressing, Kaká teased his opponent with an extremely showy and elegant jump ball, and then turned and accelerated. Here it comes again. Kaká's strong push in the middle once again showed a dazzling cold light. Riaz and Marcelo's steals were easily avoided by Kaká with that tricky dribbling and acceleration. If someone looked down from the top of the court, they would be surprised to find that unlike other players who used angles and sudden stops to dribble past people, Kaká's route of advancement was completely a straight line. The shortest straight line, the most deadly straight line. When Cannavaro once again leaned sideways and flexed his biceps, Kaká, who had learned from his mistakes, gently pushed the ball with his toes, and the football sped up and passed through Cannavaro's small door, rolling diagonally into the penalty area. It seems that the same move can only be used once against a Saint Cyr also applies to Kaká, who is not an Athena Saint Cyr. Kaká's breakthrough, passed 4 people, and faced the central defender of Real Madrid directly, passed the ball, single-handedly. Oliveira showed the Brazilians magical dribbling skills, lightly shook off Joel Luca who fell to the ground and slid, and there was an angle, shoot. Oh, God, the Brazilian striker's shot was really, at the moment Kaká passed the ball, the anxious AC Milan fans had already stood up from their seats in the stands. It was a great opportunity. This was a magical through ball. Teammate Oliveira, who was lying in wait in the penalty area, easily got the ball. The next dribble was also very reasonable, but the final shot, although Oliveira, who was eager to prove himself, used all his strength. The shot was too straight and hit the goalkeeper Casillas hard. Bang! For such a close shot, Casillas did not choose to catch it with his hands, but punched it out with both fists. Unfortunately, the shot was too powerful. After the ball hit Casillas' injury, it did not fly high into the sky, but hit the ground. Oh, the unbelievable regret of AC Milan fans and the lucky exclamation of Madrid fans instantly enveloped the whole stadium. Just when everyone thought that this wave of offensive was over, something strange happened. Before the ball blocked by Casillas fell to the ground, a ghostly figure appeared in the place where it should not appear, just lightly lifting his foot. Bang! The football rushed into the goal behind Casillas like an obedient child. After scoring the goal, the figure turned and ran. On the cold night at the Bernabeu, everyone saw the name behind his red and black jersey clearly: Filip Inzaghi. Filip Inzaghi, this old fox in the penalty area, appeared in the camera lens for the first time after disappearing for nearly 80 minutes, and it was this first time that he created a goal. A goal that brought AC Milan back to life. The score on the field was 2:1. Google. 33-year-old Inzaghi repaid the trust of head coach Ancelotti with practical actions. This is a goal worth 1,000 gold. The famous mouthpieces who were still criticizing Inzaghi more than 10 minutes ago immediately gave all the praise they could think of. In the 81st minute of the game, AC Milan tied the score to 2:1 from the first shot of number 9 player Inzaghi. Pippo. Super Pippo. The omnipotent Super Pippo is back. This goal will pull the Rossoneri back from the edge of the cliff. The value of this away goal is immeasurable. Even if AC Milan loses this game, the possibility of turning the tables in the next round at San Siro with the advantage of home court has increased infinitely. You must know that the madness of Italian fans is no less than that of Spanish fans. The commentators are desperately emphasizing the importance of Inzaghi's goal. Of course, the fans in the stands also understand the mystery. For Real Madrid, the situation is already a bit bad. Kaká, the red and black core who planned this attack, roared and waved his fist at the Real Madrid fans who had been booing in the stands, then ran to the stands where Milan fans gathered, raising his hands constantly to incite the fans' emotions. At this moment, the cheers from the boiling Milan fans of less than 20,000 people completely overwhelmed the boos of more than 50,000 Royal Guards fans. Everything is not over yet. The game continues. For the criticized Inzaghi, the Bernabeu on April 4th is destined to be a strange night because 7 minutes later, he scored again. Incredible. This game belongs to Filip Inzaghi alone, and it was at the Bernabeu, the home of Real Madrid. The Italian surpassed the Lord of the Rings rule in the total number of goals in the European War. Inzaghi became the first scorer in the Champions League, one more goal than Raul. This is a irony for the white legend González Raul, who was unable to participate in the game due to injury. 2, veteran Inzaghi's 2 goals sent Real Madrid to the edge of the cliff. For the Galacticos, there is nothing worse than this. The lead was maintained at 89 until the whole game. Minutes later it disappeared. Do they still have a chance to equalize? Ancelotti's substitution worked wonders. Oliveira relied on his personal skills to create a shooting opportunity in Real Madrid's penalty area. Although the Brazilian forward's shooting skills were as bad as ever, he did nothing. Unable to do so, Inzaghi created a chance for a follow-up shot. This is Inzaghi, a man wandering on the offside line. Real Madrid only made 2 mistakes in the whole game, but he seized the opportunity both times. 100%. Terrifying efficiency in seizing opportunities. This time, only AC Milan fans cheered. Real Madrid fans no longer had the energy to boo. How cruel is it to watch others create legends on their own territory? In addition, there are less than 4 minutes left in injury time. Is there still a chance to take the lead again? AC Milan's defense is not generally strong. At this most critical moment of life and death for the galactic battleship, who else can we rely on? At a time when this team desperately needs a hero, who else can they trust? After a moment of confusion, the eyes of more than 50,000 fans turned to the direction of Real Madrid's command seat. The high-spirited figure in the El Clasico, the raised middle finger at Stamford Bridge. Everything told the fans, at this time, only that man can turn the tide. There is only one loser in the world. You are our madman, and bring us victory. You are full of courage and crush all enemies. Go forward, Madrid. Go forward, our madman. Go forward, the victorious loser from China. As if it had been discussed in advance, all the Real Madrid fans in the stands stood up from their seats one after another, raised their hands to beat the rhythm, and sang the madman's song that the whole world knew belonged to. The sound of 100,000 palms colliding together is like the drums of a decisive battle. Although the roars erupting from more than 50,000 mouths have no tone at all, they are so exciting that the blood of everyone involved is boiling. Even the Real Madrid players on the field turned their attention to the figure standing on the sidelines. How many desperate reversals have convinced the players that, as long as the leader makes a simple gesture, they will be able to snatch everything back. Return. Sideline. The figure who had been showing off countless times did not react immediately this time. At this time, Lee Tongfan felt a little regretful. Before the game, Lee Tongfan had tried to spend some points as you like to kill Inzaghi's goal. But Inzaghi was Lee Tongbiam's idol during his college days. That super pibbo with long flowing hair and coquettish movements on the court fascinated countless boys and girls. It is such a forward who is unique in world football that has suffered many hardships in his career. Del Piero, who debuted at the same time, became the prince of the Bayern Connery. His scoring efficiency is no worse than Del Piero, but he has to wander around. Even when he arrived at AC Milan, the damn injuries didn't let him go. Even in the Italian national team, Inzaghi has never become the protagonist. Del Piero once became the sinner of the national team, but for Super Pippo, he did not even have the chance to become the sinner. Facing such a tragic and strong man, how could Lee Tongbum have the heart to use points at will to erase his goal? Inzaghi can finally play a heroic role in this game. When will the next time like this happen? For 33-year-old Pippo, everything is passing. I keep these 2 goals, not for AC Milan, but for the handsome and thin man with long hair in my youth, my former idol. Push push. Turkish referee Ali Tumu whistled and urged the AC Milan players to end their celebrations and kick off the ball as soon as possible. But at this time, as long as it can delay 1 more second, it is a victory for the Rossoneri. How can the players return to the center circle so easily to satisfy Real Madrid? For a certain man who was still nostalgic for his youthful days, the referee's whistle brought him back to his senses, and the Milan players dilly-dallying gave him time to make adjustments. Before the kickoff, Leoli waved over Riaz and Marcelo and whispered a few instructions. Ancelotti curled his lips in disdain when he saw this scene. The fat man didn't believe that at this time. What kind of tricks could this young Chinese boy make? The Real Madrid fans in the stands were finally happy to see that omnipotent man finally taking action. The beat became more intense and the singing roared more boldly. Come on, this goal belongs to Real Madrid and belongs to Crazy Lee. Wonderful moment. Push. The game continues. The 4th official on the sidelines called the time for injury time, 5 minutes. The AC Milan players were very dissatisfied with this, but who made them deliberately waste at least 3 minutes when celebrating just now? You have to make it up, right? However, this time, the Rossoneri completely retreated to their own half, allowing Real Madrid to launch a frenzy of bombardment. As long as they hold on for another 5 minutes, victory will be within their grasp, and the myth of Madman Lee's invincibility will also be cruelly ended by them. This honor will eventually need a team to receive it, right? Lee Tongfan's adjustment is very simple. The completely unsystematic cross from the sideline is not a brilliant strategy, but the players on the field still strictly implement it, as if they had received an imperial decree. All the miracles that happened before have made the Hammers have a blind belief and worship of the boss. As soon as Real Madrid gets the players, Beckham will immediately distribute the football to the sideline, where Marcelo and Riaz use all their skills to cross from the bottom. Joel Luca and Cannavaro have already run to the AC Milan penalty area to act as center forwards. Ramos and Roberto Carlos help Coach Benny firmly control the edge of the penalty area and compete for the first landing at any time to ensure that AC Milan does not counter-attack. In fact, under such crazy offensive suppression, AC Milan at this moment has no energy to fight back, nor does it have the mind to fight back. Time passed by bit. On the sidelines, the look on Ancelotti's face became more and more proud. Real Madrid's attack was simply thunder and rain, inefficient and unsystematic, just a waste of time. Fatien even whispered with the assistant coach beside him and began to look forward to how to kill Real Madrid in the next round. Just then, the Real Madrid fans standing in their seats who were clapping and singing suddenly hugged each other like crazy. The stands of the Bernabeu were like boiling water. Ancelotti followed the fans' gaze and saw a scene that almost gave him a heart attack. Real Madrid players were celebrating together. Who scored the goal? How did it score? Ancelotti's question has not been answered yet, and the electronic scoreboard of the stadium has already displayed the latest score: Real Madrid 3:2 AC Milan. The last line of words is clearly visible. Carlos Vela, 94 minutes. The monthly ticket is very strange. Very strange. To borrow a phrase from Real Madrid fans, who can Xiodeo rely on when the football modifier is at its most difficult moment? This chapter is 5,600 words. Xiodeo will continue to write. Chapter 178. Until 4 days later, before the start of the 31st round of the La Liga match between Real Madrid and Espanyol at home, the focus of major European media was still the classic battle between Real Madrid and AC Milan in the UEFA Champions League 4 days ago. There were too many things worth hyping in the game. The first gimmick was naturally that the coquettish alien Ronaldo used his super personal ability to eat the world's number 1 central defender Iniesta alive with an incredibly difficult technical move, Cruyff turn, less than 30 seconds after the start of the game, and scored the first goal for Real Madrid. Whether in terms of process, time, importance or the opponent faced, this goal has undoubtedly become another peak in Ronaldo's career. The Bild, the largest daily newspaper in Europe, even opened a special edition to conduct a full-scale data review and playback of every link of this fat man's action, and finally concluded that ordinary players can't do such a difficult action at all because it requires too high a human muscle tolerance and balanceability. This VT conclusion has to make people sigh again. Ronaldo's football talent. Is this guy God's illegitimate child? In addition, another shining figure of Real Madrid in the Battle of Bernabeu on April 4, 18-year-old winger Marcelo has also attracted wide attention. This Brazilian left-back, who was originally considered to be the successor of Roberto Carlos, immediately showed his superior offensive talent after being whimsically moved to the winger position by Crazy Lee. In the match against AC Milan, Marcelo first assisted Ronaldo to score the first goal in the 28th second of the game, and then assisted Mexican teenager Carlos Vela to score the law goal with a cross from the side in the last 30 seconds of the game. This super short assist not only helped Real Madrid beat the Rossoneri 3:2 at home, but also made him the best player on the spot after the game. At the age of 18, with lightning speed and top-notch dribbling skills, people have reason to believe that Marcelo will become another Ronaldo-style superstar under the training of Crazy Lee. Of course, the Spanish media's praises include Beckham, who scored a wonderful direct free kick, and Carlos Vela, the 17-year-old striker who beat AC Milan with a header at the last moment, beating the Rossoneri king Paolo Maldini. Especially the latter, the incredible key header before the end of the game finally allowed Crazy Lee's undefeated myth to continue. As a player who just joined from the Spanish second division team during the winter break, what higher requirements can be made of him? Faced with rounds of hype from the Spanish media, the Italian media also brought out their pride. Philip Inzaghi, the 33-year-old penalty area fox who scored 2 goals in 8 minutes, retained the hope of promotion for the Rossoneri. This immortal demon sword who just recovered from injury this season only raised his foot to shoot twice in the game and stabbed Crazy Lee's heart twice. This is a typical Inzaghi, a penalty area assassin. If he doesn't make a sound, he will make a big splash. Similarly, the battle between Crazy Lee and Ancelotti is also a topic that people talk about with relish. Although Real Madrid finally won a valuable victory, the consensus reached by the public opinion is that Crazy Lee lost to Ancelotti. Ancelotti's substitution of the smuggled striker Oliveira in the second half was considered a brilliant move. Gilardino always chooses to work alone after getting or creating opportunities. Although this is not wrong for a center forward, such a style of play makes it difficult for his partner Inzaghi to play his role. After replacing Oliveira, although the Brazilian striker has poor shooting ability, his dribbling within a small range is much more disruptive than Gilardino. As long as the penalty area of Real Madrid is stirred into a pot of porridge, Inzaghi's all-pervasive sense of grabbing points will magnify the chance of scoring many times. Facts have proved that Ancelotti's move caught crazily off guard. Before the Real Madrid coach finally saw the mystery, the Rossoneri won in the chaos and scored 2 goals in a row. If it weren't for the lucky header of his disciple Carlos Vela at the last minute, Real Madrid would probably have to suffer in the Bernabeu, who in Europe can match the ability to adjust tactics to make a fake striker the key to changing the trend of the game. This battle greatly increased Ancelotti's recognition in Europe. More and more experts are optimistic that Ancelotti will end the undefeated myth of crazily at San Siro on April 11th. It is worth mentioning that unlike AC Milan's good situation of advancing, another giant AC Milan, which made it to the quarter-finals of the Champions League in Serie A, drew 2-2 with Manchester United at the Misa, and the possibility of being eliminated increased infinitely. After the fierce battle with AC Milan, Real Madrid was exhausted. In the match against Espanyol at home on April 8th, although Aoli still insisted on the 4-1-2-1-2-2 wing formation, the starting list was greatly adjusted. On the striker, Ronaldo didn't even make the roster. Higuain and Carlos Vela partnered. The attacking midfielder was Brazilian midfielder Diego, the defensive midfielder Fernando Gago, and the wings Modric and young players from Castilla Rafael Garcia cross-changed. And on the backline, Cannavaro, who had accumulated yellow cards and was suspended in the Champions League, continued to start, and his partner was the Belgian Vincent Kompany. The 2 defenders are Sissinho, who has just recovered from injury, and the youth training youngster Miguel Torres, who has almost filled the Bernabeu bench this season. The opponent Espanyol is ranked 14th in the La Liga standings, although it has completed the task of relegation ahead of schedule after 30 rounds. It is impossible to qualify for the European competition. It is a team with no desires and needs, so it did not win in the game. Not giving it your all. After the first half, Real Madrid already led the Spaniard 2-0 with the help of a small smoke gun and Carlos Vela's goal. In order to preserve its strength for the second leg of the Champions League quarter-finals 3 days later, Tongfan quickly used a group of Castilla demons headed by De La Red replaced Higuain, Vela and Modric. After the end of the game, the score was fixed at 3-1, and Real Madrid won without any doubt, after double-killing the traditional strong teams in La Liga such as Barcelona, Atletico Madrid and Valencia. It can be said that crazily has almost no opponent in Spain. If the Andalusian team Sevilla cannot stop them in the next round of the league, with his winning pace, Real Madrid, which is already 20 points ahead of second place Barcelona, will win the championship 6 rounds in advance. This is a terrifying statistic. The lords from all walks of life in the other 4 major leagues are still working hard for their respective league championships. Crazily and his Real Madrid have already looked down on the top players in La Liga with an attitude of not being able to win from a high place. Got it. The myth is a myth. Although it has been severely tested by Italy, it still continues irresistibly. The time interval between the 2 rounds of the Champions League quarter-finals is very short. On April 11th, Real Madrid will go to Milan, Italy to fight AC Milan again. As a result, even the generously Tongfan did not dare to recuperate for the Hammers during the holiday. On the 8th and 9th, assistant coach Greed led the players to conduct physical recovery training at the Madrid Sports City. In order to ensure the training effect, Laoli used the Shiancheo Kyuju team's trump card, closed training, shutting out all media who came to interview. Even Real Madrid fans can only get 30 minutes a day to watch their idols train outside the barbed wire. Many Real Madrid fans who were preparing to go to the scene to cheer for the team had already ordered tickets for the match on the 11th online and rushed to Milan in an organized and undisciplined manner in advance. Before the game officially started, they could just enjoy the world's clothing capital. Charming style. Chuyui would be over after watching the game at the Bernabeu night. Before leaving, she mustered up the courage to go to Tongfan for a very good reason. I'm going back to China. Come and see if you have anything to bring, uncle and aunt. Although Aoli once had an extremely popular and romantic life, he was really a fledgling in terms of relationships. He never thought that a girl who had only seen him for less than 10 days would secretly like him. so he faced Li Tongfan had no intention of being an old cow when it came to the young grass that was delivered to his door. He thought about it for a long time with his head on his head stupidly, but he really couldn't remember what he wanted to take back to China. Finally, it was Chu Yuwei, a fellow countryman who was 5 or 6 years younger than Leo Li, who made a suggestion with a blushing face. Maybe uncle and aunt don't care what you give, but it's always good to bring something small back. Why don't we go to the mall, and I'll help you pick out a few items. Leo Li didn't realize that this pretty girl whom his parents called Yue girl and regarded as his goddaughter actually had bad intentions for him, so he took the bait without hesitation like a grass carp biting sweet bait. Got it. Apart from the last time he went shopping with Wan King, this was Li Tongfan's second time shopping with a single girl. However, compared to the cautious feeling when he was with Wan King, Leo Li seemed much more relaxed in front of Chu Yuwei. The two of them talked and laughed easily, and more than 2 hours passed quickly. Chu Yuwei has a good eye and everything she looks at is interesting. In the end, Leo Li thought about it and couldn't let the little girl accompany him on this trip for nothing. He took out his pocket and bought a small music box with exquisite workmanship. It was very cheap. Chu Yuwei hesitated and accepted it with a blushing face. These 2 hours were probably the only time Li Tongfan relaxed in the 3 days. After sending Chu Yuwei away, Leo Li devoted his limited life to an infinite career of showing off. Of course, he had to make sure he had the opportunity to show off, so after Leo Li returned to the villa without stopping, he immediately opened FM 2007 to deduce the next game. Click the green icon to run the game. After loading the archive, the system pops up several prompt boxes as usual. Ding dong, you led Real Madrid to defeat the Spanish, and the system will reward you with 2 character points. Ding dong. Reminder, player Li Tongfan, you have triggered the system task, Battle of Honor at San Siro. If you refuse this task, you will be deducted 30 character points. If you complete the task, you will receive a random reward from the system. If the task fails, you will be deducted 20 character points. Whether to accept it belongs to your second uncle. Leo Li cursed at the 4-handed IBM T30 fiercely. 30 points of character? Is there any possibility for me to refuse? There is one more chapter before 11 o'clock in the evening. Xiaodao only wants to say one thing. Thank you brothers for the monthly tickets. I have no way to repay you. I will work hard to write. Chapter 179, A Letter from a Strange Man. After raising his middle finger at the FM 2007 system and uttering the most vicious curse in history, Old Li clicked the accept button with a sullen look on his face and then checked the task detail. System task, San Siro Honor Battle. Requirements, defeat AC Milan, led by Ancelotti, the 10th ranked. Intercontinental level, head coach in the system head coach rankings. At San Siro, the number of abnormal saves allowed. 0. The number of freedom points allowed. 0 points. Damn. San Siro Honor Battle. This time, even Li Tongfan himself seemed to feel that the crazy Li's invincible myth was about to be shattered. There was only one chance to simulate, and the use of freedom points was also restricted. To achieve victory in one go, this was definitely an extremely severe test for Li Tongfan, a sultry man who had become seriously dependent on the simulation function of FM 2007. This time, there is no more tricks, it's all about real money and real ability. But think carefully, almost every time the system task is triggered, there is always a certain reason, such as Rafael Sobis's challenge, which was triggered by Rafael's wild words in an interview with reporters in real life, and Agui's contempt was triggered when I had a verbal battle with Atletico Madrid coach Agui through the media. But what caused the system task, Battle of Honor at San Siro? This time, Li Tongfan thought about it, and there seemed to be only one reason to explain it: the FM 2007 system, like the media, determined that he lost to Ancelotti in the on-the-spot tactical changes when playing against AC Milan at the Bernabeu on April 4th. So he brought out this task to punish himself. That's right. It's a punishment. No wonder Li Tongfan had an inexplicable strange feeling when he saw this task for the first time. Logically speaking, this task has no meaning at all. The determination cost of 30 points of character points, the failure cost of 20 points of character points, plus the harsh restrictions of no save and no arbitrary points, Such conditions completely exceed the difficulty of the previous two tasks. This is a super difficult system task. Laoli suddenly felt that the FM 2007 system was like a stubborn master who wanted to save face. If he, the apprentice, lost face outside, he must find his face back. If you don't have that ability, I'm sorry, my good apprentice, I will expel you from the sect. Let's get back to the point. Before making a specific deduction, Li Tongfan decided to take a look at the growth of his training ability and spiritual ability in recent times. After all, the ability points from the intercontinental big bosses such as the Madman Uncle Marinho, the Black Swan Ridgecudden and Salotti were added, so there is at least a little change, right? Clicking on personal information, the actual data on the computer screen is as follows: training ability, affinity for young players. 7. Defensive training. 3. Technical training. 1. Offensive training. 8. Personnel management. 10. Goalkeeping training. 0. Physical training. 5. Psychological tactics. 10. Tactical training. 10. Left square bracket spiritual ability motivation. 10. Discipline requirements. 5. Determination. 6. Judging player ability. 5. Judging player potential. 5. Adaptability. 5. Medical ability. 0. Tactical knowledge. 11. After this observation, Li Tongfan was very happy. In more than a month, his personal data grew like crazy, especially his affinity for young players, psychological tactics, motivation and tactical requirements. The growth rate was far beyond his imagination. These were all earned by his hard work and blood and sweat from the bosses. Today, they finally borne fruit. I wonder when I can be promoted from unknown level to local level. So far, after the coach level is upgraded, in FM 2007 there is no clue as to what role the simulation and other functions can play, but Li Tongfan is sure that the so-called head coach level is definitely not just a simple personal honor division. It must have some role that he doesn't know yet. Li Tongfan thought for a moment, but still couldn't figure out the mystery, so he had to move the mouse and click into the tactics page of Real Madrid, and began to arrange the troops, and make the most thorough preparations for this only system simulation. There is only one chance, and it must be treated with the most rigorous attitude. In the starting lineup, the forward line is still the alien fat man Ronaldo and the young smoker Gonzalo Higuain partnered up. Although the Mexican teenager Carlos Vela scored the winning goal in the last confrontation, he is still only a 17-year-old child after all. His physical functions have not fully developed. He can never play the whole game in such a high-intensity confrontation, so he can only be used as a surprise soldier when the team can't open the situation. There is no controversy about the front midfielder. It is still the Golden Wolf Guti. The ability of the Real Madrid vice-captain is unquestionable, and after all was injured, Guti played a good leadership role internally. Even if Laoli likes Modric, he can't sacrifice public for personal reasons. The leader is naturally the omnipotent Casillas. Only a fool would hesitate to move to this position. On the defensive line, Roberto Carlos is experienced in competitions and is trustworthy. Ramos is the future leader of the team, and has no problem with his ability. His style of play is much tougher than Cicinho. He is suitable for tough battles, and can be put in the starting lineup. As for the central defender, Cannavaro has accumulated yellow cards and is suspended. Only Vice and company can partner with Joel Luca. This combination is too hard and lacks experience, which is a weak point. The rest is the midfield. The reason why the midfield is considered last is that Laoli is hesitating whether to use a single defensive midfielder or a double defensive midfielder. In away games, you can only win and not lose. Even if AC Milan scores a goal, it is not something Real Madrid can afford, so they have to consider the defense problem. What a tragedy for Li Tongfan. He has never been so cautious when using the system simulation as today. He has to think carefully about the starting lineup for each position many times, trying to take into account all the details he can think of. Until this moment, Li Tongfan finally realized the difficulties of ordinary coaches who don't have FM, a magical tool that defies heaven. For them, every game is a painful torture. Before the game, they pull out all their hair to study the opponent and formulate tactics, and jump up and down to observe the situation and command on the spot during the game. And after the game, if you win, you can finally get a few hours of relaxation, and then you have to study the next opponent. But if you lose, then wait for the media's sarcastic criticism and the fans' unceremonious middle fingers. Being a head coach is really difficult. Lee Tongfan hesitated for a long time, but he still couldn't make up his mind. After thinking about it, he simply turned off the game system temporarily and waited until tomorrow to think clearly before making simulations. By the way, he could ask the second in command, Grade, the tactical master, for some questions in his heart. After closing FM 2007, Lee Tongfan opened the Maxen browser and entered his 126 ml box to see if there were any important emails. Tarosi Tang went to the UK recently, and I wonder how things went. To Lee's disappointment, there was no letter from Tang among the more than 10 unread emails. Most of them were spam. However, one of the emails with an English title attracted Lee Tongfan. Mr. Glutton, do you still remember me? After opening the email, Lee Tongfan took a few glances and finally knew who the writer was. Mr. Glutton, do you still remember me? I'm Gigi. Oh, forget it. A big shot like you, with so many people asking for your autograph, you must have forgotten who I'm a long time ago. Lee Tongfan laughed. Of course I remember you, the scumbag who eats on the outside. The mixed blood glutton with long smooth hair and holding a notebook and pen in both hands asking for his autograph on the night of Stamford Bridge came to life. Mr. Glutton, I've been very distressed recently. My performance in the team's promotion test was very poor. Mr. Clark, the youth training director, thought I had no potential to go further and suggested that I give up the path of a professional player. Oh, I forgot to tell you that day that I'm not an ordinary ball boy. I'm a player of Chelsea's under-18 youth team. Surprised. Old Lee was indeed a little surprised that the cute and pretty mixed blood glutton was also a player. Unfortunately, Gigi's body was too thin. Perhaps this was the reason why the director Clark mentioned in the letter suggested that he change his career. Modern professional football has higher and higher requirements for players in aid conditions. Not everyone can become a professional player, but, Mr. Foolish, I really like football. When I was young, my parents went to work, and I could play with the football all day at home alone. Mr. Foolish, you are an invincible legendary coach. Can you tell me what I should do? After reading Gigi's letter, Lee Tongfan really didn't know what kind of advice to give to this humble little guy. Although he was also not optimistic about Gigi's football career prospects. As a high quality idol of the new era, how could Leo Lee kill the heart of a young man who loves football? Why not send the weird Uncle Scout Francisco Jimenez to bring Gigi to Real Madrid? In this way, FM millimeters can be used to modify the physical attributes of the little guy. At least his football dream can be fulfilled. But Lee Tongfan thought about it and decided to forget it. He was going to leave now. Even if he took the little guy to Spain and successfully matured him, wouldn't he still be cold when he left? For some reason, Lee Tongfan had a good impression of this little guy. Was it because he was half Chinese? In the end, Leo Lee only replied with one sentence: sleeping on straw and tasting gall. 3,000 you soldiers can swallow woo, breaking the cauldron and sinking the boats. The 120 kin passes will eventually belong to Chu. Since you have a dream, then stick to it regardless of all difficulties. In fact, this sentence also applies to Lee Tongfan himself. Since you want to win the Big Ear Cup, then eliminate all obstacles and defeat Ac Milan in San Siro first. Ziodeo thanks brothers. About 12,000 today, and try to get more tomorrow. Please continue to support Ziodeo brothers. Try to get more tomorrow. Sell monthly tickets. Hope is ahead. By the way, who do you want to play against in the Champions League semi-finals? Manchester United, Inter Milan, Arsenal. Chapter 180. I'm here. I want to conquer. The next day, Madrid Sports City. During the training break, Lee Tongfan shamelessly asked the second in command, Grade, for his opinion on the San Siro battle 2 days later. Grade was a little surprised by this low profile. Leoja had long been accustomed to Lee Tongfan's high-spiritedness and scolding "thank you IU." It would be strange if there comes a day when Crazy Lee is not arrogant. Lee, is it true that you have no confidence in this battle as the outside world said? Grad was a little worried. This was the first time since he met Lee Tongfan that he had noticed that Leo Lee was hesitant in making tactical decisions. Well, Leo Lee didn't know what to say. Could it be that he told Grad that he had actually been cheating with FM 2007, and this time the stupid system mission, Bucero Battle of Honor, limited all possibilities for cheating and cheating? Damn it. Then within half an hour I would be sent to the Madrid Psychiatric Research Center to be comforted by the angels in white, because, well, the next game is very importantly. Tongfan finally found an excuse. You also know, although we won the first round, Inzaghi scored 2 away goals. The threat to promotion is very great. So, I have to be cautious. Well, our country's great leader Mao Zedong said that we should despise the enemy strategically and pay attention to the enemy tactically. In order to get through, Lee Tongfan even moved out with Mao Zedong. Fortunately, this reason was well made up, and Grad believed it 89 times. The assistant coach leaned back in his chair and thought for a while, then asked Leo Lee a strange question. Lee, who do you think is the biggest threat to us in AC Milan? The biggest threat? Lee Tongfan squinted his eyes and thought for a moment. The first thing that came to his mind was Brazilian midfielder Kaká, who masterminded the Rossonera's first goal in the first round. Kaká's indomitable and sharp breakthrough left an indelible impression on Lee Tongfan. So Leo Lee tried to ask Kaká. Grad tilted his head mysteriously. Shout out, has this simple and honest guy like Leo J learned how to tell the truth? Lee Tongfan thought about it again. If it wasn't Kaká, then who was it? By the way, the man called the brain who controls the offensive and defensive rhythm of AC Milan. Pirlo. The assistant coach still smiled and shook his head. At this point, Lee Tongfan became curious. Which great immortal did Great value so much? Besides Kaká and Pirlo, who among the others, the biggest threat? Could it be the butcher Gennaro Gattuso, whose defense is really a headache, and Inzaghi's erratic movement is enough to make any one of them drink a pot? But compared to Kaká and Pirlo, these two are still a little worse. In the end, Lee Tongfan was still unable to determine which master Grad was referring to. He stared at Leo J with pure and curious eyes for less than 30 seconds. Grad could no longer resist such a lustful expression. Finally he gave his answer. Lee, there is only one person in AC Milan who poses the greatest threat to us, and that is Carlo Ancelotti. Ancelotti? Lee Tongfan was stunned for a moment, and then he understood what Grad meant. Yes, let him Kaká break through and be invincible. I have a super midfielder like David Beckham. Let Pirlo pass the ball obscenely. I have the golden wolf Guti, who is the best in the world in direct passes from 50 meters to the ground. Cruel lord. Let Inzaghi move and show off his skills. I will be like the super crazy fat alien Ronaldo at the height of his power. Every position and every player in Real Madrid is even better than the red and black warriors in San Siro. But for me, there is only one opponent to defeat in this war, and that is the fat man, Ancelotti. In the same situation, where a good hand is held, the final decision on the outcome of the game lies in the person standing on the sidelines and directing, the head coach. It seems that the harsh conditions of the system mission, San Siro Battle of Honor, have made me a little timid. I have been too dependent on the FM 2007 system for a long time, and I actually dare not even walk after losing my crutches gone. Grad's words gave Lee Tongfan a sudden feeling of enlightenment. Suddenly his eyes became clear, and all the fog that had troubled him before disappeared. After experiencing a setback, Lee Tongfan finally took some pains to become the master of the FM 2007 system who is obsessed with face. Haha. Demonic obstacles. Demonic obstacles. Go and rest today. Lee Tongfan held Grad's hand as if he had met his lover. He shook it twice and laughed loudly. He left the office and went to the training ground to continue training with the hammers. Grad finally removed the serious expression on his face. He stood up and rubbed his hands, looking at the back of the sultry man who had finally regained his arrogant nature. He felt relieved. Lee, others call you a madman because they only see your arrogance for victory. But who would know that in fact you also have troubles and fears? But it is such a madman Lee who is full of humaneness that can finally reach the end. A legend, isn't it? When He returned to the bedroom again at night and turned on the four-hand IBM T34 system simulation. Leo Lee no longer had any hesitation in his mind. However, before the final simulation, Leo Lee suddenly felt that there were only Ronaldo, Zaire Schuizigwa and Carlos. It seems that Bella's 3 shooters are not enough. If he takes a big lead by then, he can send 4 forwards to piss off the fat old man Ancelotti who almost made him go crazy. Thinking of this, Lee Tongfan decided to use FM to resurrect an injured forward. King of the small penalty area, or King of the Ring? This multiple choice question is easy to answer. Of course, the team leader, the King of the Rings, allowed Raul to score at San Siro. Then wouldn't he surpass Inzaghi in terms of the total number of goals scored in the European War? This is tooth for tooth, blood for blood. Quickly open FM load the archive, enter Raul's name in the search box, and soon pull up the Lord of the Rings information. As expected, at the bottom of the personal information column on the home page, injury attributes, there is a small green check mark in the small box at the back. As long as you click the mouse to eliminate this thing, you can catch up with the Lord of the Rings at San Siro the day after tomorrow. Lee Tongfan confidently moved the mouse and clicked, but unexpectedly the system suddenly popped up a prompt box. Ding dong. Reminder, player Lee Tongfan, before the system task, San Siro Battle of Honor, is completed, all functions of FM will be frozen. Tip, FM Yen-MM has been frozen. It belongs to your second uncle. Lee Tongfan's mouth was wide enough to fit a beer bottle in. In the end he could only raise his middle finger to the computer screen again. Okay, you have the guts. However, the demonic obstacle in Leo Lee's heart has been eliminated, and he has looked away from everything. Besides, the Lord of the Rings does not have to be resurrected. That's all. Let's just do the task obediently. After arranging the starting lineup, Lee Tongfan clicked Continue Game to officially start the recommendation. The computer synthesized sound of hula hula suddenly filled the bedroom. On April 10th, everyone from Real Madrid took a flight to Milan, Italy to prepare for the UEFA Champions League quarter-finals on April 11th. Since AC Milan scored 2 away goals in the first round, the public opinion environment is very unfavorable to Real Madrid's promotion. In view of this, in order to boost morale, the club's board of directors announced the bonus for winning the Champions League before leaving, €5 million. The club president, Calderon, will also go to Milan with the team to watch the game. When the team arrived in Milan, more than 2,000 Real Madrid fans, who had already acted as the vanguard, came to the airport to pick them up. The situation was not good for the team they supported. Every fan knew this, but we have crazy people. Lee, when have you seen Madman Lee fail? What are you afraid of? Come on. Madrid and Madman song resounded in Italy for the first time, and the red and black fans in Milan dismissed it. Italian football hooligans have a good reputation, and are definitely registered in major European leagues, so a lot of airport security was deployed to carefully maintain order. The team rested for less than 2 hours, after staying at the pre-booked Verona hotel, and then headed to the San Siro stadium for acclimatization training. The first time he came to this world-famous stadium, Lee Tongfan really wanted to stand at the highest point of the venue and shout, "I'm here. Crazy Lee is here. Watch, labor and management will conquer this place." The training to adapt to the field was a bit boring, and the Hammers were also affected by the media, and were a bit pessimistic about the team's promotion. However, when Lee Tongfan took out a camera from his bag with a sly look, and pulled the helpless second-in-command Greed to take a photo, while everyone was staring at him with dumbfounded eyes, a burst of relaxed laughter finally came from the San Siro stadium. In the end, everyone stopped training, and assistant coach Grad became a professional photographer. Lee Tongfan and the Hammers looked lustful, jumped up and down, and ran around pretending to take photos. The usually serious second-in-command, Grat, not only did not stop him, but he enthusiastically took photos of more than a dozen boring men, because Leo J found that after Lee Tongfan made such a fuss, the dull atmosphere that originally enveloped the team had disappeared. Sweeping it all away, it seems that the head coach who doesn't play by the rules has come up with another brilliant idea. In fact, a certain sultry man was very proud of himself. It can be played and improve morale. Such a genius method can only be thought of by an expert like me who has a psychological tactics value of 10. On the other side, the groundskeeper of AC Milan kept looking at the Real Madrid team with expressions like they were looking at fools. What the hell is this training for? Are these girls here for a trip? This unique field adaptation training ended after an hour. Madrid stars and their charming head coach each held a large stack of photos and returned to the Verona hotel to rest with smiles on their faces. The game will start tomorrow. Although the short plane journey did not consume much energy, Tongfan, who is relaxed, still dare not be careless. As soon as he entered the hotel, he gave a death order. If the Hammer dares to attack before 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, he ran out of the guest room and broke his legs. After the players took a break, Leoli took the dumbfounded grad and sneakily checked the rooms one by one. This head coach was almost like a full-time dad. I will definitely finish writing the second round of the game today. 4 updates in total. Xiodeo has really exploded. You guys should explode too. If you have monthly tickets, don't hold them back. Just give them away. These are the last few days, and every day is full of danger. It's not easy to work together until today. Xiodeo urgently needs the support of his brothers. Swordsmen, show your shining long swords, defend your positions, and cut through the thorns. Crazy request for monthly tickets. Please. Chapter 181. Open your eyes and watch. On the evening of April 10th, the first 2 games of the Champions League quarter-finals will be played. Arsenal, the Premier League Arsenal, faced off against Porto at home. With the Brazilian midfielder Gilberto Silva's world-beating goal in stoppage time in the first half, they defeated the Portuguese giants 1-0 and advanced successfully with a total score of 2-1 in the 2 rounds. In another game, the 2 La Liga giants Valencia and Barcelona, who are at war with each other, shook hands with each other 0-0 after 90 minutes of fierce battle at the Mestalla Stadium. In this way, despite being disliked by countless people at the beginning, the Bat Legion finally upset the defending champion Barcelona and advanced to the semi-finals of the Champions League with a total score of 2-1 in 2 rounds. When the referee blew the final whistle of the game, the Mestalla Stadium turned into a sea of joy, and countless excited Bat fans shed tears in the stands. Once upon a time, since Benitez left Liverpool in the Premier League, Valencia has no longer regained the majesty of the league championship. Outsiders thought that this famous La Liga team would collapse after losing its captain, and they watched and waited. It's a joke, but today all doubts have disappeared. The Bat Army once again advanced to the semi-finals of the Champions League, and they defeated the powerful defending champion Barcelona in the knockout round. As a result, Valencia coach Flores became famous, and was hailed by the European media as the second best young coach in the Spanish league after Crazy Lee. However, this arrogant man did not think so when interviewed by reporters. I'm very envious that crazy Mr. Lee can have so many talented players. Any one of them is at the top of La Liga. The team's condition is very good now. I hope to meet Real Madrid in the semi-finals. The implication is that Crazy Lee only has a handful of good cards in his hands to achieve what he is today. If I were to be the head coach of Real Madrid, I would be no worse than Crazy Lee. The reason is that only new people laugh. Who knows how old people cry? The winner certainly deserves applause, but the loser has to endure endless criticism. Porto fell under the firepower of the Gunners. It is understandable that they are inferior to others, but the disastrous defeat of defending champion Barcelona against Valencia was unacceptable to everyone. The European media pointed all the fingers at 2 people, Coach Rijkaard and the team's number 1 core Ronaldinho. Barcelona suffered an early defeat in the Copa del Rey this season, and was overshadowed by Madman Lee and his horrible Madrid in the league. Today, even the last straw, the Champions League, was handed over to a Bat that was far inferior to itself. Legion, in the face of such a terrible comprehensive defeat record, both the club's senior management and the Catalan fans urgently need a scapegoat to vent their anger. Barcelona has never been a club full of human touch, so Black Swan, who single-handedly created the dream team and worked hard for the revival of the Barcelona dynasty, unfortunately became the first victim as soon as the game ended that night. Barcelona's official website issued a statement. The club will terminate the contract with Dutch coach Rijkaard after the end of the 2006-07 season. As for Ronaldinho, photos of the Brazilian partying in nightclubs filled the front pages of Catalan media overnight, and the former hero became the target of accusations from forgetful fans when this farce in Spain became more and more intensely. Tongfan was attending a pre-match press conference in Milan, Italy, and was interviewed by reporters. The Italian reporters have long wanted to teach the arrogant crazy Lee a lesson. In the past, that was your territory in Spain, and we didn't dare to act arrogantly, but today we can't help you, crazy Lee. Therefore, when Lee Tongfan just stepped into the press conference hall, Italian reporters gathered around him, as if they had agreed upon it, and pushed their colleagues from other countries to the outside. Mr. Husband, what do you think of Philippe Inzaghi's 2 away goals? A 30-year-old female reporter wearing a sexy red leather skirt took the lead. When the woman gloated and laughed, the foundation on her face was stained. Drop down. Why would a 33-year-old striker who has not scored more than a dozen goals in Serie A score Real Madrid's goal at the Bernabeu? Obviously, in the first round, Mr. Ancelotti won the victory in terms of on-the-spot command. Damn it, don't worry about me later. A fat man with Mediterranean on his head had not finished speaking. Reporters from behind crowded over. Excuse me, Mr. Fantong, have you learned anything from Mr. Ancelotti? Mad. Lordly, you may suffer your first defeat in your coaching career tonight in the San Siro battle. If the myth of victory is shattered, how will you feel? You have not yet renewed your contract with Real Madrid. Someone saw Inter Milan transfer manager Blanco secretly contacting you last night. Are you the coach who is preparing to end Mr. Mancini's facing a group of Italian paparazzi who wanted to catch him and eat him alive? Leo Lee didn't even sit down. He just stood there, holding up 3 fingers in a mysterious manner. He saw the reporters looking at each other and stopped asking questions. Explained slowly and calmly. First, the 2 away goals were given to you Italians by me in a good mood. Lee Tongfan bent a finger and his disdain was palpable. For Real Madrid, we have already won a victory. And you have already lost once at the Bernabeu, and tonight will be the second time. Before the reporters could retort, Lee Tongfan bent his second finger. Mr. Ancelotti has nothing worth learning from him, but there is something in me that Ancelotti will never get. Oh, you think I mean age? Wrong, I mean, can Mr. Ancelotti win 51 games in a row? The members of the Italian paparazzi who originally wanted to laugh at lunatic Lisi for overestimating his abilities were speechless for a moment, because although the lunatic's words were unpleasant, everything he said was true. AC Milan did lose the last game, and Ancelotti seems to be really unable to replicate his terrifying record of 51 consecutive wins. Looking at the speechless provocateur, Leo Lee once again deliberately showed disdain and bent his last finger. Third, tonight's San Siro will definitely not be the end of the myth of victory, but you Italians a sad beginning. After saying 3 points in a very coquettish breath, Lee Tongfan did not leave any chance for his opponents to counter-attack. After finishing his pretense, he swung his sleeves and slipped out of the press conference hall with lightning speed. When the reporters came to their senses, they realized that they had been tricked by the abominable lunatic Lee again. The hall seemed to be filled with rats that had exploded into a quarrel. What the hell? Who does he think he is? Huh? Got a Spanish coach with no grace. How could such a person win 51 games in a row? I really want to see what kind of expression this arrogant guy will show after losing tonight. Hey, I guess it's uglier than crying. The angry reporters didn't realize that Madman Lee had only one question he didn't answer, and that was whether he would coach Inter Milan next season. April 11th at 10 p.m. San Siro Stadium, Italy. Real Madrid's away game against AC Milan in the quarter-finals of the UEFA Champions League in the 2006-07 season is about to begin. Players from both sides slowly walked out of the tunnel with their cute little ball boy in hand and performed the final kickoff ceremony before the game. The San Siro stand, which can accommodate 82,955 fans to watch the game, was full. The atmosphere was obviously different from the atmosphere in Spanish stadiums. Milan fans created a lot of red smoke in the stands, and countless red and black flags were flying in the stands. When Real Madrid players played, some enthusiastic fans have even thrown debris from the stands through the barbed wire fence. The warm treatment that the Rossoneri enjoyed at the Bernabeu 7 days ago was finally the Galacticos' turn to taste. When the fans booed in unison, even the lawn of the stadium seemed to be shaking in fear. Of course, the biggest boo in the audience must be received by the most coquettish one. The moment Madmanly of the Bernabeu walked out of the tunnel, AC Milan fans will receive the gift they have been preparing and waiting for 5 or 6 days. It lights up. This wave of super boos lasted for nearly 10 minutes and then gradually disappeared after the Portuguese referee Pedro Henriques blew the whistle to start the game. This is not because AC Milan fans intend to let go of the arrogant Real Madrid coach, but because they want to cheer for the players they support. If a person has two mouths, then it is estimated that the boos towards Lee Tongfan will definitely continue. By the end of the game, after returning to the home court, Ancelotti did not relax because of the advantageous situation. The starting lineup that had been arranged for several years continued the formation of the first round in the 4-2-2-2 position. Otto, who was beaten by Marcelo in the first round, was replaced by Brazilian veteran Cafu, and the Czech fullback Jankulovski, who is stronger in offense than defense, took the starting position. Replaced by Paolo Maldini, who moved to the wing, the 29-year-old Georgian Kaladze, who returned from injury, took over the position of the Red and Black King and formed a new central defender partner with Nesta. The midfield is still composed of Pirlo, Gattuso, Racho Gonzalez and Kaká. On the forward line, Gilardino partners with Philip Inzaghi, the hero of the first game. However, Lee Tongfan did not make any changes to the first confirmed starting lineup in the game. In the end, Beckham was still used as the single midfielder, setting up a 4-1-2-1-2 offensive formation. The decision to use a single defensive midfielder was influenced by the words of the second boss Greed. Since Laoli's biggest enemy is Ancelotti, when choosing tactics and arranging the starting lineup, Fatian must not be able to guess. Everyone predicts that when the situation is unfavorable for Real Madrid, the best way for Madmanly to defend in the away game is to defend a 0-0 draw. So Lee Tongfan will do the opposite, only by taking the enemy by surprise. Can we attack him unprepared? Really? Ancelotti on the sidelines was surprised after seeing Real Madrid's starting lineup, but it was just a surprise. For Ancelotti, Crazy Lee's approach was exactly what he wanted. Since you dare to put up an offensive posture regardless of life and death at San Siro, then you must be aware of being defeated. How did Fatian know that Crazy Lee's ingenuity this time was just an appetizer? Hey, the real killer was about to appear. Keep your eyes open and watch. The second update is here, and it's about to reach its climax. Brothers, use your monthly tickets to support me. There are still 4 days left, and everything is possible. Zyodeo needs you to give me strength. Today's achievements were created by my brothers and me together. Let's cheer together. Chapter 182 2 goals. A single chapter. See single chapter again. Brothers, the aunt in front opened a single chapter, and the monthly ticket went up like a rocket. The knife can't hold it anymore. Please help the knife hold it. My head hurts, like it's exploding. After all, it is a knockout match, where one victory determines the outcome, so both sides played cautiously in the first few minutes, but after the first 10 minutes, AC Milan lost their composure. Although the situation was very favorable to them, it was just a situation. If they could not win at home, then everything would be in vain. You must know that the 2 rounds so far, they are still the laggard in terms of total score. Only when the sea is flowing can a hero show his true qualities. Kaká, the core figure of the Rossoneri, stood up at the critical moment. The Brazilian midfielder led his teammates to continuously compress Real Madrid's defense through his wide-range sprint. Several high-quality long-range shots from outside the penalty area tested Kaká. A handful of solace. The excited AC Milan fans in the stands at San Siro screamed. Faced with AC Milan's overwhelming attack, Real Madrid's hammers chose to attack head-on without hesitation. Marcelo, who performed well in the first round, faced his senior Cafu and once again showed his true nature as a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. He succeeded twice in 3 dribbles, and gave Guti and Higuain a shooting opportunity respectively, forcing the Rossoneri's defense to scramble. I'm Very happy to see that Madmanly chose the tactic of attacking Milan at San Siro. The onside commentator was very proud, with a hint of ridicule in his tone. In this way, even if Real Madrid loses a game in the end, Madman the courage shown by Lee will also be praised by critics. But I'm not sure whether this is a deliberate method used by Lunatic Lee to gain fame and sympathy when he knows that he cannot win. The AC fans in the stands understood the commentator's meaning very well and immediately responded with bursts of boos. The fans who were closer to the Real Madrid command seat frantically slapped the barbed wire fence and seats in front of them, trying to make the maximum noise. Scared the 22-year-old head coach into a coward and a softie, Lee Tongfan's response was to put his hands behind his back and quietly raise his middle finger. "You second uncle, do you think labor and management are intimidated?" The AC Milan fans were dumbfounded, but they had no way to deal with this bastard through the barbed wire fence. They had no choice but to shout excitedly at the fourth official on the sidelines. "Hey, man, this bastard is giving the middle finger. Did you see that? There's a madman here, giving the fan the middle finger. Hell, he should have been given a red card, suspended." The serious and fair fourth official ignored this. He was standing well and didn't turn around, so why did he give him the middle finger? He has seen too many fans using such little tricks to harass the game. In the 25th minute of the game, both sides created some opportunities, but the forwards on both sides did not seem to be in the state yet. Gilardino's shot was sent to the arms of Casillas, and Ronaldo also politely converted a single goal. The kick was given to the fans in the stands. The score is still at 0:0. This situation is definitely not what the red and black fans are happy to see. AC Milan must strive to score as soon as possible in order to turn Real Madrid into an unlucky guy with fate grabbing its throat. In the 30th minute, AC Milan finally created an excellent scoring opportunity. This was a mistake from Real Madrid winger Real. After receiving a long pass from Beckham in the backcourt, Real used his speed to get past the defense of Lucho Gonzalez, who was closely guarding him, dribbling the ball along the right side of the court, and when he was about to approach the AC Milan penalty area, he was jointly strangled by Maldini and Gattuso. Behind Real, Pirlo, another heavyweight boss of AC Milan, also arrived, and he was about to form a three-sided encirclement against Spain, probably stimulated by the wonderful performance of his partner Marcelo. Real did not choose to knock the ball back to his teammate Guti, who was following up in the middle. Instead, he instantly made a few fancy fake moves at his feet, trying to get the ball from Maldini. He and Gattuso rushed between them. Although the saying "the brave prevails when they meet on a narrow road" is very powerful, it may not work in every situation, because when an egg and a stone meet in a narrow road, the egg tube will end up being shattered to pieces, no matter how brave it is. Therefore, courage comes at a price. What Real did at this moment completely confirmed the truth of the idiom "hitting a stone with an egg." Instead of opening up a path of blood with his fancy fake moves, the passing space was completely compressed by three vicious AC Milan defenders. Maldini blocking the angle, Gattuso fell to the ground to make a tackle, and then, after 0.01 seconds, the football returned to Pirlo's feet, and Real rolled to the sideline. The assistant referee hesitated for a moment, and did not raise the flag to indicate a foul immediately. The game continued. Real paid the price for his arrogance, and it was Real Madrid as a whole that paid the price. In addition to being able to kill invisible people with fallen leaves, Pirlo's long-distance passing ability is no weaker than David Beckham. Real Madrid's defense was pushed too far forward by the attack just now, and was defeated by the Rossoneri at this moment. The brain caught the floor. The long pass accurately found Filip Inzaghi, who successfully countered the offside. This man, who is called the smartest opportunist on the field by experts, did not let the anxious AC Milan fans wait too long in this game. In less than 31 minutes of the game, he created a single-handed goal with his super sense of smell. The central defender combination of Vicente Kompany and Joel Luca made a big mistake. When Inzaghi had already entered the Real Madrid penalty area with the ball, the two of them turned around desperately from the penalty arc in the penalty area to chase back. The cheers in San Siro reached the maximum in an instant, and AC Milan fans all stood up from their seats, waiting for the goal to be scored. On the field, facing Casillas, who was attacking, Inzaghi chose to continue to break through. This stupid decision made Casillas's attack ability full value 20 energy manifest. A reckless sliding tackle touched the football just before Inzaghi's left foot was about to flick the ball. Bang. This was a disproportionate force. Under Casillas' sliding tackle, Inzaghi was like a fox shot by a shotgun. He rolled 360 degrees in the air and fell into the penalty area. The football drew a high parabola in the air and finally fell out of the sideline. Force the referee Pedro Henriques whistled, penalty, and Ancelotti jumped up on the sidelines. Chance. However, soon the San Siro stadium was filled with boos because the referee pointed his slender finger to the corner flag area in the spotlight. Corner kick. Pedro Henriques determined that this was a reasonable tackle and awarded Macmillan a corner kick. Pirlo took the football from the ball boy and carefully placed it within the semi-arc of the corner kick area, then raised his head to look at the position of his teammates in the Real Madrid penalty area, stepped back a few steps, and made a mysterious gesture towards the field. After seeing Pirlo's gesture, Gattuso immediately ran out of the penalty area and stepped forward to meet the goal. Tactical corner kick. Marcelo, who was responsible for marking Gattuso, did not dare to be careless. He chased after him and defended him closely, and the people in the penalty area also looked over here. At this moment, Pirlo suddenly took a run up and did not pass the ball to Gattuso, who was eager to come over to meet him, but sent it high to the back post of Real Madrid. Damn, I was fooled. At this time, it was too late for the defensive players of Real Madrid to retreat and mark again. Everyone tried their best to turn their heads over and saw that there was already a man in a red and black jersey who was facing the football and raised it high. No suspense. The football was hit heavily into the net. Such a close-range header was unstoppable. Even if Casillas turned into thousand-handed guanai, the goal was scored by Macmillan's main centre Gilardino, who had wasted countless golden opportunities. The flames of San Siro erupted, and the fans swarmed to the front of the stands. Some overly excited guys even climbed the barbed wire and tried to rush into the stadium to celebrate. Fortunately, the Italian police, who were well prepared for this, rushed forward with batons and beat those unruly guys back, and Ancelotti jumped up on the sidelines. At this moment, the fat man didn't care about keeping his demeanor. This goal, which was worth 1,000 gold, finally pulled Macmillan back from the passive situation. The total score of the 2 rounds became 3:3, and he held 2 away goals in his hands. Great. But, bang, 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 Ancelotti and his disciples were not happy for 10 seconds. The iron-faced referee Pedro Henriques jumped out again and disturbed the situation unwelcomely. After 3 whistles, the place where the slender finger pointed made all the red and black fans want to curse. Goal kick. The evil man Pedro Henriques thought the goal was invalid because Gilardino pushed down Ramos, the Real Madrid defender who was blocking him before he jumped. Fake. The red and black fans fell from heaven to earth. But this is not the most shameful thing, because the next scene made him fall from the earth to hell, from disappointment to despair. While Macmillan has not yet recovered from the blow of the goal being blown, Casillas shamelessly kicked the ball quickly to launch an attack. Higuain headed the ball back, and Ronaldo won the ball with a fierce shot. This shot was powerful and went straight to the upper right corner of Milan's goal. Fortunately, although the master of retreating, Dida, does not like to attack, his saving skills on the goal line are indeed first class. He jumped in the air and barely lifted the football over the crossbar. Beautiful shooting and wonderful save. Dida rubbed his numb palms with lingering fear. Ronaldo spat in dismay, and the 2 Brazilian national team teammates smiled at each other. Corner kick. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Macmillan almost broke through Real Madrid's goal with a corner kick 1 minute ago, but who knew that it would be the opponent's turn to perform just 1 minute later. The person standing in the corner kick area is David Beckham, a set-piece master whose deterrence is no less than Pirlo's. Beckham did not make any mysterious gestures, but just bent down to pick up the debris thrown by Macmillan fans in the stands and threw it outside the field, and then took a run up to take the penalty kick. Compared with Pirlo's previous corner kick, the speed of the football in the air this time was very fast, and the height was not high, and it went straight into the corner of the goal. There, the Belgian strongman Company, who looked like a black tower, didn't even jump. He stood there like a rhino looking at the moon. The ball hit Company's forehead, changed direction quickly, and passed through the tiny gap between Dida's arm and the goalpost, and went into the goal like lightning. The third update. Begging for monthly tickets. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183, A Step Up from the Ordinary to the Highest Level. Google. The Spanish commentator Núñez, who had been silent for most of the game, finally waited for the moment of high spirits and excitedly shouted, "Company, company, company." Google. David Beckham's corner kick accurately found Company at the near post, with an undisputed lion's head. Who can tell me how Madman Lee discovered such an excellent Belgian central defender from the Bundesliga? The transfer price of 15 million is too low, compared to Núñez's crazy celebration. The Italian commentator seemed weak. Real Madrid scored a lucky goal through a corner kick. This is really, well, it's really bad for AC Milan. The first half of the game was almost over. Vincent Kompany's header changed the total score to 2:4. For AC Milan, they needed to score 2 goals in less than 50 minutes, and at the same time you have to make sure the opponent doesn't score in order to advance to the semifinals. This goal is scored. The score is 1:0. ESPN's signature commentator, Uncles and John, shouted with his signature emphasis, "Ouch, the current situation is very bad for AC Milan." Yeah. Before the game, people thought that the Rossoneri, which had already scored 2 away goals at the Bernabeu, had no worries about advancing, but they forgot that as long as Real Madrid scored at San Siro, it would also be an important away goal. The Italians I was careless on the field. The Belgian heater Company who scored the header was stunned. When the ball finally flew into the net, he turned his head and looked at the linesman and the referee cautiously. After finally confirming that the goal was valid, he finally let go. The teammates chasing after me ran wildly along the court, as if they were crazy. The broadcast camera followed the Belgian closely. The 21-year-old midfielder ordered the fans in the stands and shed excited tears on the San Siro lawn. "Run, run, keep running." Finally, after finally venting his excitement, Belgian heat knelt on his knees and covered his face in tears. This goal is so important to Company. Such a morale-boosting goal in the Champions League quarter-finals has almost sent Real Madrid into the semi-finals. Become famous in one battle. One goal determines the outcome. Think about it. 4 months ago, I was still hanging around in the Bundesliga and couldn't even play in the UEFA Cup. But the arrival of that person made me rise to the top in one step. Company didn't know how Crazy Lee knew about him, nor why Crazy Lee chose him among so many central defenders. He didn't know any of this, and he didn't want to know. For Company, there is only one thing that he knows very well, and that is that the man who is standing on the sidelines with an arrogant face at the moment and making a shut up gesture to AC Milan who is madly provoking and insulting him has changed his destiny. I remember that 3 months and 3 days ago in the specialty coffee shop next to the Nordbank Arena in Hamburg, the man once said to himself with great enthusiasm, "Do you think I would come all the way here to waste my time for a substitute player? Come on, create a big scene with me." Today, he did it. Whether it was the league or the Champions League, Crazy Lee gave himself enough opportunities, and he finally seized the opportunity to become famous in one battle. Happiness is that simple. In the stands, the ferocious faces of AC Milan fans raised middle fingers, mouth shapes starting with F, and boos that were comparable to ultrasound disappeared in Company's ears. The Belgian central defender slowly stood up and talked to his side. Teammates hugged one by one. Then, he ran to the sidelines with a smile, picked up the leader high, and spun around a few times, stood next to the leader, and made a shut up gesture to the provocative red and black fans. Push, push, push in Portugal. The referee Pedro Henriques had to remind Crazy Lee and his Belgian favorites with a dark face to end your pretense and coolness. The game will continue. Well, Company. and Laoli both turned around, and sure enough they found that the AC Milan players had already taken their positions, looking at them with a cannibalistic look, not to mention Gattuso, the bearded butcher, whose eyes were as wide as bells. The game continues. At this time, the first half has reached the 40th minute. Sideline. Ancelotti's face was livid on the sidelines, and his fat chin was piled up. He was like an angry English Shar-Pei that preyed on others. He finally couldn't help but roar at the AC Milan players on the field. This is the first time an Italian has shown such a careless expression. The oily and meticulous 3-7 hairstyle became messy in the night breeze. On the field, after conceding the ball, AC Milan launched a fierce counter-attack, once firmly suppressing Real Madrid in their own penalty area and bombing wildly. Even the fat alien Ronaldo, who never participated in defense, had to twist his big butt and return to the back. Put a tackle on Pirlo, who is in possession of the ball. Time passes bit by bit, and the anxious hearts of AC Milan fans are about to burst into flames. The electronic scoreboard above the stadium is like an hourglass. If the score remains like this, when the last grain of sand falls, the only thing waiting for the Rossoneri is elimination. Looking down from above the stadium, one wave after another of red and black waves endlessly attacks the white position. It seems that, as long as the next wave of offensive comes, the goal guarded by Casillas will be lost. But the shaky goal. But he survived one danger after another. Push, push, push. When the red and black fans least wanted to hear the whistle, the referee Pedro Henriquez blew the whistle to end the first half. For AC Milan, the opportunity is passing. No one expected the score in the first half. The Rossoneri, which had the home advantage, did not defeat Real Madrid in one go. Instead, it was Crazy Lee's team that broke the deadlock with an opportunity that was not a chance. ESPN's gold medal title Uncle Zinjan gave the halftime summary as usual, with a hint of pride in his tone. Luck or good tactics. It seems that Crazy Lee's undefeated myth will continue at San Siro. 0.52 wins in all games. This is really a miracle. This is Zanjan, the commentator from ESPN. Let's take a 15-minute break and see you in the second half. During this intermission, AC Milan fans and Galactico supporters were not as harmonious as they were in the first round on April 4th. The two sides yelled and cursed across the iron fence and the player tunnel. Spanish. Grandson, come here and lick grandpa's balls. Italian. Evil pen, I plucked your hair. Hell, go back to your mother's belly and eat shit. Brothers, tear down the chairs and smash them. Damn it, you dare to take action? Copycat. The heavily armed riot police were like zookeepers, guarding two groups of crazy beasts with long sticks in their hands. They just roared and provoked you, but if you dared to bypass the wire guardrail and come for real, you would suddenly be swarmed with sticks. Knock him out and drag him away immediately. The chaos lasted until 15 minutes later, when the players from both sides returned to the field to start the game, and then slowly calmed down, because even the most passionate fans wanted to watch the game. Push the whistle sounded, and the hourglass at the top of the San Siro stadium started counting again. Ancelotti replaced Racho Gonzalez with domestic power forward Oliveira at the beginning of the second half, replaced Cafu with Ambrosini, and began to play a 3-4-3 formation. For this reason, Ancelotti can only make a desperate move. In contrast, Tongfan did not make any adjustments to the starting lineup. It was still 11 people in the first half, following the 4-1-2-1-2 offensive formation. It seemed that he wanted to carry out the offense to the end. After the kickoff, the two sides did not conduct any more tests, like they did in the first half, and directly entered into a real bayonet fight. In order to save time, AC Milan even directly used Pirlo's accurate long passes to threaten Real Madrid's goal through lobs most of the time. Gilardino strives for the first point. Inzaghi and Oliveira are ready to grab points at any time, and ambushing outside the penalty area are Kaká and Ambrosini, two long-range shooting masters. There is also a shortage of passes in Real Madrid's formation. Beckham's guided missile-like long pass from the backfield also poses a fatal risk to the Rossoneri. Unfortunately, the desperate attack did not bring victory to the Rossoneri. They became increasingly impatient and suffered another heavy blow in the 57th minute of the game, or a corner kick. Marcelo's breakthrough pass was pulled by Kalads with all his strength and finally hit the bottom line. The referee hesitated and did not call Khalid's a foul, but gave Real Madrid a left corner kick. The player who takes the corner kick is still the set piece master Beckham. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. Before taking the free throw, Beckham made a mysterious gesture imitating Pirlo's in the first half, and then began to slowly retreat, distanced himself and prepared for a run-up. The Real Madrid hammers who saw the gesture showed a weird smile, and Marcelo, who had performed well in this game, ran out of the penalty area and stepped forward to respond. Tactical corner kick. This time it's the AC Milan player's turn to take this multiple choice question. Just in case, Gattuso stuck close to him, but Marcelo just made a false shot, bared his front teeth at Gattuso, and ran back. Boom. The football was released, and AC Milan's penalty area became a mess. The moment Beckham touched the ball, all the Real Madrid players swarmed towards the back post, seeming to believe that the football would be sent to the back post. AC Milan's defensive players had no choice but to run towards the back post, but there is a striking figure who is still firmly stuck on the front goal post, Vincent Kompany. As a result, Beckham's corner kick went straight to the front post quickly and flatly. The Belgian central defender who scored the key goal in the first half almost headed the ball towards the top again with an identical line flick from almost the same position. Unsurprisingly, the football still rushed into the net behind him from the gap between the unlucky Dida and the goalpost. The distance was less than 1 meter. Dida even had an Intel Ben 6 dual core transplanted into his brain. The processor can't respond either! 2:0 The total score is 5:2! Real Madrid also scored 2 away goals. As a result, AC Milan must score 3 goals in less than 35 minutes in order to drag the game into overtime. If you want to defeat your opponent in a regular match, you have to score 4 goals in a row. On average, you have to score the Real Madrid goal once every 8 minutes. This is almost impossible. The lively AC Milan fans during the halftime break were all drained of energy by Kompany's goal. For a moment, they stood stunned in their seats and even booed. And already looked ugly. Salotti even accidentally fell to the ground, her back looking miserable. Look at this goal. It's scored again. It's still Kompany. Oh wow. This Belgian centre back who got the chance to start because of Cannavero's yellow card suspension became famous in one battle. Uncle Zanjan's voice was completely, he shouted loudly, "This is a surprise weapon from Lee Tongfan. The effect is amazing. A perfect debut in the Champions League. I declare that the game is over for AC Milan, and Real Madrid will enter the UEFA Champions League semi-finals in the 2006-07 season." Spanish commentator Núñez was so excited that he could not control himself. 2:0. 4 goals. The gap was difficult to make up. Crazy Lee defeated the well-prepared Rossoneri with 2 corner kicks. At this moment, even God must be on the side of Crazy Lee. God, he. Leoli smiled and said nothing. Your second uncle's FM 2007 has restricted all cheating methods of labor and management, but it must not have expected that the system itself has bugs that are difficult to remedy. If someone carefully observes the positions of Real Madrid players on both corner kicks, they will find that the hammers in the penalty area are standing in exactly the same position. 2 people are interfering with the goalkeeper, a long-range shooter is ambushing outside the penalty area, and the back post is standing to. The most critical thing is that there were 2 people standing at the front goalpost. When Beckham took the corner kick, 1 person at the front goalpost retreated, leaving only Vincent Kompany standing still. This is the notorious bug corner kick tactic in the FM series games, a super abnormal tactic that can allow any central defender with a header data of 17 or more to score more than 30 goals in a season. It is one of the 3 major system bug tactics that is as famous as the virtual offensive core tactic and the BT corner kick tactic. After Kompany scored this time, he was not as excited as the last time, but he still carried Marcelo on his back and ran for more than 50 meters on the field, and then slipped and fell on the lawn. This time, even the AC Milan players did not urge kickoff. Because at this point in the game, as the commentator said, the suspense has been lost, and there is only one thing left that is meaningful to them. Strive to score and maintain the last dignity of Italy in San Siro. However, this wish of the Rossoneri has not been realized. This game has long been destined to be a stage for Vincent Kompany after Tongfan made a systematic calculation, because in stoppage time, the Belgian centre-back took advantage of a corner kick and scored again with a header. It's still David Beckham's free kick. It's still the fight for the top spot. It's still the Lions head flick. It's still the gap between Dida's arm and the goalpost when the referee Pedro Henriques blew the whistle to end the game. More than 80,000 people were silent, looking at Vincent Kompany like a monster. He must be so lucky this day. Heading hat-trick, with a score of 3:0 in the second round and a total score of 6:2 in the 2 rounds. Real Madrid won cleanly and defeated the Rossoneri. Those who were waiting for Madman Lee to show up in San Siro to Waterloo were disappointed. Exclamation mark. The Italian media, who were waiting to see Madman Lee's joke, were also ashamed. However, all this is not the point. There is only one person who benefited the most from this game: Vincent Kompany. The Belgian central defender rose from the ground to the sky in one step. After tonight, the whole world will remember the name of this 21-year-old central defender. This chapter is almost 5,000. The first 2 write a single chapter a day, and Xiaodao is verbose at the end of the chapter every day. It's not easy. For this reason, brothers, please push me again. Xiaodao is now mentally and physically exhausted, and Yuntang is aching from overthinking. Swordsman, brothers, men would rather die in battle. Xiaodao has shown sincerity. Please brothers, give Xiaodao the motivation to persevere. There will be another 4 updates tomorrow. I don't believe that novices are doomed to depend on others. Chapter 184. Brothers, Xiaodao is now the red-eyed rabbit that is forced to bite, the little dog with bare teeth that is forced to jump over the wall. To be honest, I can't bring myself to write a single chapter to ask for votes, but there is no other way. Seeing the 2 people in front of me write a single chapter a day, alas, Xiaodao knows how many chapters I have written to ask for votes this month. I won't follow their example and delete them after writing. It's meaningless. I've written it and it's written. In the past few days, I think brothers can see Xiaodao's sincerity. From the initial 6,000 to 9,000, after it was put on the shelves, to at least 12,000 now, Xiaodao is really fighting with his health. The 2 aunts in front of him are the same. They are all suffering. There is no super aunt this month. For Xiaodao, this may be the only opportunity in his career as a writer. Although I don't set the alarm clock to write in the middle of the night every day and fall asleep on the keyboard while writing, it is true that I don't go to bed before 1 o'clock and get up before 6 o'clock. Who will be satisfied with you if you don't fight? Even the weak Denmark can stage a mythical European Cup myth under the leadership of Otto the Great Rahagel. Can the rookie Xiaodao and his brothers make a difference with football modifier? Let's not talk about these sensational words. Xiaodao promises that there will be at least 4 updates every day before the end of the month. Brothers, swordsmen, these are the last 4 days of the decisive battle. Show the long swords in your waists, smash the monthly tickets in your hands, defend the position, and then charge forward to see what kind of miracles a group of weak people at the starting point can create. Xiaodao begs for monthly tickets. Let's talk about tomorrow's update. There will be 1 update before 12 noon. 2 updates before 8 PM, and 1 update before 11:30 PM. Finally, please be merciful to those who are annoyed by Xiaodao's endless monthly tickets. Xiaodao is also forced to do so. I dare not say that this is the last time, but it will definitely not happen again after August. Bo. Thank you. Chapter 185. The night before the championship. When the game finally ended, all the fans stood up and applauded. In this game, there was only one person who was in the limelight: Vincent Kompany, a rookie who made his debut in the Champions League. Unsurprisingly, the 21-year-old Belgian central defender will become famous overnight with this battle and join the ranks of the world's top central defenders. San Siro, on September 19, 1926, when the Rossoneri finally settled their home ground in San Siro, it was destined to become a holy place for world football to receive the admiration and yearning of fans. In the past 121 years, countless players have become famous in San Siro, and countless teams have won trophies on this lawn. In this world-famous stadium, countless legendary scenes have been born, and unforgettable tragic scenes have also been left. Today, Company became one of them. Even AC Milan fans applauded him. Although the team they supported lost the precious semi-final spot because of the three headers of the Belgian Company's performance was wonderful. Abandoning the prejudice between teams, this kind of player deserves respect from everyone. This is the charm of football. After comforting his teammate who was crying because of the defeat, Red and Black King Paolo Maldini came to Company, took off his wet number 3 jersey, and patted the Belgian on the shoulder. "Hey, hero, can we exchange jerseys?" The Black Tower was stunned for a moment, understood what his opponent meant, and quickly took off his jersey and handed it to Maldini. "Paul, you are my idol. This is I'm so excited." Maldini seemed to be used to seeing people say this to him. He smiled and stretched out his arms to put on Company's jersey and leaned close to Company's ear. "Man, you are an incredible guy. Are you interested in playing in San Siro?" At this point, the Red and Black King pointed to the fans who were still applauding in the stands. "In that case, you can enjoy the treatment of more than 80,000 fans standing up and applauding for you every week." This time Company did not daze and quickly turned back and pointed at Lee Tongfan, who was being chased and blocked by a large group of reporters. "If he stands in front of the coaching bench in San Siro, I will come here without hesitation." Crazy Lee. The Red and Black King imagined in his mind that Crazy Lee was standing in front of the coach's bench and roaring to direct himself and his teammates to play. It seemed quite interesting. This was just a small episode after the game. The two players who exchanged jerseys were not only Maldini and Company. The two shook hands with a smile and then returned to their respective teammates. The official statistics of the best player of the game was undoubtedly taken by Company. The press conference after the game was also very simple. Ancelotti did not attend. Lee Tongfan just perfunctorily said a few words and hurriedly returned to the Verona hotel with the players. The team's return flight tickets have been booked long ago. They will return to Madrid early tomorrow morning. 4 days later, Real Madrid will travel to the Andalusian Autonomous Region to challenge the La Liga powerhouse Sevilla. If they win, the team will win the championship 6 rounds in advance. Unfortunately, although Real Madrid has come to this point with a terrifying record of 31 consecutive wins without losing a point this season, Barcelona's outstanding performance has made Crazy Lee lose the opportunity to create a record of winning the championship in the most rounds in advance. At this point, the Catalan giants can finally find a point of self-comfort. The next day, Madrid Airport, when the plane landed at the terminal and just stopped, more than 5,000 anxious fans couldn't wait any longer. 3 days ago, when they saw off the Galacticos in this terminal with trepidation, everyone was in a shadow, and 3 days later, they could finally cheer happily. The most successful club in the 20th century is gradually moving towards revival, and as fans, they have finally regained their former pride in front of the excited fans. Taking photos and signing is essential. When the team finally returned to the Madrid sports city, 2 or 3 hours had passed. Lee Tongfan gave the Hammers a half-day holiday and disbanded on the spot. At this time, the whole city of Madrid was filled with a joyous and festive atmosphere. There was still a game for the team to win the league championship trophy after 3 years. Finally, they stepped on the proud head of their arch-rival Barcelona and stepped onto the highest peak. For the Royal Guards fans, this was a day they had been dreaming of for the past 1095 nights, and now, it was finally coming! 1095 days and nights have passed. Can't they wait for 4 days? All fan clubs are planning celebration programs after winning the championship. Dardanel, the mayor of Madrid, also told the citizens through a televised speech that if the Galacticos can beat Sevilla in the game on April 15th and win the championship 6 rounds in advance, the government will hold a grand celebration ceremony in the Sibyl Square in the city center, so that the heroes can receive cheers and flowers from all the citizens of Madrid. But before that, some anxious Madrid fans still cast their attention on the Valencia City Stadium on April 14th, because there, the first game of the 32nd round of La Liga will be played. Barcelona will challenge Levante away. If Barcelona cannot beat the weak Levante away, then Real Madrid's game against Sevilla will be completely meaningless. With 6 rounds left, and the total score exceeding the second place by 20 points, the Galacticos will hoist the victory flag in advance and return to Hong Kong. In this way, fans don't have to travel to Andalusia to watch the team's championship ceremony away, although the Catalan Giants are unlikely to lose a game in terms of the strength comparison between Barcelona and Levante. The recent incident between Rijkaard and Ronaldinho has caused a lot of controversy, and the internal strife in the locker room has weakened the fighting power. Maybe Levante can really help Real Madrid. There are even reports that, in order to inspire the morale of the players, the top management of the Real Madrid club promised Levante a victory bonus of up to €1 million. As long as Levante overturns Barcelona, the €1 million will be divided among you. At 2000 hours on the evening of April 15th, the match between Barcelona and Levante finally started. Countless Madrid fans sat in front of the TV to watch the battle. Taxi drivers on the street parked their cars on the roadside and listened to the live score on the radio. And even the giant electronic screens in major shopping malls were broadcasting the progress of the game. This is a strange night, and the subtle atmosphere enveloped the entire city of Madrid. Perhaps this is the first time in so many years that Madrid fans have paid so much attention to the game of their arch-rival Barcelona. Unfortunately, the result of the game after 90 minutes disappointed all Madrid people. The troubled Catalan Giants burst out with irresistible fighting power. Ronaldinho and Chicharito scored twice in the first and second half, and defeated Levante 4:0. Barcelona used its last strength to maintain its dignity as a giant, and also issued a declaration to Real Madrid: want to win the championship trophy, rely on your own strength to grab it. April 15th, Real Madrid came to Seville. At about 6 o'clock in the evening, when the team's bus slowly drove to the Pizjuan Stadium, the Hammers found that the stadium was full of fans who came to watch the game, and the majority of Real Madrid fans wearing white jerseys were actually in the majority. The fans painted their faces with oil paint, waved flags in their hands, and shouted "Hala Madrid." After the bus stopped, the door opened slowly with a pop sound, and reporters from all over the world swarmed in. Crazy Lee jumped off the bus with a tragic look on his face, like a stream of blood merging into the sea. The smell of blood attracted the sharks to surround him with their gleaming teeth. Seeing that the head coach successfully led away the reporters who were everywhere, the second-in-command Greed led the Hammers to imitate the rhythm of the Devils entering the village, and rushed out of the door and into the players' tunnel at lightning speed. 3 or 4 minutes later, Lee Tongfan saw that his mission of sacrificing himself to blow up the bunker had been completed, and he answered a few questions from the media indifferently and left. The disappointed reporters complained in the back, and the more vicious ones even cursed Crazy Lee to lose tonight. 0.40 minutes later, when Lee Tongfan finally stepped into the Pizjuan Stadium, he looked at the flags and slogans waving in the packed stands, and suddenly felt a lot of emotion. In less than 2 hours, he would get his first trophy as the head coach. Who would have thought that a laid-off rookie and angry young man could make it this far? This was the only time that Leo Lee did not show off. After walking out of the player tunnel, more than 30,000 fans of the Pizjuan Stadium, which can accommodate 45,000 fans, are Real Madrid fans. If people don't know, they would think this is the home of the Galacticos. Replicas of the league trophy were everywhere in the stands, and the song "Come On, Madrid" resounded throughout the stadium. Leo Lee knew that the fans in the stands were only a part of the Real Madrid fans who came to Seville with the team. There were more than 40,000 fans waiting in front of the giant electronic screen temporarily set up outside the Pizjuan Stadium, waiting for the moment when the team won the championship. Of course, although not the mortal enemy of Real Madrid, as one of the major powerful teams in La Liga, Sevilla also has its own dignity. Don't expect them to transform into a modest gentleman and let Real Madrid easily ascend to the supreme throne on their own territory. Sevilla coach Juan Ramos said viciously in an interview with reporters before the game, "We respect Real Madrid, but Crazy Lee must not pin his hopes on the charity of Seville people. Want to lift the league championship trophy at the Pizjuan Stadium? Come with all your strength." Facts have proved that Sevilla does intend to play the role of a spoiler. Madrid people don't think about winning the championship here. League championship? Wait until the next round. Pizjuan Stadium equals where Real Madrid's nightmare begins. This is the large provocative slogan hung by Sevilla fans in the stands. Everything indicates that the game this night will not be so peaceful. Tongfan stood at the entrance of the players' tunnel and raised his head, clenching his fists tightly. I have never thought of relying on others' charity to hold the trophy. Sevilla people, bear the courage and anger of Real Madrid. Xiodeo sincerely says thank you to all the brothers. There are many good suggestions in the book review area. The brothers have spent their energy to write them seriously, but Xiodeo is sorry that he has no time to reply these 2 days. Please rest assured that the essence and points rewards are indispensable. After the final battle, let's drink and talk happily. Chapter 186, Coronation. The outbreak is over today. I'm in urgent need of help. Begging for monthly votes. Tongfan and Grad were busy changing their clothes. Before their belts were fastened, they heard the rumble of footsteps outside the locker room. Many people were rushing towards the locker room. Leoli and the second in command, Grad, looked at each other and saw the horror in their eyes. No, it could be that fans rushed in. The security guards at Pizjuan Stadium are so damn unprofessional. Before Grad could react, he found that Tongfan had already taken the lead and bent down in panic to get into the cabinet where the clothes were kept. Leo just slapped his forehead and started to get in like a charm. It's impossible without drilling. This is the only piece of clothing I have left on me. If I get pulled out by fans again, I will really have to go to receive the award with my butt naked. Unfortunately, before the two of them could get in, they heard a bang and the goal in the locker room was smashed open. That's too late. They each lamented and were about to face the cruel reality, but they were surprised to find that the people who rushed in were also a group of disheveled guys, the hammers who were also stripped naked. Call. False alarm. Leoli was quick to think and rolled his eyes. Hey, Leojet, have you seen the perfume I put in the cabinet? I think it will be better to spray it on when I receive the award later. Grad poked his head out of the cabinet and replied in a pretentious manner. Oh, no, Lee, I've seen it. There really isn't anything in this cabinet. The two people were talking, and there were black lines on their foreheads. When the hammers saw that Leoli and Leojet were neatly dressed, their hair was not messy, and they even bothered to spray perfume. And then they looked at their own group of people who only had socks, underwear and other small items left on their bodies. They had the same admiration for the two leaders. The surging river water is endless, like. However, Ronaldo came over and took a surprised look at his penis and said strangely, "Boss, it seems that what you just looked through was my cabinet. Why are you looking for your perfume in my cabinet, Lee?" Tongfan, really? Nonsense. Why are you asking so many questions? Hurry up and change your clothes and get ready to receive the award. Look at what you all look like when. Crazy Lee led the neatly dressed players out of the player tunnel with trepidation. He was finally happy to find that the crazy fans had regained their senses and were lining up on the court to applaud the heroes. Come on. Madrid songs floated in the Pizjuan Stadium. With the honor of overwhelming Spain, Real Madrid is running towards you. They are carrying the white flag, which is the symbol of the great club. We gave our hearts to you, and you created countless legends for us. Real Madrid, you are a symbol of dignity and nobility. You are a knight who symbolizes honor. Real Madrid, the enemy has arrived. You go and defeat it. Even your opponent will not be jealous or resentful of your victory. The fans are your loyal brother. This song is basically played in every home game of Real Madrid, but when it is sung by the fans at this moment, it has an added emotion. For every Real Madrid player, only when the championship trophy is truly lifted, only then can I match this song. Journalists from all over the world flock to the event. Hey, Gonzalez, how does it feel to win the championship? You'll have to lift the championship trophy again later. David, I'm a reporter from the British BBC TV station. Man, you performed great today. It must feel great to bring victory and championship to the team, right? Haha, how does it feel to be a champion? Vicent, is this the first championship you have won after leaving Belgium? Coach, Lee Tongfan, here, I'm the commentator Duan Zuan. Can you take a moment to ask a few questions? Duan Zuan, the big-headed brother, actually came to the field from the commentator's seat. Behind the crowd, the staff of the Spanish Football Association are working closely and orderly to set up a temporary award podium. In a few minutes, the players of Real Madrid will accept the award from the president of the Spanish Football Federation Villa on that simple stage, and receive the Spanish League, the highest honor of the league, after a season of hard work. Although the journey has been extremely smooth, no matter how smooth the championship is, it is also watered with blood, sweat, and tears. Raul has been injured many times. Guti has also been out for more than a month, and the calf of Beckham, who has unlimited fame. They were almost tackled by Chelsea's Makelele. What's even worse is that backup goalkeeper Diego Lopez almost retired due to a wrist injury. Today, all the suffering is over, and it's finally time to harvest. Soon, the award podium was quickly set up. Spanish Football Federation President Villa began to present awards to the champions of the 2006-07 season. Real Madrid club chairman Calderon and transfer director Mijatovic stood beside Villa, with expressions of excitement on their faces, as the head coach, Lee Tongfan, was the first to step onto the podium. As soon as Lee's first foot stepped on the steps of the podium, a burst of warm cheers broke out from the fans. Real Madrid fans were very excited about this. The character coach was full of love, and someone took the lead in singing the Madman song. There is only one loser in the world. You are our madman. Bring us victory. You are full of courage and crush all enemies. Go ahead, Madrid. Go ahead, our madman. Go ahead, bring us victory and championship loser. Lee Tongfan received the medal with great spirit and singing. Lee, you are the treasure of La Liga. Football Association President Villa forced a friendly smile on his face, bent down and hung the medal around Lee's neck, and his words seemed to be pointed. I hope you can stay in Spain forever, Lee. Tongfan was stunned and looked at Uncle Calderon next to Villa. The news that he would not renew his contract was not released. What does the old man mean? But he had to deal with it for the sake of face. Thank you. It is my honor to get your recognition, Lee. Tongfan turned around and showed the medal to the fans, which triggered another round of screams and applause. When passing by Calderon, Uncle Ca suddenly whispered, Lee, actually, I think there is a misunderstanding between us. I hope you can reconsider the contract renewal, Mr. Chairman. I think it should be a time for celebration, right? Lee Tongfan showed the medal on his neck. Let's talk about the contract renewal later. I will seriously consider it. Looking at Lee Tongfan's back as he left without hesitation, Calderon regretted it to death. Although this undisciplined Chinese kid was a bit wild, his coaching results were indeed impeccable. If he had not followed Mijatovic's advice to sell Robinho and Juan Mata during the winter break, it is not impossible that the relationship between the two would not be so stiff now. After all, it is not at Real Madrid's home ground, so the award ceremony at the Pizjuan Stadium is just a simple official appetizer. The real finale is in the Plaza de Cibeles in the center of Madrid, where the city government will hold a grand carnival night to celebrate the results of this mythical season. When the Ring King Raul was the last to step onto the temporary podium and took the trophy symbolizing the league championship from Villa, the atmosphere at the scene reached its climax. Huge white fireworks gushed out from behind the temporary podium, and the confetti was like snow in winter, but it made the atmosphere at this moment extremely hot. Champion, Real Madrid. After the last and most enthusiastic wave of cheers, the fans at the scene quickly evacuated the Pizjuan Stadium. Like the fans who gathered in front of the electronic big screen outside the stadium to watch the game, they will immediately drive back to Madrid and prepare to welcome the heroes in their hearts. Like the fans, the entire Real Madrid team will also take the bus back, bringing the championship trophy to all the fans who have supported the team for a season and accepting cheers. Therefore, after accepting the blessings of the Football Association President Villa, a group of hammers screamed and raised the championship trophy high, returned to the locker room to pack their bags, and boarded the bus back to Madrid in order to ensure smooth traffic and arrive in the shortest time. The city of Madrid even sent 2 traffic patrol cars to lead the way. Amidst the laughter and joy, the hammers began to change into t-shirts with the champions' words on them. When they were on the bus, everything was prepared by the club so that the team did not have to return to the Madrid sports city and could drive directly to the Plaza de Cibeles. Lee Tongfan gently hugged the trophy in his arms, as if he was hugging his beloved woman. For a moment, he was filled with emotion. Just this little thing made so many people dream, and so many people achieve success. Today is just the beginning. No one doesn't like the trophy, and Lee Tongfan is the same. With FM 2007 in hand, Leoli believed that he would be able to win all the trophies a football coach could win. Only in this way could he create a legend. Calderon's words really moved Leoli. He left the Hammers and old Griezmann, who he had been with for a year. It would be a lie to say that he didn't miss them at all, especially Ronaldo and Beckham. Although these two superstars who were artificially transformed by him using FM millimeters are now in the limelight, what will happen after he leaves? Beckham has not won the World Footballer of the Year yet. If he is beaten back to his original form by the FM 2007 system, then he probably has no hope in this life. Ronaldo is getting fatter and fatter. If he regains his glass body, I wonder if he can still call the shots on the court, like he does now. However, he has already torn his face with the club's top management, and it is meaningless to continue staying in Real Madrid. The Spanish media's harsh requirements for the head coach make Leoli very uncomfortable. Rijkaard, a meritorious head coach, can be condemned to hell by the Catalans in an instant. If he really fails in a BT system task one day, wouldn't he still be pushed down by everyone? What's more, the Koala project that has been carried out has consumed a lot of money for Lee Tongfan, and once it succeeds, it will bring Leoli more space and freedom. Only in this way can he truly achieve a legend. Be willing to give up. Only by giving up can you gain. Leaving is necessary. As for Beckham and Ronaldo, if it works well, there may be a chance to continue to cooperate. Just then, a thunderous cheer suddenly came from the front. It turned out that when Lee Tongfan was thinking about it, the team bus had arrived at the Sibyl's Goddess Square. The carnival is about to begin. Crazy begging for monthly tickets. Chapter 187. Okay, I admit that I'm a shameless knife, and I have opened another chapter. Brothers who have voted for the monthly ticket, I thank you. It is you who pushed me to this day. I hope that, when you see this, another chapter asking for monthly tickets, don't spit on Zyodeo. Please understand Zyodeo. Support Zyodeo. Everything is for life. And the brothers who have always subscribed and recommended, I also vote a thank you, today. I updated 13,000, and the slightly more stable lead yesterday was caught up by Aunt Dayan's single chapter. How embarrassed are Zyodeo and the brothers? In order to explode these days, Zyodeo life routine has been completely messed up. He has been gritting his teeth to maintain the minimum of 4 updates a day despite neurasthenia, and the sequelae now are that the forehead, the back of the head and the neck hurt so much when pressed lightly. Of course, the brothers are really awesome. To be frank, Zyodeo was refreshing the page while typing. When he saw a few more monthly tickets, he immediately felt happy and his ideas flowed. If his opponent had a few more tickets, he would feel lost for a long time. This is the power my brothers gave me. Real power, not just empty words. To this extent, in addition to the monetary rewards from Kidian.com, it is also a battle of honor. Brothers, show the style of our swordsman. Just like Beckham's crescent-shaped scimitar, the long sword is unsheathed, the enemy is frightened, the thorns are cut off, and we move forward bravely. Many brothers said that it is a miracle that Football Modifier can achieve today's results, when the competitive flow is generally declining. Not to mention that Zyodeo had a period of unstable updates in the middle. But what Zyodeo wants to say is that, since it is already a miracle, why not make this autumn miracle more perfect? And Zyodeo has also said that, as long as the new book can be ranked in the top 2, even if I don't compete for the monthly ticket for the new book after August, Zyodeo will definitely keep updating at least 3 times a day with 9,000 words, and I will never break my promise. Brothers, give me strength. Use the monthly ticket to smash it hard. Smash out the style of our swordsman. Smash out the dignity of our swordsman. Zyodeo will repay everyone with continuous climax and explosion. Chapter 188. Fireworks and flowers in the nightless sky. Goddess Sibyl's is the goddess of the earth in Spanish mythology, but for Real Madrid fans, they prefer to call her the goddess of harvest, so the Plaza de Sibyl's is also called the Plaza de Sibyl's. Plaza de Sibyl's is located in front of the office building of the Madrid regional government. The fountain statue of the goddess Sibyl stands on the lion-drawn cart in the center of the square. It is the starting point of the world-famous art district Paseo del Prado. Since the square was built in 1972 with the approval of King Richard III, it has become the symbol of Madrid. Every season, as long as Real Madrid wins the championship, they will come to Plaza de Cibeles to celebrate. At that time, a fence will be erected around the goddess statue, and a large temporary stage will be built. Point of course, the most famous is an artificial gangway. Real Madrid legendary captain Raul will climb the fountain through this gangway, and personally put a scarf with the Real Madrid club logo on the goddess Cibeles. 11:55 PM, the bus carrying Lee Tongfan and the Hammer stopped at the edge of the square. The players will transfer to the double-decker open-top bus that has been waiting there for a long time, so that they can look down and enjoy the cheers of Madrid fans. According to the Madrid municipal government statistics in advance, there will be 100,000 fans coming to participate in this celebration, so the traffic around the Plaza de Cibeles will be fully controlled, and even the nearby Plaza de Independencia, Plaza de Carlos V and other places have implemented vehicle bans. When Lee Tongfan and the Hammers walked out of the bus, there were no vehicles around, and there were not many fans, because they had gathered in the center of the square. Raul was the first to board the double-decker bus with a trophy, and Calderon and Mijatovic also mixed in with the players with their old faces, so that they could better accept the praise of Madrid fans. It seems that the chairman also needs exposure. The bus started and slowly drove towards the square. The driver was a master selected from the countless bus driving masters in Madrid. The vehicle was moving very smoothly. Less than 5 minutes later, fans began to gather on both sides of the street. Men, women, young and old all wore Madrid jerseys, scarves with the club logo around their necks, and waved small flags in their hands, and shouted at the bus, "Hala Madrid, champions, great, champions, long, live Madrid." And the excited shouts became louder and louder the closer they got to the Cibeles Square. If it was just a trickle of water in the mountains and forests at the beginning, it had turned into a turbulent sea in the end. The sound waves were like the waves that suddenly rolled up at the end of the distant horizon. Rushing towards us, Lee Tongfan stood at the front of the double-decker convertible bus. At this moment, he truly realized what a huge crowd was. When 100,000 people jumped together and cheered for you at the same time, the scene was shocking. The huge sound waves rushed up to the sky, and even the stars in the sky and the silver moon were frightened and hid behind the clouds, occasionally sneaking out to take a look. The double-decker bus was like a pearl breaking through the waves and dividing the water. Driving the crowd split into two sides as they passed by. The distance was less than 500 meters, and they only advanced halfway after 10 minutes. It is no exaggeration to say that Lee Tongfan's blood boiled at this moment. The sultry man took the lead and threw his shirt into the crowd, which immediately attracted cheers and screams. This Versace shirt, which cost thousands of euros and was specially prepared for the championship celebration, was worn for only 4 hours, and it was broken into pieces in the scramble of Real Madrid fans. With the leader taking the lead, the Hammers also threw small items on their bodies into the crowd to express their gratitude to the fans. Unlike at the Pizjuan Stadium, this time it was the Real Madrid players who took the initiative to take off their clothes instead of being pulled out passively. It really is a group of lewd people. When the bus finally drove to Cibeles, the temporary stage in front of the goddess statue stopped, and the players stepped onto the stage and surrounded Captain Raul, holding up the La Liga championship trophy. The atmosphere on the scene reached its climax, and countless team scarves and flags were thrown high into the sky. 10 large spotlights were installed on the district government office building, and suddenly they all shone on the gangway leading to the goddess statue of Cibeles. The most representative moment was about to take place. Real Madrid legendary captain Raul was about to climb the goddess statue through this gangway and put a scarf on the goddess on behalf of the club. Taking the club scarf that had been prepared long ago from President Calderon, Raul did not walk to the gangway at the first moment, but came to Lee Tongfan holding the scarf. The players were all stunned. Calderon, Long and Mijatovic also looked a little uncomfortable. Did the legendary captain want to put the scarf given to the goddess on Crazy Lee's neck? The cheering fans quieted down. In the dim square, only the stage covered by spotlights was as bright as day. The noise faded away, and more than 100,000 people seemed to be watching a mythical drama being performed. "Boss, I think you should put on the scarf with me and my goddess." The Lord of the Rings looked sincere. You created this mythical season, I think, before Raul finished speaking. More than 100,000 fans below had already understood what Raul meant and cheered. Crazy Lee, put on a scarf. Crazy Lee, put on a scarf. The eyes of the masses are really sharp. Lee Tongfan was so showy that he would never miss such a cool opportunity with his shy and show-off personality. So, Leo Lee tried to squeeze out a reluctant expression on his face, and he and Raul stepped onto the gangway with scarves in their hands, and gently tied the scarves around the neck of the statue of the goddess Sibyls under the illumination of 10 spotlights. Whoosh whoosh, cheers, 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 cheers. This was the climax of the carnival night. The goddess Sibyls witnessed the magic of Real Madrid in the 2006-2007 season, and the unparalleled harvest. The fireworks in the square were lit, and the whole night sky was shrouded in a red smoke. Fireworks and silver flowers never sleep. Although there are still 6 rounds of matches to the end of the season, this does not prevent Calderon, who is determined to gain fame, from promising the fanatical fans how the club will continue to be glorious next season. Only great stars can be worthy of Real Madrid, the greatest club on the planet. So, on behalf of the club's board of directors, I promise all loyal Madrid fans that there will be heavyweight stars coming to Madrid to play next season. Next season will be an even more glorious season. Calderon's emotional speech received a thunderous response from the fans in the square. No one does not want the club they support to have endless ambitions. People wish that the 11 players who appear in the Bernabeu in every game are all unique world footballers. But Lee Tongfan, who was listening to this speech, finally understood that the Galaxy Battleship's superstar policy will never change. This has become a tradition that has penetrated into the bones of Real Madrid. For the fans of the Galaxy Battleship, the policy of one superstar every year is like opium, which has made them addicted. If they really form a team through the little demons according to their initial idea, then it is estimated that before the little guys grow up, their head coach's office will be smashed into ruins by angry fans. After Calderon's speech, according to convention, head coach Lee Tongfan should say a few inspiring words, and Leo Lee did not hesitate, and the microphone said, "Thank you, please be quiet." The huge prestige of Crazy Lee quickly quieted down the fans who worshipped him crazily. The club's hero Mr. Di Stefano once said, "Real Madrid is a dream and a place to make dreams. When the world no longer rejects dreams, Real Madrid is everywhere." At this point, a cheer that covered the sky and the sun broke out among more than 100,000 fans. Lee Tongfan raised his arm and suppressed it several times before the sound gradually disappeared. Lee Tongfan continued to hold the microphone to his mouth. "What I want to say is that Real Madrid is lucky because it found a head coach like me." The cheers broke out again. No one thought that this was Crazy Lee's big talk. For any football club, it is a great fortune to have an invincible head coach like Crazy Lee. However, Lee Tongfan's words have not been finished. But, for Real Madrid, the most fortunate thing is, at this point, Leo Lee's voice suddenly rose an octave. The most fortunate thing is that it has a group of loyal fans like you. Cheer for Real Madrid, for the league championship, for yourselves. The volcano erupted. This speech completely stirred the atmosphere at the scene to the highest climax since the beginning. Even when Calderon promised a beautiful blueprint for the next season with high spirits, he did not get such a high decibel. China, early morning. Although Sunbo and the mentally retarded master, who had been sitting in front of the TV to watch the award ceremony at the Pizjuan Stadium, had bright red bloodshot eyes, they were not sleepy at all. The two of them sat in front of the computer with great interest, paying attention to the posts on the website We Are All Big Eaters. The entire website has changed its background color to a festive bright red according to Sunbo's suggestion. A row of big red lanterns with yellow tassels are hung at the top. The influx of a large number of gluttons has made the page refresh very slowly, but this cannot stop the Crazy Lee fans from posting one by one. In terms of lineup, this year is not the strongest year for Real Madrid, but they are so invincible. Who gave Real Madrid the power to be invincible? As a die-hard glutton, I tell the world with the most proud attitude, it is a Chinese. His name is Glutton. Thank you Barcelona. Thank you Sevilla. Thank you Atletico Madrid. It is your strength that sets off our strength. We are the champions. HD. Inter Milan fans congratulate Real Madrid on winning the championship. Congratulations. To our point M, congratulations to someone, rushed into the forum crying, won the championship, love Real Madrid to death. Haha, I feel that looking at the old face of Uncle Calderon tonight feels a lot kinder. Milan fans of Southwest Jiatang University in Chengdu, Sichuan congratulate Real Madrid on winning the championship. I cried, for Old Bay, I finally got my wish. All the lewd people of planet Namek congratulate Real Madrid on winning the championship, whether it is the Plaza de Cibeles in Madrid, Spain, or in front of countless computer screens in China. No one will sleep tonight. Thank you brothers. Xiaodao promises you that after August, no matter what the final results are, there will still be 3 updates per day. Brothers who still have tickets, go ahead and smash them. Smash them to create a competitive miracle. Chapter 189, The Aftermath of Winning the Championship. The celebration that night lasted until around 3 or 4 in the morning. After the game was over, the players and their families went to a restaurant inside the Bernabeu Stadium for a small barbecue dinner according to tradition. President Calderon fulfilled the winning bonus promised at the beginning of the season on the spot, and another carnival followed. After that, the team was disbanded, because the next home game against Athletic Bilbao in the 33rd round of La Liga did not start until April 21st. Li Tongfan happily gave the team 2 days off. After all, the team had recently played against Bilbao. Teams such as AC Milan and Sevilla are having fierce battles, and even hard-hitting people can't hold on. If you don't get enough rest and entertainment time, no matter how good your physical fitness is, it will inevitably go wrong in the game. After all, players are not ascetics who have abandoned their emotions and desires. In addition to physical strength, mental state is also a major factor that determines the performance of the game. Give sufficient time allows the Hammers to communicate comfortably with relatives and friends, which can lay a good foundation for subsequent competitions. Li Tongfan feels that he is becoming more and more like a professional coach when thinking about problems. Since La Liga is the first of the 5 major European leagues to produce a champion, it attracts special attention. Photos of Real Madrid's carnival celebrations in the Plaza de Cibeles hit the headlines in major newspapers. In particular, the image of Crazy Lee in The Lord of the Rings putting a scarf on the statue of the goddess has become the most frequently seen image in Spain photo. In addition to the extensive coverage by Spanish domestic media, European media also commented on Real Madrid's victory. French L'Equipe used the title "The Beginning of a Dynasty" and piled up countless gorgeous words to praise Real Madrid's performance this season. Every contributor in the team received a special page review, and among everyone else the one who received the highest evaluation is undoubtedly the popular Madman Lee. 10 months ago, when the Chinese named Li Tongfan came to Real Madrid, almost no one was optimistic about his coaching future. He was greeted by a lot of doubts, and major betting companies were betting on his dismissal time. The odds were out. Even Real Madrid's own fans held fierce demonstrations because of the club's decision. And 10 months later, the Chinese have become the city's well-deserved #1 star, and broke following the tradition of Real Madrid. He and Captain Raul stood next to the statue of the goddess Cibeles, and accepted the cheers of 100,000 fans. The British Guardian fully agrees with this, the smart and humane team management method. The passionate on-the-spot command, the fearless promotion of young players and the careful transfer strategy. This Chinese seems to he was born to be a coach. Look at Juan Mata's glory in Real Madrid, and look at his sluggishness at Old Trafford. Is it possible that even a godfather like Sir Alex Ferguson is not as good as Crazy Lee? The battle at Old Trafford on May 2nd is worth paying attention to, of course. The domestic media in China will definitely not miss the opportunity to hype such a good opportunity. Sinosohu and other well-known online media have opened special pages. Li Tongfan's large profile picture was made into a watermark as the picture of the special page. Starting from the first game of Leo Li leading Real Madrid, the process of winning the season was detailed one by one, especially the blockbuster battle between Barcelona, Chelsea and AC Milan in 2 rounds is accompanied by a complete video process. As the first personal website of Crazy Lee in China, We Are All Big Rice Buckets has attracted nationwide attention with its unparalleled popularity. All major domestic media groups are salivating over this fragrant cake. In the end, Tencent Group took the lead and purchased it for itself at a price of $1 million. making it the largest fandom forum in China. It is worth mentioning that founder Sun Bo and number 1 rice bucket Jin Ziyuan and others not only grabbed the first pot of golden life, but also received recognition and summons from Tencent, transforming from hard-working clerks into I joined a high-paying blue-collar family and turned my hobby into a job. It is really a blessing. Of course, after the acquisition, We Are All Big Rice has become a profitable website. Therefore, Tencent Group has put on the agenda the plan to invite Li Tongfan as the spokesperson of the website. If the relevant fees are not paid, once Li Tongfan claims infringement as the reason sue, then Tencent will end up stealing chickens instead of losing a handful of rice. For Real Madrid, the league is over, and the remaining 6 rounds of the league have become a performance stage for Madman Lee to train the Castilla Eagles and break his personal winning streak. The real battlefield that must go out is in the Champions League and the King's Cup. The final of the Copa del Rey is after the league ends. It's still early. In the Champions League, after the Champions League quarter-finals ended on April 11th. In addition to Real Madrid, Arsenal and Valencia, Manchester United also relied on England forward Zaire Rowney to score twice at Old Trafford. Through overtime, they defeated Serie A giants Inter Milan 2-1 with difficulty and won the last semi-final spot. It is worth mentioning that among the teams with a home then away schedule in the quarterfinals, only Real Madrid qualified for promotion, which shows the extent of the impact of the 2-leg schedule on the final result. And next, the Galaxy Battleship's schedule in the semi-finals is still an unfavorable situation of home first and guest first. Real Madrid's opponent in the semi-finals is Manchester United, the second-placed team in the Premier League. The first round of the 2 sides will be held at the Bernabeu on April 25th. 7 days later, on May 2nd, Old Trafford will usher in the second showdown between Real Madrid and the Red Devils. The team is on vacation, but Li Tongfan is not idle either, since he has signed a 5-year long-term endorsement contract with Li-Ning Sports brand company in China. Li-Ning company has arranged the shooting of advertisements, while the reputation of Crazy Li Xin won the league championship is at its peak. A group of promotional advertisements will be shot on April 17th. Fortunately, the other party has chosen the shooting location in Madrid, Spain ingeniously, otherwise Leoli would have to go back to China to show off his male beauty. There is no way. He is short of money. 5 million yuan flies into Leoli's bank account every year. Action. Shot. 1. A sultry man is wearing Li-Ning sportswear, a Li-Ning casual hat, and a football. He exudes a cuckold spirit towards the camera and says, "Who can scare the opponent? Who can be the king of the green shade? Who can win all 53 games? Who can become the god in the hearts of fans? The world is in my hands." Voiceover, Li-Ning. Everything is possible. Shot 2. Still a certain sultry man, standing by the virtual stadium command seat, made a celebratory expression after seeing his players score a goal, and then made a provocative gesture towards the other coach seat, saying, "Prepare to die. Go practice. You are so weak, still." Voiceover, Li-Ning. Everything is possible. Shot 3. During the halftime break, in the locker room of a certain team, a certain sultry man was conducting the final morale mobilization to the Hammers. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Don't say you don't have the stamina. Don't say your opponent's tackling is fierce. Don't say the field is too slippery. No matter how tough your opponent is. No matter how many tricks your opponent has, no matter how dirty your opponent's mouth is, you just need to do the basics well." It's still the TMD voiceover, Li-Ning. Everything is possible. Shot 4. In the morning, Li Tongfan shot 7 or 8 sets of promotional advertisements at the request of American director Nicholas. In a blink of an eye, it was lunchtime. The crew prepared lunch and ate on the spot. Originally, Nicholas was worried that Crazy Li was too famous and difficult to get along with. Who knew that after a morning of contact, he found that this genius coach who was famous in the 5 major European leagues was very easy to talk to. Not only did he cooperate with his requirements very well, but many staff members were also very kind and spoke fluent English. "Lee, you are great." Director Nadmi Gillis gave a thumbs up. "Your lens capture ability and sense of position are first class. You can get it right at once. It's a pity not to shoot a movie, Lee." Tongfan smiled and said proudly, "Demi, you should know that I performed like this in every game of Real Madrid." Nicholas was stunned and then suddenly realized thinking about the videos of Madman Lee directing the game that I watched before coming here. From the videos, Madman Lee in the game is indeed very capable of murdering reporters, films and broadcasting lenses. This guy seems to have an innate ability to steal the spotlight. In fact, Nicholas didn't know that for a certain sultry man, pretending to be cool has become an instinct. After the break, continue to work. The work in the afternoon is to shoot several sets of large-scale publicity photos. In order to fully reflect the principle that men and women work together without getting tired, Leaning Company invited Gao Yuan, a famous first-line female star in China, to pose with Lee Tongfan. Gao Yuan is known as the new generation of Jade Girl leader in China. She has a pure and beautiful appearance. Her smile and frown have the power to turn men's hearts and souls upside down. However, as the saying goes, success is due to Xiaohe, and failure is also due to Xiaohe. Gao Yuan has been trapped by her exquisite appearance. She has not made any breakthroughs or recognition in her acting skills, and is increasingly regarded as a typical representative of Avaz. This time, the opportunity to shoot an advertisement with Crazy Lee is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Gao Yuan. With Crazy Lee's huge fame in China, she will definitely become a top star. Opportunities are hard to come by, so we must seize them well. Therefore, Gao Yuan came to the set very early before the afternoon shooting started. In the subsequent shooting process, the Jade Girl leader also cooperated very well. The impression given to Lao Lee was that this girl didn't talk much, had big eyes, and was a little shy like a girl next door. Since it was the first time to contact with domestic female stars, Gao Yuan's performance really made Lee Tongfan look at her with a high regard. It turns out that not all people in the entertainment industry are vixens, so he didn't refuse Gao Yuan's request to treat him to a meal after the filming. However, Lee Tongfan thought that he was half a native in Spain, so he had to show some hospitality. Right, well, we still have a chance to meet at a Chinese barbecue restaurant. Lee Tongfan thought about it and simply invited Nicholas and his group, and the guests and hosts had a great time. But what Lao Lee didn't notice was that there was a business car not far away that followed them closely to the barbecue restaurant. The lens cap of a high-powered camera was extended from the car window, and the shutter was constantly pressed at a group of people. My thoughts are a bit stuck, so the third and fourth chapters will be presented before 11 o'clock in the evening. Xiaodao thanks the brothers for the monthly tickets. There are still 2 days. I'm not afraid of being laughed at by the brothers. I'm so nervous. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Target Determination. After the dinner, the Yankees in the film crew's favor for Lee Tongfan skyrocketed. They left their business cards and said goodbye. The beautiful girl leader seemed to want to be a guest at Lao Lee's home, which scared Lee Tongfan, and used the ability to escape. Unparalleled magical power. Escape from the wilderness. By this time, no matter how low Lao Lee's emotional intelligence is, he still knows what Gao Yuan's idea is. However, Lee Tongfan feels that things in the Chinese entertainment industry have reached the limit. Cooperation is cooperation, and he wants to take the opportunity to rise to power. Sorry, we Lao Lee can't get involved in that shit. Returning to the single family villa, it was boring to be alone in the huge space. Lao Lee habitually lay on the bed in the bedroom and clicked on FM 2007 to see if he had any new discoveries. What is a little tragic is that after the last demanding system mission, Battle of Honor at Bucero, was completed, the random reward given by FM 2007 made Lao Lee very speechless. Only 20 character points. It seems that in punishing tasks, players cannot obtain generous rewards. Calculated in this way, Lee Tongfan has now accumulated 143 character points, and 1 point of arbitrary points can be regarded as a small windfall. There are still 4 important games in the next, although they can directly determine the trend of the game. There are a little less points for doing whatever you want, but if you no longer qualify for some extremely difficult system tasks, you should be able to survive. But these are not problems. The thing that worries Laoli the most now is whether the FM 2007 in the computer can continue to modify the reality of the 2007-2008 season after the end of the 2006-2007 season. This is a fatal problem, as far as Laoli knows. The latest version of FM 2008 on the market has begun to sell, which means that FM 2007 is outdated. But where can I find a pirated FM 2008 CD with the same functions? With a thought in my heart, I pressed the four-hand IBM T30 optical drive. There was a soft kite sound, and the tray popped out from the side of the computer. The pirated CD that Lee Tongfan bought for 5 yuan was still lying quietly on the tray! Lee Tongfan took the CD in his hand and looked at it carefully to see if he could find the manufacturer or something on it. Although this idea was a bit absurd, it was at least a clue. Unfortunately, the result is destined to be disappointing because there is no contact information on the CD, the picture is shoddy and the body is slightly worn. If Lee Tongfan had not personally experienced this dream journey of more than 300 days, he might really think that this guy is a pirated disc that no one will pick up, even if it is thrown into the trash can. Holding the CD in his hand and turning it over gently, Laoli suddenly came up with a very interesting idea. What would happen if this disc was put into another computer and reinstalled? Is the installation successful? Giving birth to another computer besides my four-handed IBM T30 that can control the real world? Or is it still unable to be installed? Or is the game system after installation just a normal version? Thinking of this, Lee Tongfan wanted to go out and buy a laptop and come back to try it out. But looking at the weather, it is estimated that all the specialty stores have closed long ago. Europeans are very lazy and basically start closing for afternoon tea after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Got it, we can only talk about it later. The next day, Sparkling Red Star Brokerage Company. When Lee Tongfan arrived, Tolosi Tang and his brother Lee Tongson were already waiting for him. Since Tang found out about Lee Tongfan's identity as the boss behind the scenes, he has been very motivated and quickly accepted Laoli's assignment to conduct preliminary research and preparations for the Koala project. More than a month has passed, and he just returned to Madrid yesterday. Also returning with him was Lee Tongson, who successfully completed the training and obtained the international agent certificate. Seeing Laoli coming in, Tolosi Tang immediately took out the carefully organized documents from his bag and handed them over. Lee, things are not easy to handle. Please take a look at this document first. Lee Tongfan was very satisfied with Tolosi Tang's attitude towards work. He took the materials and did not read them in a hurry. Instead, he shook Tang's hand and said, "I've been too busy recently. Thank you for your hard work. I'll take a few more days to rest. Our plans are temporarily suspended." In a hurry, although Uncle Liu Huang's method of beating a Dao to win people's hearts was low level and shameless, but it was used with no disadvantages by the madman Lee. Tang was obviously a little touched. Koala Project Feasibility Report. Sitting on the sofa, Lee Tongfan began to carefully look at the information Tang brought back. After reading it for more than 10 minutes, he probably had an idea in his mind. He frowned and raised his head and asked Tang, "What do you think?" Tolosi Tang thought for a while and put forward his own suggestion. Although goal number 1 has a huge fan base and commercial appeal, the cost is too high and the interest relationships are complicated and difficult. 3 and 4 goal number 5 has too little social attention, and in terms of your long-term plan, the later investment is too large and the starting point is too low, so it is not suitable. I think among all the alternatives, only goal number 2 is moderately difficult to operate, and after saying this, Tolosi Tang hesitated and finally said it, "And with your financial resources, you can barely complete it." Although these words may sound harsh, Tang definitely said them for Lee Tongfan's benefit. After Lee Tongfan listened carefully to Tolosi Tang's suggestion, he looked down at the materials in his hands and suddenly asked his brother with interest, "Have you also read the materials? Tell me what you think." Goal number 1 is good. After studying in Zurich for more than half a year, Lee Tongson is still the same character who can't hit a fart with 8 sticks. Okay. Lee Tong and Fandale, how can we talk about brotherhood? Or the younger brother understands his own thoughts, turned to the slightly shocked Tolosi Tang and asked, Tang. If the plan is implemented according to the number 1 goal, how sure do you think it is? No more than 30% at most. Tang's answer was cautious, and some special personnel must be hired to mediate. 30%. Li Tongfan carefully calculated in his mind, and decided that 30% was enough. The data he knew from FM 2007 could not be told to Tang, and with these unknown inside information, he should be sure to win. Thinking of this, Li Tongfan finally made up his mind, and looked up at Jealousy Tang. Tang, I know your famous British proverb, a calm lake cannot train excellent sailors, and we cannot give up, because of fear of the unknown. The pace of progress is slow. Therefore, in order for our future blueprint to be carried out smoothly, I decided to proceed with plan number 1. In the last sentence, Li Tongfan said it categorically. 3 days later, on April 21st, the 33rd round of La Liga started again. Real Madrid vs. La Liga team Athletic Bilbao. Although this game has no meaning for the team's entire season, it is very important for Crazy Lee and Alien Ronaldo, because one of the two lewd guys wants to continue his winning streak, and the other wants to creating a new total number of goals scored in a single season in the 5 major leagues is very exciting. Although it is not a strong collision, the Bernabeu stands are still full of fans because the climax after winning the championship has not dissipated. Before the game started, Athletic Bilbao players lined up on both sides of the player tunnel in advance and applauded to welcome the champion players. This was perhaps the most harmonious game played by Real Madrid in the 2006-07 season. The welcoming ceremony of the Athletic Bilbao players won the favor of the Galactico fans, so there was almost no drama from the beginning to the end of the game. There were boos, and the players on both sides were infected by the atmosphere, and there were no rough fouls. Most of the starting lineup selected by Li Tongfan are players who have played little this season. The defenders are lined up with Cicinho, Miguel Torres, Vicente Company and Pedro Marquez. The defensive midfielder is Fernando Gago, the attacking midfielder is new player Diego during the winter break, and both wings are young players from Castilla, Granero and Antonio Ander. Only the striker continues the veteran combination of Ronaldo and Raul. In the 34th minute of the game, Fernando Gago's pass from the front of the penalty area deceived all Athletic Bilbao defenders. Raul countered offside and successfully passed the goalkeeper, and scored an empty goal. 1:0 exclamation point in the 45th minute. Ronaldo once broke through the barrier on his own, making a pendulum pass without any suspense, and tricking Athletic Bilbao's goalkeeper Daniel Alanzubia. 2:0 exclamation point in the second half. The side changed sides and the battle started again. In the 55th minute, Diego's long-range shot was saved, and Raul grabbed the opportunity to make a supplementary shot exclamation point. 3:0 exclamation point in the 70th minute. Li Tongfan replaced Ronaldo, Gago and Diego with Higuain, Beckham and Guti. On April 25th, Real Madrid will face Manchester United, the Red Devils led by Sir Alex Ferguson, at home. So let a few main players go on the court to find their form. The game ended 40 minutes later. Real Madrid defeated Athletic Bilbao 4:0. It was Higuain who scored the last goal for the team. From the moment the referee blew the final whistle of the game, it was already Champions League time for Real Madrid. In the next 3 days, the team must prepare for the Champions League semi-finals. The opponent Red Devils Manchester United was suppressed by the blue team Chelsea, who had already been eliminated from the Champions League in the league. With 5 rounds left in the league, they basically lost the possibility of overtaking, so they put all their energy on the Champions League. When a wealthy team puts all its focus on its only goal, the energy that bursts out is terrifying. This can be seen from the fact that Valencia, the Bat Army, passed all the way and reached the Champions League semi-finals. Sir Alex Ferguson had a clear goal in an interview with a reporter from the Manchester Post. The players of Manchester United, and I have only one belief, and that is, that it must be us who finally win the Champions League trophy at the Olympic Stadium in Greece. As for Real Madrid, they are a very strong team, very, very strong, especially their head coach. But at the beginning of this season, I had a match with that Chinese guy, and Manchester United finally won, right? Ferguson was referring to the pre-season warm-up match when Real Madrid lost to Manchester United 2-3 at the Bernabeu. Maybe the godfather of the Red Devils is telling the players through such psychological hints that crazily and his horror Madrid are not invincible. But if we look at the match records of the two sides in the main match, the aliens have also performed at Old Trafford. A hat-trick. There is one more chapter, which may be a little late. I'm really not in the best condition today, brothers, don't blame me. If you have a monthly pass, don't keep it, smash it. Chapter 192 Two pairs of. On April 23rd, the Red Devils Manchester United arrived in Madrid one day, in advance for pre-match adaptation training. It seems that Ferguson is really determined to get rid of Tongfan cleanly this time. The team has conducted fully closed training for 2 consecutive days. No matter fans or reporters, they are all refused. This move by Mr. Ferguson has indeed shown the style of a generation of iron-blooded godfather. No wonder the old man can ban any newspaper he wants in England. Even his own people such as Manchester United's official journal have been banned. However, such a move is majestic enough, but it also angered major European media that have not hit the nail yet. You said that you don't let others dig up news. Isn't this cutting off their money and jobs? So before the game started, except for the reporters from Manchester, almost all the media stood on the side of Real Madrid and sang praises for the madmanly old lead saw that the people's hearts could be used and immediately opened the training base of Real Madrid in all directions, allowing the media to enter and interview. As for the fans, as long as you are willing to come, you don't even need to pay for the ticket. If you are not hungry, you can watch it all day from 9 AM to 5 PM. If you are lucky, you may even get the signature of your favorite star. The most fearful thing about anything is comparison. In this way, the image of Madley in the media's mind suddenly became thousands of times taller, and Ferguson's back shrank to smaller than an ant. The confrontation between Real Madrid and Manchester United is always full of topics, and this time the most direct focus is on one person, the popular David Beckham. Although the grievances between Beckham and Ferguson have long become a thing of the past, it has a new meaning when it is brought up at this moment. When Beckham was 11 years old, it was this Scottish uncle who brought David to the theatre of dreams, making Manchester United the most glorious and unforgettable team in the popular career. From 1995 to 2007, 12 years have passed in a flash, as if the sunny boy who scored a stunning long shot against Wimbledon is still vivid in the hearts and minds of Manchester United fans, as if the blonde boy who took over the number 7 jersey from King Cantona is still playing for Manchester United at Old Trafford. However, since a woman named Victoria entered Beckham's life, everything has changed. The master and apprentice who were once as close as father and son had a rift, and finally that famous flying boot put an end to the charming Manchester United career. Later, Ferguson admitted in an interview with reporters that Beckham was the best player he had ever seen, and explained the reason for the breakdown of their relationship. Beckham used to stay alone after training to practice. It can be said that Beckham was a professional player who devoted his whole body and mind to football before getting married, but since he married the fashion-loving woman named Victoria, he has become a different person, focusing his energy on fashion, hairstyles and other things that have nothing to do with football. It is said that someone once asked Ferguson, if you were given a pistol and a bullet and allowed to kill the person you hate the most, who would you choose? People thought that the Scots would say Wenger or other league opponents, but Ferguson gave his answer without hesitation: Victoria. It can be seen how much Ferguson hates Victoria and how much he likes Beckham. Now, Beckham, who has exploded with unprecedented energy under Madley, will face his former teammates, the fans who cheered for him in the Champions League semi-finals, the cruelest knockout match, and the father he loves and hates. What kind of scene will it play out? Such a bloody scene will always attract countless gossips. Of course, there is another pair of father and son who is also worth noting, Madley and Juan Mata. Almost everyone in the football circle knows that Juan Mata is a direct descendant of Madley, who was promoted from Castilla in the first half of the 2006-07 season. In order to cultivate the unknown Mata, Madley almost went against the media all over the world. After Mata finally became famous, He also regarded Madley as his biological father. It is said that after the Real Madrid club executive sold Juan Mata to Manchester United, the angry Madley made a scene in the private office of the chairman Calderon. Some people think that the reason why Real Madrid club has been unable to renew the contract with Madley is because the Juan Mata incident still makes Madley unable to let go. 4 months later, when the supernova he promoted himself visited the Bernabeu as an enemy after falling, what kind of expression will Madley, who is always protecting his shortcomings, have when facing his former disciple on April 24th? The first game of the Champions League semi-final will be played. Arsenal, the Premier League Arsenal, played against Valencia at home. After 90 minutes of fierce battle, Arsenal relied on the header of Swiss central defender Senderos in the 23rd minute and the goal of French gunner Henry in the 65th minute to defeat the Bads 2:0! This is the first match between the Premier League and La Liga, and the Gunners won a victory for the Premier League at 1945. On April 25th, the match between the Red Devils Manchester United and Real Madrid is about to begin. The Bernabeu Stadium, which can accommodate 75,328 fans, was packed. Many people drove in from outside Spain, including about 10,000 English fans who came to watch and cheer for the visiting team Manchester United. Due to the notoriety of English football hooligans, a temporary barbed wire fence was set up at the Bernabeu Stadium to separate Manchester United fans from Real Madrid fans, and riot police were on standby at any time. The game was broadcast live via satellite, and fans from 165 countries around the world would be able to watch the live broadcast of the game at the first time. The broadcast share and ticket revenue have made Calderon very happy, and if Real Madrid wins the game in the end, they will get a winning reward of up to £4 million. The referee of this game was 38-year-old Scotsman Jamie McGregor, which made Real Madrid supporters a little worried, because he is a fellow countryman of Manchester United coach Ferguson. It is said that the two have a good private relationship. In the 3 long games in which Jamie McGregor served as a black judge this season, the Red Devils won all the games. Force the whistle sounded. The visiting team Manchester United kicked off first. Ferguson deployed a very offensive 4-5-1 formation away from home. The goalkeeper was Dutch goalkeeper Edwin van der Sar. The defense line was the strongest lineup that the Red Devils could send. From left to right, there were Evra, Rio Ferdinand, Vidic, and Gary Neville. The midfield was led by Cristiano Ronaldo, and the other 4 generals were Ian Giggs, Michael Carrick, Darren Fletcher and Paul Scholes. At the forefront was the talented young striker who was popular in the British Isles, Wayne Rooney. Although this formation slightly exceeded the expectations of the experts before the game, Manchester United's starting 11 basically did not change much. Ferguson promoted Scholes to the position of attacking midfielder and did not set up a special defensive midfielder. It was a bit risky, but within a reasonable range. However, when Lee's starting lineup was later revealed, the media reporters were surprised. Real Madrid's lineup completely overturned people's previous perception of Lee, and it was a 4-2-3-1 defensive counter-attack formation. This scene almost made the media jump up and down. You should know that before the game, Lee opened the door to the media to visit Real Madrid's training. At that time, the 4-1-2-1-2 formation that had been used for a season was always used. Almost everyone thought that Lee would meet Manchester United's challenge in the way he was best at, but it was not until this moment that the media realized that they were being used. They thought that Lee was lowering his posture to create a people-friendly image, but in the end, they told you that I was just letting you pass the word and deceive Mr. Ferguson. And what is outrageous is that Lee's trick obviously succeeded. Through media hype, they released a smoker screen that they would go all out to fight the Red Devils, and successfully deceived Manchester United's godfather Ferguson. When the old Sir Alex put on a posture of going all out to attack, he was surprised to see that the opponent was smiling obscenely and setting up a strong defense waiting for you to attack. playing a defensive counter-attack at home. This is the first time Real Madrid has done this at home this season, but it is precisely this first time that Crazy Lee has seized the tactical advantage. At this time, Uncle Ferguson was sitting in the visiting team's command seat with a depressed look on his face, chewing gum fiercely. The broadcast camera cleverly gave Ferguson a 3-second shot, and then quickly focused on Beckham, who was shoveling his former teammate Giggs on the field, hoping to see some dog blood plot from the two people's faces. But people were disappointed. One was concentrating on chewing gum, and the other was concentrating on shoveling. Both of them seemed to have not noticed the existence of each other. The broadcast eyes, unwilling to fail, switched the camera to another pair of focus figures. Juan Mata sat on the Manchester United bench with a lonely look. Originally, this former Real Madrid youngster was not even qualified to sit on the bench, because his performance, after transferring to Manchester United, was so bad that Ferguson had lost confidence in him a long time ago. But before the war, Manchester United lost several generals such as Alan Smith and O'Shea, which gave Juan Mata a chance, and Crazy Lee was much more humane than Ferguson. Amid the uproar of the audience, Lee Tongfan walked directly to the Manchester United bench and reached out to hug Juan Mata, who was at a loss. Just like a father comforting a lost child, he whispered something in Mata's ear. On the field, because Real Madrid took the initiative to shrink and play defensive counter-attacks, the two teams had an absolute advantage in ball possession over the Red Devils Manchester United, and pressed Real Madrid to launch a crazy attack. The decisive battle started hotly from the first second when the referee blew the whistle. First of all, I'm sorry, it's late. Today is the most difficult day for Zyodeo to write since his outbreak. From the morning till now, except for going to the toilet during lunch, I almost sat in front of the computer without moving. I thought about it for a long time to write a word, and now my butt and waist are so painful that I dare not move. But Zyodeo is relieved that I finally finished this chapter before 12 o'clock and fulfilled my promise to my brothers. Please support me with monthly tickets. Chapter 193, Unexpected Event. Before the game, people were wondering how Beckham would perform after meeting Manchester United. Now David has given the answer with his actual actions. This scene reminds me of the God of War Batistuta, Argentina. After moving to Roma, he met his old club Fiorentina in the league and scored a goal, and then he also covered his face and cried and refused to celebrate. Both of them are models of professional players, which can still be seen in the cruel professional football. Such a tender scene is worth remembering by everyone. David Beckham's counter-attack won applause from the critical Manchester United fans. Some of our Manchester fans even shouted words like, "David, please come back." It is said that, because Hargreaves is injured for a long time, and Manchester United is looking for a strong defensive midfielder, I think Beckham's performance in Real Madrid this season has been enough to prove his excellence. I wonder if Ferguson will be interested in this player who was once kicked out by him. Disciple is interested. On the field, after the restart, the game continues. After Real Madrid took advantage of a momentary change to catch Manchester United off guard and score a goal, they shamelessly resumed their big tortoise nature, retracted their necks, and continued to defend. And Beckham also withdrew from the attacking midfielder position to the defensive midfielder, and formed a double gate in the backcourt with Mohamed Diarra to block the Red Devils' offensive frenzy. Serbian centre-back Vidic looked at Beckham struggling back with a complicated expression. Maybe this guy really has two skills. But Vidic clenched his fist. "Don't even think about getting another chance from me." After Real Madrid withdrew, Manchester United naturally had to press forward. Although they were unexpectedly attacked by the opponent, Manchester United had encountered this situation many times in previous games. As a giant football club with a very mature play style and mentality as a team, the Red Devils will never be like the Cuju team of a certain eastern country. As long as they fall behind, they will be unable to find the north. So soon, the situation on the field returned to what it was like at the beginning of the game. Manchester United attacked fiercely. Real Madrid defended. In the Manchester United formation, Cristiano Ronaldo is the most active. In the Red Devils' tactical system, the Portuguese winger has a very high degree of freedom. He constantly changes positions from left to right, and even suppresses it with the strength of one person for a long period of time. Real Madrid is proud of its two black and white wingers this season, Marcelo and Real. In fact, the reason why the Portuguese are so active may not be because of Beckham. You must know that the duel between the two No 7s before and after Manchester United was also the focus of media speculation before the game. As a newly popular youngster at Old Trafford, Cristiano Ronaldo and David Beckham do have many similarities. They are both wingers, they are both handsome, they became famous at a young age, and they are both fans, especially female fans darling. Therefore, in Manchester, the media and fans compare Ronaldo and David Beckham from time to time. Especially when Ronaldo just came to Manchester United to take over the Red Devils number 7 jersey. There were many radical Bay fans who angrily accused this of being nothing more than David Beckham. The Portuguese, who has nothing but fancy football skills, is not worthy of the sacred number 7 jersey of Dream Theater. Manchester people have never stopped missing Beckham. So today, Ronaldo originally wanted to use this once-in-a-lifetime head-to-head confrontation to prove to the stubborn Red Devils fans that he is definitely no worse than the old guy you think about day and night, but who knew that he was defeated by that old guy instead? Stealed his own limelight with a brilliant header. How can the arrogant Portuguese winger swallow his anger? Of course, there is another reason that no one knows. Ronaldo wants to express himself in front of crazily pointing you about the mysterious draft agreement signed between Manchester United and Real Madrid during the winter break. In Ronaldo's mind, after half a season, he would be a member of Real Madrid, at least in the future. Show your abilities in front of the coach, right? In the 33rd minute of the game, Cristiano Ronaldo's chance came. The Portuguese winger received a backward pass from captain Gary Neville and easily deceived the pressing Marcelo with a fake move. Then he ran all the way along the left wing, attracting the attention of 3 or 4 defensive players, and then suddenly used a very fancy move. The pass in the opposite direction with his right foot penetrated Real Madrid's defense and sent the football diagonally into the opponent's penalty area, since Ronaldo previously cut inside and shot directly after getting the ball. Kompany and Gianluca were a little careless this time and completely turned their attention to blocking Ronaldo's shot. As a result, Manchester United's ace forward Wayne Rooney successfully countered offside and formed a single goal. Cristiano Ronaldo's pass went directly into the penalty area. Rooney, not offside. It's dangerous. Header shot. Ouch. Casillas made a contribution, and the timely attack Will Rooney's header shot from close range was saved, and Manchester United got a corner kick. Probably stimulated by the former number 7, Cristiano Ronaldo broke out. All Manchester United's offensive was launched from him. The pass just now was incredible. It is a pity that Rooney's header was compared to his precise feet. The skills are too far behind. If it were Ruud van Nistelrooy, the former Manchester United's top penalty area king, this goal would undoubtedly be scored, probably. Because of what the commentator said, the broadcast camera immediately turned to Van Nistelrooy sitting on the bench of Real Madrid, another superstar sent to Real Madrid by Sir Alex Ferguson from Manchester United. However, the king of the small penalty area was wearing a thick cotton hat. The weather in April was still a little cold. He was completely huddled in his cotton coat, and the Dutch striker's expression could not be seen clearly. It was Ferguson who caught people's attention in the slow motion replay. The old Sir Alex rushed out of his seat when Ronaldo was dribbling the ball, especially when Rooney almost had a one-on-one chance when the ball entered the Real Madrid penalty area. He probably thought the ball was a sure thing, and the old Scottish man even jumped up from the sidelines when Rooney's unsatisfactory header was finally saved by Casillas. The disappointment of the Manchester United godfather was beyond words, and he held his head in his hands and made an incredible move. Even the commentator of the British BBC radio station, Cest, couldn't help but tease Uncle Ferguson. The old Sir Alex should now regret selling Van Nistelrooy to Real Madrid at the beginning of the season. It turns out that the Frenchman Saha, who joined from Fulham, is completely unable to fill the vacancy left by the Dutch striker. On the field, Manchester United got the first corner kick since the start of the game, but they failed to seize the opportunity. The corner kick taken by the Welsh Magic wing Giggs was headed out of the sideline by Joel Luca before Vidic headed the ball. The game continues. In the 40th minute, an unexpected change occurred on the field. Van der Sar kicked the ball out, and Marcelo and Cristiano Ronaldo jumped up at the same time to fight for it. Due to the huge difference in physical strength, the Brazilian hammer lost his center of gravity in the air and rolled down to the grass. See Ronaldo, who fought for the ball, did not notice the situation of his opponent. Just as he was about to break through with the ball, the Real Madrid player next to him suddenly gave up the fight. It was not until the Real Madrid fans in the stands booed in dissatisfaction that the Portuguese winger realized that someone was injured. After hesitating for a while, he still kicked the ball out of the sideline with great sportsmanship. After getting the permission from the referee Jamie McGregor, the medical staff of Real Madrid rushed onto the field quickly. The team Dr. Gonzalez conducted a simple examination and quickly gestured to Lee Tongfan on the sidelines, indicating that the Brazilian hammer could no longer continue to play, and quickly changed players. The big screen above the field played back the slow motion video. Marcelo used his right arm to support himself on the grass before falling to the ground, but the strength of his arm alone was obviously not enough to fully support his body. The elbow joint of his right arm was instantly broken into a shocking arc. Hoo-hoo. The fans in the stadium couldn't help but exclaimed in unison. Even if someone who didn't understand medical skills at all saw such a scene, they knew that Marcelo's right arm was at least broken. It was definitely a serious injury. I'm afraid he would be written off for this season. However, from the perspective of the rules of the field, it was not wrong for Cristiano Ronaldo to fight for the ball. This was a reasonable collision. Marcelo could only blame his bad luck. No foul. Sidelines. Seeing Marcelo lying on a stretcher with a painful face and being carried directly to the hospital, Lee Tongfan suddenly blamed himself. Was he too selfish? In fact, Lee Tongfan had known about Marcelo's injury through the pre-prediction of FM 2007, and Leoli also considered using the method of early substitution to avoid this accident. Unfortunately, Lee Tongfan finally denied this approach. On the one hand, this approach will inevitably affect the final prediction results of FM 2007, and may even cause the FM 2007 system to transfer Marcelo's serious injury to other players, or change the final score. On the other hand, if there is no suitable reason, replacing Marcelo in advance in such an important game is definitely a big blow to the Brazilian hammer. Leoli can't tell Marcelo mysteriously, "Little hammer, come down quickly. I calculated that you will have a bloody disaster in the 40th minute of this game." After Marcelo left the field, Lee Tongfan replaced him with Modric. The game continues. Lee Tongfan on the sidelines could no longer focus on the game. Marcelo's painful expression just now kept appearing in Lee's mind. Lee knew that the Brazilian hammer was in big trouble this time, because the conclusion given in the FM 2007 system was that Marcelo's arm was comminuted and fractured, and he would have to rest for 8 months after receiving expert surgery. In other words, at least in 2007, Marcelo could not return to his beloved green field to play again, and who can say for sure what will happen 8 months later? Maybe Marcelo can finally overcome the injury and return to the field to regain his form like Ronaldo in 2002, or maybe the Brazilian hammer's form will plummet after experiencing the invasion of injuries. These are all unpredictable things. However, the only thing Lee Tongfan can be sure of is that in Real Madrid, Calderon will never wait patiently for 8 months for a seriously injured player to recover like Moratti did to Ronaldo. You must understand that Real Madrid is not only a place to create dreams, but also a place where dreams are shattered. The second update today. The third update will be around 9 o'clock, and the fourth update will be around 11:30. Deos's body is about to collapse, but luckily it's only one day. Brothers, help Deo hold on. Thank you. Chapter 194, The Offensive. Fortunately, the first half of the game ended quickly after 5 minutes, so Lee Tongfan's distraught did not affect the team's performance. However, due to Marcelo's unexpected serious injury, after returning to the locker room, Real Madrid's hammers didn't look very good. They all had low eyebrows, as if they were behind in the score now. Lee Tongfan shamelessly speculated in his heart, could this be the legendary Fox's sorrow when the rabbit dies? The atmosphere in the locker room was very dull. The second boss, Grat, wanted to open his mouth to say something, but he was really not as coquettish and domineering as Madmanly. He had thought of a lot of moral boosting words, but eventually they stuck in his throat and he just couldn't say anything. I finally realized that I really wasn't that good at it, so I had no choice but to wink at Leoli. Leoje's meaning is very clear. Lee, the opportunity to show off has come. Don't hesitate. Come on stage. Lee Tongfan shook his head, put aside the chores in his mind, and clapped his hands subconsciously. Bang bang. The loud sound dispelled the dull atmosphere in the locker room a little. The hammers all raised their heads. Over time, everyone knew that if the leader clapped his hands, it was about to give a political speech. Hey, guys. Lee Tongfan sorted out his thoughts. What are you doing with your heads down? You know we were the victors in the first half of the game, and there. After saying this, old Lee pointed to the opposite locker room. There it should be a dull scene. Of course, if Sir Alex uses his unique hairdryer, maybe the scene will be different. Well, David, I think you should know, right? Beckham scratched his head in confusion, but the other hammers laughed heartily. The nervous look on the second master's head, Grat, finally relaxed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the familiar Lee was back. Lee Tongfan leaned against the cabinet in the locker room with a proud smile on his face. I guess Sir Alex Ferguson definitely didn't expect that we would be playing defensive counter-attack at home. Speaking of which, I really have to thank those media friends who are like talkative women. How could I have deceived the old Scottish fox so easily without their help? Sigh. I think I'm too shameless. The last exclamation made the hammers couldn't help but have black lines on their heads. Ronaldo shook his wet bald head. Boss, I also think you are very shameless. Well, Lee Tongfan immediately turned around and asked Grad, as if nothing had happened. Leoje, I suddenly heard something very important. It seems that during the last physical fitness test of the team, a guy was seriously overweight. I suggest you make a plan as soon as possible. A scientific weight loss plan is out. Before Leoli finished speaking, Ronaldo's expression immediately changed. Is he overweight? Aren't you talking about yourself? Still losing weight? Thinking of the endless fitness equipment, the fat man immediately stood up and stood at attention, reporting to the boss. I think I should be more shameless, Lee. Tongfan nodded with satisfaction and continued to say to Grad, forget it. I suddenly found that losing weight is quite painful. Ha. Ha ha ha. Grad and the other hammers burst into laughter. After Lee Tongfan and Ronaldo's jokes, the dull atmosphere in the Real Madrid locker room was finally gone at this moment. At this time, Lee Tongfan's expression finally became serious. I know everyone is very concerned about Marcelo's injury. I'm as anxious as you are, but the only thing we can do now is to play the current game well and have a hearty game. A great victory is a gift to Marcelo. You must ensure that when Marcelo comes back to continue playing, Real Madrid will still be in the Champions League, instead of being despondent before reaching the Olympic Stadium in Greece. Get out. 15 minutes later, Scottish referee Jamie McGree blew the whistle for the second half and the game continued. It seems that Ferguson did not feel that he made any tactical mistakes, so he did not make adjustments to Manchester United's starting lineup. What do you think, Root? Sester, a famous speaker on the British BBC radio station, asked Rude, the commentator next to him, for his opinions. Since the two worked together once in the last Spanish El Clasico, the best fan Rude's to-the-point commentary style has been welcomed by English fans. Therefore, the relationship between the two has changed from a one-night couple to certified employment and has become a permanent fixture. Commentary partner. And Rude, the best supporter, brought the Greenleaf's role to the extreme at this moment. Do you think that, even if Ferguson made a tactical mistake, he would stand up and admit it? That's true. The old Scottish man is famous for his stubbornness. Sester's next analysis fully reflected the true nature of the famous talker of an adulterer and a married woman, but judging from the score, Crazy Lee's pre-game performance, the arrangement was very successful. Real Madrid broke through Manchester United's goal with only one counter-attack. Marcelo's injury was a regrettable accident. Speaking of this, Sester saw something and suddenly exclaimed, wow. Real Madrid, who were leading the score, took the lead in making changes. Argentine teenager Higuain replaced Captain Raul, and David stood in the attacking midfielder position. In this way, Real Madrid's formation has changed back to 4-1-2-1-2. Has Madman Lee decided to fight back? Sideline. Less than 3 minutes into the second half, the fourth official raised the electronic sign indicating substitutions. Real Madrid requested a substitution. Number 7 Raul came off, and number 20 Gonzalo Higuain came on. The Real Madrid fans who saw this scene cheered in the stands. This was not because they were dissatisfied with Raul's performance, but because the fans were finally happy to see their players launching the same kind of stormy attack as before. Although they scored a goal in the first half, the passivity on the field really made the Galaxy Battleship fans who like beautiful football feel ashamed. If it weren't for the fact that Crazy Lee had already cast supreme prestige in the hearts of the fans, if it were another head coach, he would have been booed to death by the radical Real Madrid fans. The Lord of the Rings smiled and clapped his hands to thank the fans in the stands when he left the field. In response to him, there was a tsunami of applause. Higuain kissed the grass of the Bernabeu Stadium and then quickly ran up to join the war group. BBC Radio's sister was right. Lee Tongfan decided to fight back. Replace Raul with the young Higuain who has stronger speed and impact. This is to increase the threat to Manchester United's defense through the personal abilities of Ronaldo and the little smoker. Vidic and Ferdinand are all around Chinese defenders. Raul's skills and experience cannot take advantage of them. He can only win by relying on absolute speed. Lee Tongfan's substitution took effect after just 1 minute. It was still Casillas who threw the ball to launch a counter-attack after saving the long shot of Manchester United player Scholes. This time, Real Madrid's attack was more concise and smooth. Mohamed Diarra directly passed the ball to his own striker after receiving Casillas' hand-thrown ball. This black guy's character is so good that Higuain and Fletcher jumped up to compete for the header, but failed to hit the ball. As a result, this tricked Ferdinand, another Manchester United defender, and the football rolled directly from Rio Ferdinand's side into the Red Devils' penalty area. It was the fat man who made Manchester United fans sit up and down. He appeared at the right place like a ghost and controlled the football under his feet. How the stands of the Bernabeu were full of exclamations. However, this time Manchester United's iron-blooded central defender Vidic did not make any more mistakes. He quickly returned to defend and successfully blocked Ronaldo's route to continue breaking through. Ronaldo faced Vidic directly. This is the first direct dialogue between the two. The Serbian central defender's performance in Manchester United this season is unforgettable. It is said that Vidic is the best player of the year selected by the British Journalists Association. Let's see how the former world's #1 striker faces the challenge of the rising star. What the famous mouthpiece sister said is right. This is a challenge for a defender like Vidic. Only by defeating a striker of Ronaldo's level can his name be taken to the next level. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. On the field, in Manchester United's penalty area, Vidic lowered his center of gravity to avoid being confused by Ronaldo's many fake moves. At the same time, he focused on the movements of the alien fat man. As long as the opponent has the intention to break through, Vidic believes that with his reaction speed, he can definitely intercept the ball in the first time. Sure enough, after twisting his fat ass and shaking several bicycles, Ronaldo saw that the big white guy in front of him was not moved, so he immediately dribbled the ball with his right foot and tried to go to the outside. The opportunity has come. Vidic aimed at the route and blocked the position accurately without hesitation. In the eyes of the Serbian central defender, with his lightning-fast reaction, the coquettish fat man would never be able to move forward, and the football would definitely be cut off by himself in the end. But soon, the exclamations of the fans in the stands came again. Vidic, who was immersed in his pride, finally found that things were a bit bad, because after a second, Ronaldo did not hit him, and the football did not go out of the line as he imagined. What happened? The Serbian central defender did not understand what happened, but the fans of both sides in the stands saw it clearly. It turned out that the cunning Ronaldo actually had no intention of forcibly overtaking from the outside, but used a famous passing move to stun Vidic. Cowtail. This is the second time that the fat man has used the bull's tail this season, and Vidic has become a poor victim. While the Manchester United centre-back was still wondering, Ronaldo had already swung his big foot and started shooting. Bang! This is a long shot from the inside of the penalty area, full of power. However, goalkeeper Van der Sar finally showed his super strength as a Dutch goalkeeper at this moment, and tried his best to block the ball with a side dive. What almost gave Manchester United fans a heart attack was that the ball still did not fly out of the danger zone. Shoot! Van der Sar blocked the ball incredibly. There's still a chance. Modric. It hit Gary Neville. Wow. And the ball landed at the feet of Roberto Carlos outside the penalty area, and the Red Devils shot the ball directly into the goal without stopping. It was just a hair's breadth. Manchester United was almost stunned by the series of attacks, but unfortunately, Real Madrid didn't seize the opportunity. Slow motion. Playback. Modric's supplementary shot hit the Red Devils captain Gary Neville, who risked his life to block the bullet hole and bounced out, and then Roberto Carlos' heavy shot hit the goal post and whizzed out. The Manchester United penalty area was in chaos, and Van der Sar looked at the still shaking crossbar with lingering fear. As long as Carlos' shot hit the goal range, even God standing on the goal line couldn't stop it. In the stands, Manchester United fans covered their eyes and screamed in shock at this thrilling scene, while Real Madrid fans beat their chests and regretted that the players had missed consecutive scoring opportunities just now. Less than 7 minutes into the second half, crazily and his Real Madrid used a wave of offensive that overwhelmed the Red Devils and gave their opponents a blow. They used practical actions to tell Manchester United, attack. I can do it too. With an angry look on his face, Mr. Ferguson stood on the sidelines and roared repeatedly. His world-famous hairdryer was turned on at maximum power. He was obviously very dissatisfied with the mistakes made by Fletcher and Rio Ferdinand just now. Finally, after being lucky enough to withstand this wave of offensive, the Red Devils immediately returned the favor. The veteran Giggs suddenly broke out. After receiving a short pass from the defender, he rose up bravely and made continuous fake moves to pass Reis and Beckham. He crossed the center line of the field at high speed and rushed towards Real Madrid's half. Even the Malian black whirlwind Mohamed Diarra was chasing the Welsh uncle for a while. The momentum is like a rainbow and unstoppable. This scene vaguely reminds people of the crazy scene when the Welsh Devil Wings travelled thousands of miles to beat Arsenal alone in the English FA Cup. The Red Devils fans behind the barbed wire also stood up from their seats and shouted loudly. There seemed to be a sudden change in the sky above the Bernabeu. A hurricane blew up. Before Amos stepped forward to block the block, Giggs suddenly paused, then knocked the ball with his left foot and handed the football to his teammate Scholes in the middle. He suddenly accelerated and continued to advance near the baseline, making a move. A 1-2 punch. This action indeed attracted Ramos's swivel chair. The long-haired hammer quickly turned around and chased back to prevent the old and stronger Giggs from breaking through and passing from the bottom line. Who knew that Scholes in the middle had no intention of passing the ball directly to Giggs, who was trying to move, but instead bent his bow and arrow and made a long-distance shot. Scholes was a fierce player with 19 long shot in FM 2007, and he threatened Real Madrid's goal through long shots many times in this game, so Kompany in the middle did not dare to neglect and rushed to block. You were fooled in one fell swoop. Scholes just pretended to shoot, deceived the space, and then changed his shot to a push, gently pushing the football from Kompany's feet and sending it to the penalty area. There, the British star Little Raumy, who was moving with erratic movements, had successfully countered offside and entered the penalty area. Single sword. See you again. Beautiful feint. Centre-back Kompany, who performed well in the last game against AC Milan, was completely out of position and exposed a gap. Deadly through ball. Rooney. Shot. Casillas pounced. The ball was still there. The football slowly rolled towards the goal. Scholes stepped forward to make a supplementary shot. Ouch. Roberto Carlos took the first kick and raised the football to the sideline. Manchester United's cooperation this time is better than Real Madrid's attack just now in terms of excitement. The sudden burst of Welsh veteran Ryan Giggs played a major role. Of course, Scholes' fake move was also exciting. It's a pity the attack planned by the two veterans still failed to break through Real Madrid's goal. This round is considered a draw. There are people on both sides who can decide the outcome of the game in an instant, so be careful. The commentator's regretful exclamation showed that the humanoid tank Clooney wasted another opportunity. If the single header in the first half was not missed because he was short and not good at heading the ball, then this time the single ball was directly handed over to him. The opponent's goalkeeper shows that Rooney's feet are very bad in this game. Sideline. Seeing his most proud disciple wasting such a golden opportunity, even though Ferguson, the godfather of the generation, has all kinds of skills and abilities, he can only do nothing at this moment. Man proposes, God disposes. After crazily changed their formations, the Red Devils and Galaxy battleships indeed played a fast-paced attack, each posing a considerable threat to the opponent's goal. Although there was no goal, if this continues, a goal will be scored sooner or later. In terms of offensive power alone, Manchester United poses a greater threat to Real Madrid's goal than AC Milan in the previous round. After all, compared with the main centre, Gilardino does not have the powerful impact of a tank like Rooney, and compared to Serie A teams, Premier League teams are more restrained in La Liga's technical flow in terms of rhythm and style of play. This is also the reason why Tongfan is unwilling to play against Manchester United. He is afraid of not being able to keep up with Manchester United's attacking rhythm. The new centre-back combination of Kompany and Joel Luca has many flaws, especially Kompany, who is obviously taking the path of an attacking centre-back like Lucio. His ability to suddenly advance and score is indeed very strong, but the rigidity is extremely easy to break and can easily be exploited by some experienced players. Just now, Scholes just used a fake move to pretend to shoot and deflected the Belgian centre-back out of the penalty area. This can be seen. Lee Tongfan stood on the sidelines and recalled the process of deliberation and made a decisive substitution. Vincent Kompany goes out, Cannavaro goes in. The experience of the captain of the Italian national team should be able to help the team, and the bald man's perfect cooperation with Gianluca in the first half of the season is worth looking forward to. Ouch. Look at the sidelines. Crazy Lee started to mobilize his troops again. Veteran Cannavaro replaced Kompany, who just made a mistake. There are more than 30 minutes left in the game, and Crazy Lee has used up all 3 substitution quota. BBC famous speaker Sester paused, a little puzzled. Actually, Crazy Lee doesn't need to be so anxious to substitute. The situation on the field is not bad for Real Madrid. They have used up the substitution quota so early. If a player like Marcelo gets injured next. Rude, what do you think? Comrade Rude, the best supporter and greenest person, made a brilliant appearance and still gave a sharp insight. This is Crazy Lee. Sister. After Lee Tongfan's substitution, Ferguson immediately made corresponding adjustments. Scholes, who had declined in physical fitness, was replaced. French forward Louis Saha got a chance to play, and another veteran Gary Neville also got a chance to rest. Wes Brown appears on stage. After the substitutions were completed, the two sides continued to play offensive football, using every possible means to penetrate short passes and rush away with long passes, especially the dazzling breakthroughs and lightning fast runs of Cristiano Ronaldo and the alien Ronaldo. Countless neutral fans cheered, making Lee Tongfan and Ferguson tremble with fear. In the 85th minute, a controversial scene happened on the field. After receiving the pass from Beckham, Higuain sprinted along the wing, trying to use his strong explosive power to break through Manchester United fullback Evra, who knew that the Frenchman's turn speed was also not slow, and the two got entangled together. During the scramble, Evra did not hesitate to retrieve an elbow and hit Higuain firmly on the brow bone. The Argentinian handsome boy Zigua, who was still fighting hard, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his forehead, and then he looked like a tree felled by a lumberjack and fainted on the ground. This is an extremely obvious flagrant foul. This scene was clearly seen by Lee Tongfan, who had been observing carefully, although he had already known through FM's prediction that the unlucky handsome Zigua was going to receive this elbow, but he could only see Evra's evil deed so clearly. The anger value suddenly filled up. What's even more annoying is that the referee Jamie McGregor did not stop the game immediately. The Manchester United players also wanted to take the opportunity to launch an attack. The Red Devils fans in the stands thought Higuain was diving and booed. Only the Real Madrid players stopped the game with some hesitation. At this time, Tongfan, who looked like a crazy man, could not hold back the anger in his heart and stood on the sidelines and roared, "You still don't stop the game. You still want to attack. Damn you uncle, where the hell are you going to die? Referee, are you blind? Stop the game, my player is injured. This is fucking murder, naked murder." Tongfan was indeed overwhelmed by anger at this moment. With Marcelo's serious injury and Higuain's fainting, Tongfan's heart was full of guilt. If he had known that, Tongfan would have wasted his character points and recalculated the game. It turned out that he had witnessed it with his own eyes. It feels so uncomfortable to see one of your players hurt. The referee stopped the game, and Tongfan grabbed Team Dr. Gonzalez and rushed into the court without waiting for Jamie McGrath's permission. There was an uproar at the scene. The head coach was not allowed to enter the stadium during the game. The second manager, Grat, panicked and rushed to pull Leoli back before he had gone very far. Fortunately, after simple treatment by the team doctor, Higuain quickly regained consciousness. However, a 2 cm long wound was obviously opened in the muscle of his brow bone. Blood continued to flow from it, and soon it was all over his face. When the stretcher carried Higuain down, Tongfan rushed to the front. "Hey, boy, how are you? Are you okay? Look, what is this?" Leoli shook his 2 fingers at Xiaoshuo's watermelon. Higuain must have been more awake by now. He stretched out his hand to wipe the blood on his face and replied with a smile, "Boss, you think I was really knocked stupid? This is 3. Tongfan turned around and ordered Team Dr. Gonzalez, "Take this kid to the locker room and treat him slowly. He won't need to play in this game." Now Higuain was anxious. He jumped up from the stretcher and swayed for a while. "Boss, it's 2. It's 2. I'm kidding you. One of us is missing. I can't end soon." Higuain returned to the court after being simply bandaged and changed his jersey. The reason why Tongfan agreed with the hammer to continue playing was because Leoli suddenly discovered that this was a great opportunity for the handsome Zigua to show off. Hey, think about tomorrow's newspaper title, "Argentine God of War." Sure enough, Higuain's scene of fighting through injury received warm applause from Real Madrid fans. As for the lunatic who used the lion's roar technique at the referee, because the old man uttered slang words from his hometown in a hurry, the 4th official on the side pondered for a long time and still didn't understand what Lee said. In the end, "I gave 2 warnings and let it go. Cut. I fear you." Leoli didn't look down on the dark-faced 4th official at all. Now Tongfan felt very unhappy when he looked at any referee on the court, because the Scottish referee from Ferguson only gave Evra a Topaz God of War card in the end. What a pity. What Evra just released was an ultimate skill, otherwise Higuain can fall. At the very least, you have to reward a red one, right? In the following games, neither side was able to create a good chance to score. Although Higuain's injury delayed a lot of time, the referee Jamie McGregor, who was obviously biased towards the visiting team, only gave 2 minutes of injury time. In the last minute, Real Madrid got a direct free kick opportunity with an excellent position 35 meters in front of Manchester United's penalty area, and all eyes were focused on Beckham. This was Real Madrid's last chance. If they could score a free kick with Beckham's crescent moon knife, the score of 2-0 at home would be more guaranteed for the next trip to La Trafford. Manchester United's players slowly formed a wall under the command of Van der Sar, moving back and forth many times. Everyone knows the power of Beckham's free kick. The wonderful free kick against AC Milan in the last round of the knockout match and the goal that killed Sevilla at the last moment of the 32nd round of the La Liga all show that Beckham's foot style is currently at its best. The Red Devils don't want to become another victim of Beckham's feet. All the fans at the Bernabeu stood up. The camera swept over and only Madley and Ferguson sat steadily in the coaching seats. However, Madley was smiling and walking slowly, while Sir Ferguson was chewing gum all the time. The referee Jamie McGrath's whistle seemed to blow in everyone's heart. Thrilling. The camera gave Beckham a close-up for the last time, trying to see his mood at the moment from the face of the popular man, but was disappointed to find that the man had a serious face, looked carefully at the position of the wall and the goal, and then slowly backed away. Run up. Kick the ball. Everything was the same as before. The football drew a graceful arc in the air, and then it flew out of the goal along the outside of the angle between the goalpost and the crossbar. Van der Sar jumped up with all his strength and stretched his arms in the air without touching the football. BBB, the game was over. This is a 7,000 word chapter, and it's almost 14,000 words today. Brothers, Xiodeo has really tried his best. If you have tickets, please vote hard. It's the last day. Success or failure depends on this. Recently, it's been a real explosion. Chapter 195 MADMAN-039, S Fury. Brothers, the last moment has arrived. I'm urgently asking for monthly tickets. Don't keep them, just buy them. As soon as POSSIBL equals in the end, Real Madrid relied on Ronaldo's wonderful shot in the first half to defeat the invading Manchester Red Devils 1-0. Although it was a victory, the fans of the Galacticos were not happy. Facing a team like Manchester United, the team only achieved a 1-goal lead at home, and the variables in the next round are still very high. The treacherous Sir Alex Ferguson smiled when interviewed by reporters at the post-match press conference. He admitted that he was very satisfied with the result of the game and expressed that he was looking forward to the next round of the decisive battle at Old Trafford. Compared with the proud old Scottish man, Madman Lee had no intention of attending the press conference. Instead, he went directly to the Madrid Central Hospital because his favorite disciple Marcelo was still lying in the cold operating room undergoing surgery. Expert treatment. The reporters couldn't catch Crazy Lee, so they had to catch Mr. Ferguson and bombard him. At first, the Red Devils' godfather patiently answered them one by one. Who knows, but then a guy with a short-sighted mind raised a few very inappropriate topics. Mr. Ferguson, what do you think of Manchester United fullback Evra's elbow foul in the second half? The man said sharply, according to UEFA's regulations, it is not illegal to be directly sent off with a red card for such behavior. Have you passed the... Other reporters turned around and saw that the person asking the question was Carlos Ruben, Crazy Lee's loyal henchman and deputy editor of Marca. They all suddenly made expressions of realization. Ruben was going to settle the score for Crazy Lee Kidhow. So everyone smiled happily and waited to see the good show. Ferguson's face froze, but in the end he refrained from using the headgear and instead gently removed it in a conciliatory manner. In England, a head coach with professional ethics will not criticize the referee's work. Today's game went very smoothly. The only thing that makes me a little regretful is that Manchester United did not win. As for that foul, my players have been punished as they should be. Sir Alex was referring to Evra's yellow card. Ruben secretly cursed the old fox in his heart. You have never done this kind of thing before criticizing the referee. Why are you still pretending to be innocent? As a cultured and high quality dogleg in the new era, Ruben certainly cannot let the old Scottish man go so easily, and then broke the news. Mr. Ferguson, David Beckham won the overall honors in this game. Man of the match, can you give us some feedback on his performance? The reporters took a deep breath after hearing this. Ruben was really willing to kill himself to pull down the emperor. The questions he asked stabbed Ferguson in the heart one after another. Who didn't know that, since the flying boots incident, the topic of Beckham has long been taboo for the Red Devils' godfather. But what almost shocked them next was that Ferguson strangely did not get angry. Instead, he thought about it for a moment and actually gave an evaluation, with only 4 words. Well deserved. Well deserved. After hearing this comment, even Carlos Ruben, who was deliberately looking for trouble later, was stunned and continued to chase unwillingly. David's performance this season can be called the best season of his career. Many people think that he is the best season of the year. The popular candidate for World Footballer. Why didn't David perform like this when he was at Manchester United? This question is a bit heart-wrenching. Isn't it ironic that Ferguson's ability to train players is far inferior to that of Madman Lee? Sure enough, no matter how good-tempered the old Scottish man was, he couldn't bear it any longer. He snorted and walked away. From Ferguson's point of view, continuing to debate with such a guy is simply a drop in price. This press conference was considered a smash. Looking at the resentful looks in other reporters' eyes, Carlos Ruben curled his lips in disdain. Others are afraid of your Ferguson ban, but I just don't recognize it. This is Spain, not Manchester where you can dominate. Madrid Central Hospital. Lee Tongfan and Grad were sitting on stools outside the operating room, with one word written all over their faces. Urgent. 2 hours have passed since he was injured in the game. Marcelo is still receiving expert treatment in the operating room. Lee Tongfan has already predicted the result through FM 2007 and feels a little sure it's better, but Grad has 2 eyes. A black mark. To be honest, the irregular arc of Marcelo's arm in the slow motion replay. To describe it in one word, it was absolutely horrible. At this moment, Leo J was worried that it would directly cause a little Hammers die young retirement. Grad couldn't help but tremble when he thought of this. If this is true, it would be too cruel for an 18-year-old football player with unlimited potential. To a certain extent, Leo Jen is also an introverted and sullen man with lots of emotions. Right above the door of the operating room, a clock in the shape of the crucifixion of Jesus hung on the white wall. The second hand kept ticking. Every time it clicked, it was like a rumbling drum beating on the hearts of Lee Tongfan and Grad. Slowly, Leo Lee felt that even the air in the corridor was about to smoke with anxiety. Grad stood up and stomped back and forth a few times, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and was about to light it up and take 2 puffs when he looked up and saw the eye-catching no smoking sign on the wall. Under the serious gaze of the angel in white who was passing by, angrily, he pretended to go back, anxious, nervous. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion from the other end of the corridor. Lee Tongfan looked up and saw a group of reporters pushing aside the blocking nurses and rushing in. Mr. Fantong, why didn't you attend the press conference after the game? As a professional football head coach, don't you think this is very unprofessional? A bearded reporter from Catalonia Daily Sports said from far away. Start shouting. Is Marcelo's injury serious? If he returns this season, will Real Madrid abandon him? A busty guy who even ran away with high heels held up the microphone and said in a sharp voice, it is said that you are ready to purge the Brazilian. Having only a 1-goal lead, will this cause trouble for Real Madrid's trip to Manchester? Will you choose to play against Manchester United at Old Trafford? Mr. Lee Tongfan, the season is about to end. Why hasn't there been any news about your contract renewal? As far as I know, your contract will expire in a few months. The noisy voices of reporters instantly filled the corridors of the hospital, and the quiet operating area instantly turned into a noisy vegetable market. Before Lee Tongfan could react, the second boss, Grade, unceremoniously picked up the mop beside him and placed it across his chest like a bulldozer, pushing the reporter out and blasting away. Strange. Why is there a mop next to Grad? The reporters quit. We have the right to know. We have the right to interview. The demons are dancing wildly. With an angry look on his face, Lee Tongfan grabbed the angel in white who was walking by him and asked, this is the surgery area. Why did you let these people in? The angel in white kicked her eyes, threw a large hygiene bowl angrily, and broke away. Lee Tongfan is gone. I'll go. What kind of attitude is this? Why do foreign hospitals have such poor service attitudes? Just as he was wondering, the girl looked back angrily. Look clearly, I'm not a nurse. I'm a patient. I've been grabbed 8 times. I'm not a nurse or a doctor. Leo Lee took a closer look and saw that the runaway girl who called herself Mother was wearing a white trench coat. It was really not a nurse's uniform. It belonged to my mother. She was not a nurse. Why were you wandering around the hospital in a white coat? The other side, Grad obviously overestimated his own strength. With 1 man and 1 mop, no matter how hard he tried, he could not push over 10 people. His face was red and his neck was thick, but the reporter's position was still as solid as a rock. Lee Tongfan went over and patted Greed on the shoulder, motioning him to put down the mop. He turned around and said calmly to the reporters, this is the surgery area. Such noise will disturb the surgical process of my players. You don't want news. Come with me. After saying that, Leo Lee left the crowd and walked out. A dozen reporters looked at each other and followed behind Leo Lee happily, chasing after him like blue flies who finally found the cake. Lee Tongfan walked until he reached the doorstep of the emergency building of the Madrid Central Hospital, then took out a paper and pen from his pocket. He wrote for a long time in front of the reporters, then put it back, and said with a sneer, "Okay, yes. If you want to ask anything, just ask it, bitches, bitch, bitch." The busty reporter who ran away from her high heels originally wanted to ask Crazy Lee what he was writing about. When he heard the last sentence of the title, he thought he had heard it wrong. He turned around and looked at other colleagues. They all looked at Crazy Lee angrily. They were obviously attracted by bitches. These 3 words made me angry, so Boba raised his fists in the air and screamed in protest, "Crazy Mr. Lee, you are a naked insult. Journalists also have dignity. I will sue you in court. Fuck you." Lee Tongfan pointed at his nose and yelled, "Sue. You sons of bitches rushed into the hospital to interfere with my player's surgery. I can sue you for murder." The more Lee Tongfan spoke, the more excited he became. He vented all the anger he had accumulated before on these unscrupulous reporters like a volcanic eruption. He stood on the stairs condescendingly and cursed like a shrew. "What? Are you angry? At this time are you talking about dignity with me? If respect is not given to you by others, but earned by yourself, for the so-called news value, you don't care about the life and death of others. Why are you talking about dignity with me today? I scolded you. What the hell, you sons of bitches." Crazy Lee's outburst attracted the attention of passers-by. After the initial anger, more than a dozen reporters turned on their voice recorders, mobile phones, and microphones with joy and enthusiasm. Anyway, everything that could be recorded quickly stretched out in front of Lee Tongfan. "This is a fierce news. It will definitely attract people's attention." Seeing this scene, Lee Tongfan laughed angrily. "TSK, TSK, this is your dignity. Want to record evidence? Okay, listen clearly. Look at my mouth, son of a bitch." After scolding here, Lee Tongfan took it. He took out his notebook and took a photo. "Ferguson is not the only one who blocks the media. Bitches, congratulations, you succeeded in irritating me. There are 13 media outlets in total. I have written them down. From today on, don't think about any more information about the royal family. A bit of news from Madrid. Goodbye. I'm going to take care of my players." Lee Tongfan patted his butt without grace and turned to leave. It wasn't until this moment that a dozen reporters looking at each other realized that this time they seemed to have really stirred up a hornet's nest. The time to decide Xiaodao's fate is coming. The gap behind has been narrowed again. There are less than 13 hours left. Brothers, show your long swords to defend the honor we created. Xiaodao has been working hard for several days with 4 updates a day. His sincerity is definitely much stronger than 2 updates a day with 6,000. Don't let Xiaodao lose motivation. Morale must not be lost. Chapter 196, The Last Monthly Ticket Challenge. Brothers, the time of the decisive battle has come. There are less than 13 hours left, and the smoke of the battlefield of the new book monthly ticket in August will be dispersed. Xiaodao never dreamed that Football Modifier could come all the way to today, even though it was a week late on the shelves. I bow to thank the brothers, but the advantage is not obvious now, and the time of the decisive battle has come. In Gideon, a Feng Shui treasure land with many aunts and immortals, anything can happen until the last second. Brothers, we can't become a laughing stock at the last moment. Please hold on with Xiaodao and defend this hard-won honor and position. From the end of the month, Xiaodao started to work hard, and at least 12,000 every day. For a newcomer like Xiaodao, it is absolutely giving up everything to fight. It is no exaggeration to say that he gets up at 6 o'clock every morning and doesn't move his butt until 12 o'clock in the evening. He has been sitting in front of the computer typing, except for his girlfriend bringing lunch and dinner to him to eat and go to the toilet. There is no break. For a whole week, Xiaodao sat in his bedroom without going out once. His hair was fluffy, his beard was messy, he felt dizzy, and his whole body was sore. It was like a lifetime ago. Maybe Xiaodao's quality is not the best, the plot is not the most passionate, and the characters are not the most awesome. But Xiaodao dares to say without shame, my updates and attitude are absolutely the most positive, the most sincere, because Xiaodao knows that if you want readers to recognize you, you have to fight with 100% effort and attitude. Every vote, every message, and every suggestion from you is the motivation for Xiaodao to stick to it. It's the end of the month, and it's time for a good harvest. Xiaodao seems to have seen the hope of paying off the student loan, and he doesn't have to explain to others for a long time. After receiving the collection call from the bank, maybe I can also buy some new clothes for my parents who are facing the lowest, and back to the sky in the northwest rural area. These 2 days, my father called every day. Haha, he cares more about the monthly ticket ranking than Xiaodao. Therefore, please allow Xiaodao to make a bold appeal in August. Brothers, if you are chasing old books, if you still have monthly tickets, please give them to Xiaodao. This is the most important month for Xiaodao, and it is crucial. Please believe Xiaodao. I will no longer beg for monthly tickets so shamelessly after August. Please believe Xiaodao. I will still write the football editor with the most sincere attitude after August. Please believe Xiaodao. The update speed will not slow down after August. For this August, Xiaodao has paid too much, and some people even came to scold Xiaodao for being shameless and cheating. Brothers, victory is ahead. Please use your strongest arms to support the last sky for Xiaodao, crying for monthly tickets. The crazy knife in the chaos thanks you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197, Crazy Lee insults reporter. On April 26th, the official website of Real Madrid club issued a notice detailing the injury of the team's winger Marcelo. The Brazilian, who was injured in the first half of the European Champions League semi-final match between Real Madrid and Manchester United at home, was finally diagnosed by experts as a comminuted fracture of the elbow joint, plus a torn arm ligament, and needs to rest for up to 8 months. The club expressed its gratitude to the fans, who have always cared and supported Marcelo, and wished the Brazilian a speedy recovery. As soon as the news came out, the football world was shocked. Everyone understands what it means for a young player to be absent for 8 months, especially in a giant team like Real Madrid. A week of injury means that you must use 200% of your efforts to win back your original main position after the injury recovers. If you are absent for 8 months at once, you can only pray to God every day that he will bless you, and President Calderon will keep the Bernabeu bench for you after 8 months. Originally, Marcelo performed very well in the second half of the league. When he was moved to the winger position by Crazy Lee, he was favored by many experts and predecessors in the industry. The authoritative European newspaper L'Equipe in France even praised him as another Brazilian king of the wing after Roberto Carlos and Cafu. In the selection of the European Golden Boy Award, Marcelo was leading all the way. But now many people have to think carefully about their evaluation of him. For Real Madrid, the trouble does not stop there. A day later, one wave of troubles has not yet subsided. Reporters from 13 newspapers including Mundo Deportivo and Daily Sports suddenly attacked at the same time, criticizing Crazy Lee for his rude attitude towards the media, and presented strong evidence to prove that Crazy Lee did use insulting words to treat innocent reporters during interviews. The 3 words Crazy Lee are the golden signal that attracts fans and sells out newspapers. Soon, many newspapers and media reported on this incident. In addition to Marca and AS, the 2 official publications of Real Madrid, Spain seemed to have suddenly set off a frenzy against Crazy Lee overnight. For a time, almost all media believed that Crazy Lee was arrogant, difficult to approach, crazy, and ungentlemanly. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you will understand the tricks during this period. Crazy Lee and his Real Madrid swept all La Liga teams during the season, offending almost every team supporting media. In addition, Mundo Deportivo, one of the media giants in Spain, took the lead in instigating, and even white was said to be black. The most active one is still Lee Tongfan's old acquaintance, Flaws, as Lee Tongfan was fighting on 3 fronts at the end of the season, and was busy dealing with the last few important battles. He had to delay the lawsuit against Flaws again and again, planning to wait until all the games in the 06207 season were completely over before dealing with this jumping clown, Who knew that after a long time, World Sports editor Flaws thought that Crazy Lee gave up the lawsuit due to insufficient evidence and was afraid of him. So he slowly became active in his heart and began to devote his limited life to the infinite destroying of Crazy Lee's career without fear. Surprisingly, Crazy Lee, who has always been vindictive, did not respond to this media trend manipulated by someone behind the scenes, and even lacked the mood to refute it in his personal column, specialized in treating various dissatisfaction. Crazy Lee's silence made people think that the head coach of Real Madrid felt guilty, and some people who did not know the truth began to blame Leoli, and related reports were rampant. In fact, Leoli really disdained to argue with these boring media now. Anyway, the season is about to end, and my dream of achieving the Triple Crown is just around the corner. As long as I get the championship trophy, I will leave this damn league immediately. You can make as much noise as you want. Anyway, my reputation in the media has always been bad, and I don't live on you sour slaves who show off your words. However, Lee Tongfan's failure to fight back does not mean that others can bear it. The first person to launch a tit-for-tat counterattack against this anti-Lee wave was, as expected, Carlos Ruben, the number one lackey of Crazy Lee, the deputy editor-in-chief of Marca personally investigated the so-called Crazy Lee insulting reporters incident with a fearless attitude as a pioneer, and finally came to a conclusion those reporters really deserved it. On April 28th, Marca published a special full-page special issue, spending a lot of time and effort to restore the truth of the so-called insult to journalists to Spanish fans, and pointed out that these so-called journalists had seriously violated their professional ethics by rushing into the hospital operating area, and even if Crazy Lee took more radical measures, it would be understandable. Although Ruben did not clearly point out the so-called more radical measures, if you think about it, it should be punching and kicking. This issue of the newspaper was issued on the same day, and all were sold out in less than one morning. Marca newspaper urgently printed 50,000 copies, which were also sold out 3 hours later. What happened next was not expected by even Lee Tongfan, because the anti-Lee trend quickly turned into a pro-Lee trend overnight. On April 29th, before the official start of the 34th round of the La Liga, Madrid fans held a massive demonstration, strongly condemning the slander of some unscrupulous media, and expressed their support for Marcelo and head coach Crazy Lee with their actual actions. After the parade, fans poured into the Santiago Bernabeu stadium to watch Real Madrid play against their century-old rival Atletico Madrid at the Santiago Bernabeu. Although Real Madrid has won the league, the outcome of the game does not mean much to the Galacticos, but the atmosphere of the derby in the Madrid region is still hot. What can be more refreshing than torturing your mortal enemy on your own appearance? What's more, Atletico Madrid is ranked 7th in the league after 33 games, and is still struggling to qualify for European competitions. If they can give their opponents a painful defeat, it may seriously damage Atletico Madrid's morale and make them devastated. This is the mentality of fans. If you love, you will live and die for love, and if you hate, you will live and die for hating. Therefore, before the game started, fans from both sides broke out in a small conflict outside the Bernabeu stadium. In the end, 3 unlucky people were sent to the Madrid Central Hospital, while more than 20 others were even more unlucky. The guy was brought back to the station to drink tea by the police uncle wielding a baton. At 1900 hours, the referee Feditus blew the whistle, and the fiery Madrid regional derby officially kicked off. In this game, Atletico Madrid fielded their strongest lineup, although it is almost impossible for them to defeat Real Madrid on the road. When it comes to the derby, Atletico Madrid must fight for the dignity of the fans in the club. This feeling can no longer be measured by trophies or league points. Maybe this is why derby is so popular and why it attracts the attention of so many fans. It is worth mentioning that the day before the game, Atletico Madrid coach Aguirre expressed his views on recent events in the media very gracefully. Crazy Lee insulted reporters. Sorry, I think as a head coach, any drastic behavior to protect a disciple who is undergoing surgery is worthy of forgiveness. On this point, Crazy Lee and I stand in the same trench. Real Madrid, the players are very lucky to have such a head coach with noble sentiments. However, I will not show any mercy for the next game. A victory is necessary for Atletico Madrid. Afterwards, Leoli was so frightened when he found out about this conversation Grandpa Agiz's last conversation directly led to the system task, Agiz's contempt, causing several hammers in the team to suddenly cold and unable to play. It won't happen again this time, right? Lee Tongfan frightenedly checked the prompt box of the FM 2007 system and finally felt relieved. Fortunately, Uncle Agiz's conversation this time did not provoke the system to issue any abnormal tasks. After several missions, Lee Tongfan has figured out some rules. The higher the opponent's coach ranks in the system coach ranking list, the easier it is to trigger the mission. It seems that, if you want to comfortably obey the bosses in the future, you will have ability points. A bit unrealistic. Back to business. Both sides played a little cautiously in the first few minutes of the game, but the scenery in the Bernabeu stands was more exciting. Real Madrid fans put up slogans in support of Lee Tongfan, and slogans vilifying flaws, the editor-in-chief of World Sports, were everywhere. The one that attracted the most broadcast shots was a large canvas painting. Flaws turned into a witch wearing a spike. The clown in the hat is staring at the two place names with a sad face. These two place names are Barcelona City and BJ City. Everyone knows what that means. Before this season, Flaws and Crazy Lee made a famous bet. If Real Madrid can beat Barcelona, then Flaws will climb from Barcelona to BJ. There was even a good bookmaker that offered a handicap on this. So far in the season, Barcelona has been completely defeated on all fronts. This bet is undoubtedly won by Crazy Lee. Real Madrid fans use this method to remind the Catalans who have been making trouble for the past few days, hey, bet the winner has been decided, and it's your turn to climb. But even if you become a witch, you probably won't be able to finish this journey, right? I wonder what Mr. Flaws felt after seeing this scene. Even the commentator on Spanish national television couldn't help but joke, but I personally think the Madrid fan's suggestion is very good. You should consider finding a flying broom to help yourself like a witch. Haha, thank you brothers. Chapter 198 Reversal. Madrid Derby. Atletico Madrid unexpectedly deployed a 3-5-2 full attack, full defense formation in the game. Naturally, the forward figures were their gold medal partners Bucero and Fernando Torres. Due to his outstanding performance this season, Torres has attracted the attention of many wealthy clubs. Red Army Liverpool's Spanish coach Benitez has been eyeing Atletico Madrid's golden boy for some time, and Torres himself does not seem to be as repulsive as other Spanish players. Premier League. Therefore, almost everyone believes that the main center of the Spanish national team will leave Atletico Madrid after the end of the season. Perhaps in order to leave the best memories for Atletico Madrid fans who had supported him before leaving his home club. Torres performed very positively in this derby, and this positivity was affected less than 2 minutes after the game started. In return, Atletico Madrid gets a Tal Klein ball near the front corner. This was originally an opportunity with little threat, but Miguel Torres, who had not played many opportunities this season, did not keep an eye on the Atletico Madrid striker in the penalty area. Golden Boy simply turned around to get rid of him and received a strong throw from his teammate into the penalty area. The football directly half-turned and volleyed. The football followed the most reasonable route and roared into the far corner of Real Madrid's goal. Casillas was beyond reach. 1:0 exclamation point for Atletico Madrid. This is a super dream start. Torres' performance won applause from Atletico Madrid fans. Originally, the Golden Boy had angered many loyal Atletico fans because of the transfer scandal at the end of the season, but the derby goal instantly regained the support of many fans. Heart and for Torres, the show has just begun. In the 25th minute, Atletico Madrid player Marco continued to press in the front court, causing winger Real to make a mistake in panic, and Torres intercepted the football. He then used his skillful personal skills and unparalleled speed to continuously break through Miguel Torres, and Roberto Carlos scored with a single shot. The Bernabeu became the stage for Torres to perform. Who would have thought before the game that only 25 minutes into the game, Atletico Madrid would lead Real Madrid with 2 goals thanks to the ace center's personal performance. Just now, I was standing on the side of Crazy Lee and ridiculing the broadcast commentator of flaws. The bad guy instantly changed his stance after Golden Boy scored and began to praise Torres. The 23-year-old Spanish centre has attracted the attention of many Premier League giants such as Chelsea, Manchester United and Liverpool. Seeing such a phenomenon with his performance, you can understand the reason. I wonder which club Atletico Madrid's golden boy will choose. Quote 2:0 Real Madrid, playing at home, is in an unfavorable situation. Sideline. Lee Tongfan's face darkened. The reason why Lee was angry was not that the score was behind, but that the Real Madrid players seemed to lack motivation during the game. They all looked lazily like proud roosters walking in the chicken coop to bask in the sun. What if they had just conceded the ball twice? It would never have happened before. It seems that, after winning the league, the Hammers have completely lost interest in the half-aged lady of La Liga. Although this result has long been predicted in the FM 2007 system, it is impossible to tell from the green dots on the computer screen that this situation actually exists. Lee was very angry and the consequences were serious. With a wave of his hand, change. Although this approach is not consistent with the system derivation process, Lee Tongfan cannot care so much. You must know that the remaining Champions League games and the Kings Cup finals this season are top priorities, and they will definitely have to play hundreds of games. With a spirit of 200 points, if he plays with such an attitude next time, he will probably be kicked so hard that even Benny can't be found. This is no small matter. You must know that what happens in reality will have a certain impact on FM 2007. It will be difficult to get back together after such a thing as morale has plummeted. In reality, if morale is low, it will definitely affect the morale of the players in the system, and the winning rate in the simulation process will definitely be reduced by a certain percentage. Ramos came off, Cicinho came on, Riaz came off, Carlos Vela came on, Miguel Torres came off, Cannavaro came on. 3 consecutive substitutions were made, and Lee Tongfan made one without hesitation. Running out of breath, Ramos's 3 hammers were the glorious representative of his laziness in the first 20 minutes. Unfortunately, Lee Tongfan regarded him as a chicken and killed him for the monkeys on the court. But this astonishing move made it seem like countless wind turbines had been set up inside the Bernabeu stadium. There were endless screams of exclamation. More than 70,000 eyes stared at this copper bell, which could fit a beer bottle into its mouth. Although there have been cases where the head coach was dissatisfied with the performance of the players and replaced them before the first half was over, but to replace 3 main players with no injuries and diseases at once, crazily is definitely unprecedented. The first person to come, crazy, Ramos's face was red when he came off the field with 3 hammers. The leader's actions clearly told the 3 people, "I'm not satisfied with your performance. Very, very dissatisfied." After the 3 of them came off the field, they took the coats handed over by the staff and stood there, sitting there instead of standing there. Although Lee Tongfan usually chatted with them like good friends, but if he got serious, everyone would be scared. The Hammers all know that the boss has always been a man who is clear about rewards and punishments. Even the biggest players, Ronaldo and Beckham, respect him very much. If he makes a mistake, no one will let it go. In his own words, that is holding a grudge. Didn't you see that flaws, the shady guy, was finally taken to court by the boss, and he had to crawl from Barcelona to BJ. Think about it, since the beginning of the season, he was demoted to Pavan and Algura because of internal style problems, and he has not been forgiven yet. Fortunately, Lee is not such an unkind person. Substituting 3 people in front of more than 70,000 fans is also a big lesson. The big stick has been swung out, and the carrot has to follow quickly. So he didn't pursue it further, picked up 3 bottles of sports drinks from the seat, walked over with a stern face and gave each person a bottle, patted his shoulder, and said nothing. The 3 hammers were relieved immediately. In fact, they themselves may not necessarily understand why they care so much about the boss's opinion. The real reason is not fear, but respect. If it weren't for the respect for Lee Tongfan's amazing performance, the other 2 would be fine. Ramos is definitely a hot-tempered muscle man. If any other head coach dared to embarrass him in front of so many people, the long-haired hammer would have thrown off his shoes and left the field early, and would not stand there to apologize carefully. Only people with ability can make others bow their heads unconsciously, and now Crazy Lee is obviously a capable person. This scene disappointed many people who were waiting to see the internal conflict of Real Madrid. And the fans of the Galacticos gave a tide of applause. The Bernabeu, which is full of big names, has always lacked a helmsman who can really calm down the field, and now Crazy Lee has obviously done it. This is the most united and combative Real Madrid I have ever seen. The commentator of the Spanish national television couldn't help but sigh. It seems that, as long as Crazy Lee is here, other La Liga teams who want to get involved in the league championship really have to weigh their own weight. Terrible Chinese, genius coach. 4. Lee Tongfan. This is the only thing that is beyond his control in this Madrid regional derby. The next thing can be, everything is normal. The shocking move of the head coach made the remaining hammers on the field shake up their spirits and treat the next game with spirit. Facts have proved that, although teams like Real Madrid have time to take a nap, as long as they get serious, the power they burst out is absolutely terrible. The hammers forced by Lee Tongfan soon made the Real Madrid fans in the stands sing loudly. In the 40th minute, Gago made a straight pass from the backcourt. Although Higuain's single-handed shot was unbelievably saved by Atletico goalkeeper Franco, Carlos Vela, who followed up like a ghost, made a timely shot and scored. 1:2 exclamation point in the 55th minute. Gago made a straight pass in the backcourt again. Higuain did not waste the good intentions of his Argentine compatriots this time. He dribbled past goalkeeper Franco and shot into the empty goal. But Franco is also an Argentine exclamation point. 2:2 exclamation point tie. This is not the end. Real Madrid defeated the last bit of luck in the hearts of Atletico Madrid. It was the lingering Fernando Gago straight pass, assisting Mexican teenager Carlos Vela to score his second goal of the game exclamation point. 3:2 exclamation point overtake. With this assist, Gago has performed an assist hat trick and finally proved to everyone at the Bernabeu that his nickname Redondo II is well deserved. But to be honest, Gago's surgical knife-like straight passes do vaguely show the style of his predecessor, Redondo in his heyday. This season, due to Beckham's strong outbreak, the Argentine midfielder who was highly expected when he joined the team did not have many opportunities to play and did not show the strength that matched his price. He was once criticized by fans and the media. Today, Gago finally slapped those experts who said he was in name only. Of course, such performance has a lot to do with Atletico Madrid's tactical system of attacking with all its strength and ignoring defense. If it were a team that defended with all its strength, the little guy's strength would need to be improved. But Beckham, who is already 31 years old, will eventually be too old to play, while Gago, who is only 21 years old, has plenty of time to fight for the main position. Just like the great leader Chairman Mao said, the world is yours and ours, but in the final analysis, it is still yours. Fernando Gago, the future is bright. I would like to state that there is an error in this chapter, so I have modified it. It is not a fake update. Thank you for your reminders, Ningbo Zongbo and Rossi JM. Xiodeo is about to collapse. Please forgive me. Thank you. Thank you, brothers. Chapter 199. The final battle at Old Trafford. The last 10 minutes, Atletico Madrid, who was lagging behind, wanted to fight for a draw through a frenzied attack, but the poor defense and lack of overall strength once again made the Sheets army swallow the bitter pill. After Diego received Gago's pass, with the help of his super personal ability, he moved around in a small area and finally passed Atletico Madrid goalkeeper Franco, widening the score gap to 2 goals exclamation point. 4:2 exclamation point. The Sheet army is helpless. The game ended 10 minutes later. Real Madrid's final home stadium, the Santiago Bernabeu, reversed its century-old rival and defended its league championship honor. And the substitution that impressed the Hammers during the game also strangled the team's newly emerged ideas of not being enterprising in their infancy. The entire game process was uncontroversial. Although there was a press conference after the game, reporters' attention was still focused on the incident of Crazy Lee insulting reporters. However, Lee Tongfan did not appear in the post-game press conference hall at the first time because the old man believed that a media outlet that was included in Real Madrid's banned list sent a reporter to attend the press conference. If the reporter from that media outlet did not disappear, he would never attend a post-match press conference in the future. In the end, the Andalusia Daily reporter who was on Lee Tongfan's blacklist had no choice but to leave in despair under the rude looks of his colleagues. Sure enough, as soon as the guy stepped away, Crazy Lee appeared shamelessly on the back. However, Lee Tongfan refused to answer any questions related to the so-called insulting reporters. However, he was named the best in the game. Fernando Gago, who came to the press conference with the head coach, showed off his bulging little arms. With a murderous look on his delicate face, I think those reporter friends should be glad that my teammates and I were not in the hospital at that time, otherwise it would not just be a matter of insults. This sentence made the reporters present break out in cold sweat. Sure enough, what kind of general brings what kind of ice? I remember what a shrewd and shy little boy the Argentine young lady was when she attended the franchise press conference 10 months ago. I didn't expect that 10 months later, he was actually troubled by Madman Lee and turned into a terrible man full of violent thoughts. In the end, the so-called Crazy Lee insulting reporters incident came to an end with much thunder and little rain. The few reporters who claimed to have irrefutable evidence and threatened to sue disappeared from the sight of the masses amidst the accusations of public opinion throughout Spain. Apart from the demonstrations by Real Madrid fans, the craziest theory is that there is a fanatic crazy fans of Lee sent death threat letters to those 13 reporters, and Flores disappeared again after seeing the wizard portrait painted by Real Madrid fans in the Madrid regional derby. Some commentators with more wicked mouths speculated that the editor-in-chief of World Sports News might be practicing the magical skill of tortoise climbing. Fortunately, I can successfully climb from Barcelona to BJ Scheinenman in my lifetime. These are just pastimes for Spanish fans and media to entertain themselves after dinner. It has nothing to do with Lee Tongfan and the Hammers of Real Madrid. Everyone on the team is training and working hard to prepare for May 2nd. Prepare for your trip to Old Trafford Theatre of Dreams. The 1-0 score in the first round put a heavy stone on the heart of everyone who cares about Real Madrid. For a team like Manchester United, a goal behind is not a gap at all. Have you not seen the Bundesliga hegemon Bayern Munich? Did the Predators suffer a tragedy at the last moment when they led 1-0 for more than 80 minutes? There is a joke that the then president of UEFA started walking from the box to the stadium after the game entered stoppage time to prepare to present an award to Bayern Munich. Who knew that Manchester United scored halfway through the game? The old man looked at it and said, well, it's probably going to be overtime, so I'd better go back and wait. As a result, just as he climbed back to the VIP box and put his butt on the chair, there was a burst of cheers like a mountain roar and a tsunami. The old man looked at it and said, damn, Manchester United scored again. The old man ran down to present the award to Manchester United. A joke is a joke. The Red Devils and Manchester United do have some magic in the Champions League. Therefore, the Real Madrid coaching staff had obvious differences when they first agreed on tactics. Some people believed that away games should be based on safety and on the basis of defense. If you can't fight back, holding on to a 1-goal lead and suffocating your opponent is the best option. After all, in football, the winner is king and the loser is the enemy. As a result, Lee Tongfan resolutely despised this kind of left-leaning thought that exaggerates the ambitions of others and destroys his own prestige, and then even more resolutely adopted the offensive tactics proposed by the second leader grade. Since Sir Alex Ferguson dared to beat Real Madrid at the Santiago Bernabeu, wouldn't I, the Madman Lee, dare not hit Manchester United with a brick at Old Trafford? It is rude to come and not reciprocate. Lee Tongfan stretched out his dictatorial hand to unify the thinking of the coaching staff. In the next 2 days, he trained the Hammers hard, while speeding up the team's offensive and defensive transition rhythm to the greatest extent. He also practiced set pieces and crosses from the wing tactics. Ruud van Nistelrooy and David Beckham, the kings of the small penalty area, received yellow training shirts symbolizing their main positions. These two stars are very familiar with the Premier League's special teams, especially Manchester United's style of play. the so-called knowing yourself, and the enemy will never be in danger, which can increase the team's confidence in winning. Of course, Leoli also has a very dirty thought, which is to use the superstars who were kicked out by Ferguson to teach the old Scotsman a lesson, and at the same time, it can also show our Leoli's ability to train players. Think about it, when Ruud van Nistelrooy or Beckham score Manchester United's goal at Old Trafford, will the Red Devils fans cheer or boo? On May 1st, Real Madrid set off for Manchester, England. Manchester is an urban municipality in Greater Manchester County in the northwest region of England, with a population of more than 400,000. It ranks second among cities in the UK, second only to London. The world famous Red Devils and Manchester United are rooted here. The chorus of "Come on Red Devils" may break out in the streets of Manchester City at any time, and people in a block will dance along. The Manchester United football team, which once had big name stars such as Beckham, has become the most well-known symbol of Manchester City in the world. Take the light rail and get off at Old Trafford to go to Manchester United Football Club. Red Devils fans can choose a red scarf. Then take a bus to the Theatre of Dreams, Old Trafford Stadium. It is said that, if you don't buy a season ticket for the entire game in advance, you can never watch any Manchester United game. In the summer, it's so lively here, that you can't even see a cricket match. Real Madrid's hotel is very close to La Trafford Stadium, where the team will conduct 2 days of acclimatization training. Manchester United has their own training base, so the entire Old Trafford belongs to Real Madrid for these 2 days. Before the war, Tongfan did not conduct too strict training. After 3 hours of physical recovery training that day, he took a rare half day off, and allowed the Hammers to go shopping in Manchester's bustling business district. When he was still a student, there was a saying that impressed Tongfan very deeply. Big exams are about fun, small exams are about fun, no exams, no fun. All the preparations have been done before coming to Manchester. It is beneficial for the Hammers to relax their nerves before the war. After all, professional players are also human beings. Too much pressure can easily lead to poor performance in the game. Relaxation is the way of civility in martial arts. On the evening of May 1st, the first match of the UEFA Champions League semi-finals will be played. The Bat Legion Valencia faced the Premier League Arsenal at home at the Calderon Stadium. Since the Young Gunners defeated the Bat Legion 2-0 in the first round of the match between the two sides, Valencia could only rely on their home court for this game. It's another crazy attack. Head coach Flores was the main force in the home team, and the front court attacking group such as David Villa, Silva, Joaquin and Vicente all appeared, but such a desperate move did not bring anything to the Bat Legion. A victory. Less than 3 minutes into the game, Arsenal's Togo midfielder Adebayor received a wonderful pass from young Cesc Fabregas, and penetrated the Valencia goalkeeper's fingers. The Gunners led with a total score of 3-0. The Bat Legion was forced to the edge of the cliff, with no way out, except to press on and attack, although David Villa used his personal skills to get a goal back for Valencia in the 19th minute, and Arsenal's captain Gilberto Silva was sent off in the 60th minute for accumulating yellow cards. The Bat Army in the end. They still failed to seize the opportunity of one more person to achieve a comeback. 90 minutes later, Valencia drew 1-1 with Arsenal at home. They lost to their opponents with a total score of 1-3 and were eliminated. Unfortunately, they were eliminated. Although Bat coach Flores' decision to give up the league's bet on the Champions League went bankrupt, the final result of reaching the semi-finals has made Bat fans excited. The club owner promised to increase investment in the team next season. People are full of expectations for the results of the Bat Corps next season. As a result, in the competition between La Liga and the Premier League, the English League has taken the lead. If Real Madrid cannot come back in the next day's game, then the UEFA Champions League in the 2006-07 season will have a meeting between the two Premier League teams. The scene of the final is definitely not the situation that UEFA President Piudatini hoped for. Therefore, the next day's game has not yet started, and some fans have already begun to spread conspiracy theories, believing that although the Red Devils are playing at home, Real Madrid will be taken care of by the referee at the Theatre of Dreams without any surprise, because someone does not want the Premier League to be a family. Dominate. August is finally coming to an end. Xiodeo is holding on. Thank you brothers. I have a speech tomorrow, but my eyes are already dazzled, and I can't focus on the screen, so I fall asleep quickly. Chapter 200 Say goodbye to the Champions Cup. May 2nd at 8:20 PM and 45 seconds. Manchester Old Trafford. Goal. Goal goal goal. The commentator at Old Trafford, who had already shouted hoarsely, reached a new high. Point to colon 0 exclamation point exclamation point exclamation point. Wayne Rooney's goal helped Manchester United team overtook the visiting Royals with a goal from midfielder Paul Scholes in the 8th minute and a goal from 21-year-old forward Rooney in the 43rd minute. Madrid. The broadcast camera swept across the stands, and the fanatical Red Devils fans rushed to shout at the captain's camera. The first half was about to end. The team led horrible Madrid 2:0 at home. The dream in their hearts finally came true. How could they not be excited? Going crazy. You must know that before the game started, Madman Lee's invincible mythical record was like a huge stone weighing on the hearts of every Red Devils supporter. Coupled with the so-called UEFA conspiracy theory, everyone thought that Manchester United would welcome Manchester United. It will be an extremely hard-fought battle. Who knew goals would come so easily? Is this the invincible Madman Lee? Is this the Real Madrid that defeated its rivals Chelsea in 2 rounds in the group stage and swept the defending champion Barcelona in El Clasico? The strength is not that great either. It seems that the so-called scary Madrid is just there are no tigers in the mountains. Monkeys dominate. All Manchester United fans are proud. Look, the strongest scary Madrid is about to bow down to my Devils socks. Long live Manchester. Sideline. Generation boss Ferguson and assistant coach Queiroz jumped up from their seats with excitement. From now on, everything is under Manchester United's control, and Real Madrid has become the guy whose throat is being strangled by fate. On the field, after scoring the goal, Rooney and his teammates hugged and celebrated wildly. This talented young man, who was said to have practiced boxing, roared and waved his big and furry fist in the direction of the Real Madrid command seat. Everyone knew who he was demonstrating to. The camera quickly changed. Crazy Lee's face was expressionless, and he didn't show how angry his team was after conceding a goal, giving people the illusion that he had nothing to do. Sester, the famous BBC radio commentator who was responsible for commentating the game on TV, also lamented, Crazy Lee's choice to attack Sir Alex Ferguson at Old Trafford was really a big mistake. Judging from the scene of the first round of the game between the two sides, it is already obvious that in this high confrontation and fast-paced game, Real Madrid, which is known for its technical ability, does not have the upper hand. Root, the best fan, obviously disagrees with this. I think Crazy Lee is not unaware of his side's disadvantages, but do you think Real Madrid's defense can maintain a 1-goal lead in the theater of dreams? Well, that's true. The prerequisite for Real Madrid's invincibility this season is its strong offensive power. As for its defense, it pales in comparison. The strength of both sides is evenly matched, but in terms of playing style, Real Madrid is beaten by the Red Devils. Firmly restrain. Sester nodded in agreement. It seems that Real Madrid's situation is not good. That's not necessarily the case. Rudd, the best fan, maximized the foiling effect of the green leaves and had unique insights. Although Manchester United leads the total score of both sides, I don't think Ferguson will forget that this is Old Trafford. Even if Crazy Lee scores a goal, it will be quite fatal for Manchester United. Real Madrid can definitely qualify for the Olympic Stadium by relying on away goals. Sideline. Even BBC Radio's best fan Rudd knows something that Sir Alex Ferguson, the godfather of hairdryers, will certainly not ignore. After the celebration, the old Scottish man's expression immediately became solemn. He stood on the sidelines and kept making gestures to indicate to the Manchester United players not to relax. Keep pressing. I'll kill you while you're sick. Manchester United's strategy is obvious. It is to beat you to death before Real Madrid can react. On the field, as expected, the experienced Red Devils of the older generation such as Giggs and Scholes led their teammates to continue to press Real Madrid's defense. On the other hand, Galaxy Battleship seems to be a little bit stunned by these two conceded goals, and the defense often has loopholes. In the second minute of stoppage time in the first half, Real Madrid suffered another blow. Cristiano Ronaldo was knocked to the ground by midfielder Guti, who was chasing after him during the breakthrough. Manchester United got a direct free kick about 40 meters away from the goal on the right side of the penalty area. Because of this extremely lethal boss finishing skill, Guti was severely rewarded by the referee Stefano Ferina, who was on duty with the Topaz God of War card. The free kick was taken by Ronaldo, who created the opportunity. The Portuguese has scored 4 free kicks on all fronts this season. Although he does not have a super high free kick success rate like David Beckham, the super explosive power contained in his thick legs will definitely make him. He has the ability to send out explosive shots from any angle and any distance that will make the goalkeepers tremble. But the goalkeeper who underestimated Cristiano Ronaldo has been punished. Nervous, anxious. The eyes of the whole world were focused at this moment, traveling through the broadcast satellite, traveling in space to Old Trafford, the theater of dreams. If Real Madrid, which was trailing 2-1, only had one foot in the coffin, then as long as the Portuguese scored the free kick, the Galacticos would be stuck with both hands and feet, and could only wait helplessly for the Red Devils. With a ferocious smile, he picked up the hammer and nailed the coffin board. Push referee Ferina's whistle sounds. Cristiano Ronaldo gently placed the football on the lawn, stabilized it, then slowly stepped back 5 steps, spread his legs in a very pretentious big position, and looked up at Casillas standing still. Yang Xian took a deep breath and sang a breath. At this moment, whether you are a Manchester United fan or a Real Madrid fan, put your hands together and pray to God. However, the distance of 40 meters seems a bit far, and it is a bit difficult to score directly. The free kick coordination is about the same, and it seems that the Manchester United players think so too. Vidic and Rio Ferdinand, the two leading headers, both appeared in Real Madrid's penalty area, and the ginger-headed skulls also sneakily ambush in the penalty area, near the free throw arc outside, ready to hit the goal hard at any time. At the last moment, the broadcast camera gave Ronaldo a close-up of his face, and the Portuguese had a relaxed expression. Call, approach, accelerate, kick, bang. The football was like an angry burst of ammunition from the barrel of a cannon, roaring and smashing into Real Madrid's penalty area. However, to everyone's surprise, the direction of this white cannonball was not where the Manchester United players were. It went directly to the goal guarded by Casillas. Look at this ball. It was shot directly. BBC TV commentator Sester exclaimed. The football did not spin in the air. This ball went in. Casillas is ready. I hit the ball with both fists, but the speed of the football was too fast. After hitting my hands, I slightly changed the line and ran into the goal. Cristiano Ronaldo. Goal. Genius shot. Unparalleled goal. 3:0! Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. The onside commentator went crazy. Total score 3:1. Real Madrid to say goodbye to the Champions League. This chapter is 2,000 words long. Xiaodao finally had a peaceful sleep last night and didn't get up until 10 o'clock this morning. Update 9000 today will be added in the afternoon. I still can't help but say thank you, brothers. Thanks. Finally, I recommend this friend's book Pure Yang Wonderland, ISBN 1605268. Brothers in the book world should give it a look. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.